engaging with also the bonds and the T-bills there, all which a stream of information is also domiciled there for your consumption and to just make proper decisions. That was part of the conversation yesterday as well. And we talked about also the affordable housing, and we know the government has been also, this is a pet project where they fully want to make sure every Kenyan is housed and every Kenyan also participate in housing one another. And that was also a conversation that was robustly discussed yesterday, and what opportunities are there for you to tap in, given also the constraints of the economy. Looking yesterday, CBK announced just a 2 percentile increase in the mortgage rate. So this is starting at almost 12%. So they were alluding this to, of course, the inflationary effects. So there is a lot that we look forward to today, and I'm happy that you're here once again. Just by way of introduction, my name is Dibala Nair. I'm a broadcast journalist, and I'm your facilitator today as well. I began yesterday. So today, just looking at the program and highlighting some, also take you by what we had yesterday. We are running under the theme, Innovation, Fintech, and Investment towards a 1 trillion shilling remittance. And we've been bordering around there. We've never ever hit the 1 trillion shilling mark. And of course, looking at where we've been projecting, coming to close to 200 billion shillings, 300 billion shillings, we have been vacillating between 200, 300, but we're geared towards the 1 trillion shilling remittance. So today, there is a lot that we will be looking at. We had yesterday's the Principal Secretary, Rosaline Jogu, as I mentioned, giving us her speech and opening officially the convention. We had also creating wealth for the diaspora through the capital markets, enhancing remittance, investment, securities, and financing bonds. And we had also the great honor of having the Nairobi Security Exchange Chair, Kiprono Kitoni, amongst other guests that were here from the Capital Markets Authority, Lukumbara, who's the Director of Policy and Market Development. We had also Alex Ruri, Managing Director and CEO of Modern Capital. We had Eunice Modoni Kimani, amongst others who were part of our discussion yesterday. And then we also teased out a little bit on strategic for promoting notable diverse investments between diaspora networks and counties in Kenya, though we delved deeper into it, but we had mentions also in the forum as well. We talked about financing and marketing strategic value chains. Yesterday, we had also the particular discussion, also the best practice diaspora remittance and investment. We had the Caribbean experience. We are also honored to have His Excellency Ambassador Alex MacDonald, who is the High Commissioner of Barbados to Kenya. I spoke quite movingly yesterday on also how interlinkages between the Caribbean diaspora and Kenya diaspora, they're working together as well. So what are some of the opportunities that also are available as well? I mentioned the affordable housing, and we had also Sir Aaron King, who was moderating that particular session, and we had the creative sector telling our stories, our way Why are we been letting other people telling our stories, yet we can actually do it very well, knowing, some of our facts and some of our challenges as well. How digital technology and platforms can enhance the distribution and marketing of African creative arts products and services. We had the great honor of having Dr. Ezekiel Mutua, who's the CEO of Kenya Music Copyright Society of Kenya. He spoke also quite engagingly on how still we need to be cognizant of what is happening and on how we are consuming these products from various mediums, especially right now that we have social media taking really an upper hand in terms of conveying these messages. But how do we filter? How do we also make sure that our children are not adversely affected by what some of the mass media products that are being spewed there? Some of them, they're not really palatable for our children. But what are some of the interventions that are there? So we had also a panel that was well constituted. We matched that particular panel with a discussion on sports economy as well. And we had a rich stream of information coming from our panelists moving forward. And I know all this information is available. You'll have them on the links if you want to follow what really happened yesterday. So we want to thank you so much again for joining us today. We want to appreciate them that are joining online as well today, with also able co-moderator Rosemary Musuma as well. And we want to begin today by first of all just asking you to stand up as a normal ritual to make sure that we engage. And if you're seated far end, you can actually just scoot over so that we can, especially for the video coverage, it's important so that at least they don't struggle to actually just get a view of you. So if you're on the far end, you can just scoot over, come at the center, so that we can actually create room for them that will be coming much, much later in the course of the day behind there. Why don't we stand up for a word of prayer? And I don't know if our tech team as well, you have our national anthem standing by, right? Is it ready? Right? You can actually just prime the national anthem. And the East African anthem. Are we good to go? Oh, okay. So Mr. Regan. Or actually we have Kayamba. Why do we need anything from Kayamba Africa? Can just give us a national anthem.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Thank you very much, Kayamba Africa. Should we also just have a word of prayer? Father, we thank you for who you are. We thank you for the restorative night that we've had today, for the gift of life that you've given us today. And as we assemble here for the second day of a convention, how grateful are we, Father, from the deepest recesses of our hearts, that you are with us in this particular convention. Father, for every deliberation that will be made, for every speech that will be delivered, for every question that will be asked, oh God, for every contribution that will be made, we ask of you, O King of Glory, you may be with us. Father, we pray for each and everyone that is assembled here today, God, that you may grant them, my Father, strength. You may grant them also the presence of mind to take cognizance and every, Father, attention of every deliberation that is made today. And we pray for all these conversations that we have, that it will inform our policies. It will inform our policy decision-making process. It will inform our strategic formations. It will inform, my Father, our decision in creating, my Father, our products as well. We pray, Father, from the beginning to the end, you may be with us. We thank you. For it's in that matchless Savior's name, Jesus Christ, that we do pray and believe. Amen. All right, before we sit down, you remember that drill? That's our finger. Maybe today now you have your directions right. Can you remember where your true north was yesterday? For them that are joining us today, can you remember where your true north was yesterday? All right? Yeah, for the sake of our guests who are joining us today, your finger will be pivotal throughout this conference to make sure that it's being utilized appropriately to alert you, to make sure that you are awake all the time. Your neighbor will be poking your ribs here and there when he sees you or she sees you are sleeping. So yesterday we began by pointing our true north. And the essence of all the true north is the fact that in life we need to, of course, make sure that our needle is moving to the right direction, the true north of our lives. Right? We are actually in December, and I know many of you are making plans and strategies for next year. Where is your true north pointing? Right? Is your needle been going every which way, pointing in every direction? But we are here in this conference to make sure you're pointing the true north to the issues of diaspora. We're pointing to the true north to the issue from the business community on how there can be interlinkages from the business perspective and from also the diaspora affairs as well. So where is your true north? Lift your finger high, your index finger high. Right? Ask your neighbor, are you ready? Are you ready? And I've been mentioning, you are. Be there. Wherever you are, be there. So be here today. Let your mind be here. Let your attention be here. And let's have this conversation. So lift up your finger high in the sky. Yesterday I gave you the leakage. I don't know if you still remember where your true north is. I want us to trust each other and close our eyes. Prof, do you remember where your true north is? Okay, let's close our eyes. Can you point where your true north is? Point to where your true north is. Point to where your true north. Confidently lift that hand like you know, and you're confident that's the true north. Yesterday we had the true north. So let's see. People who need to be reminded and reminded and reminded again. Close your eyes. Don't look at me. Okay. Without putting your hand down, open your eyes. Don't put your hand down. Open your eyes. Look at your neighbor. Ask your neighbor, do you remember if that was a true north? And don't put your hand down. Do you remember if that was a true north? Can I look again at my compass, if you may allow? Let's just test that again so that we can see at least you have your bearings right today. As far as the true north is concerned, this is an exercise just to make sure that at least also you've woken up and you're ready to face the day. Okay, don't put your hand down, don't change directions. I know you're getting tired, let me do that quickly. So, according to my compass, and yesterday I was facing this direction, the true north is that direction. So that direction is the true north. For Kayamba Africa, they're facing that. Kayamba Africa can see most of you actually, yeah? Ask your neighbor, is that right? Is that your true north? Is that your true north? Okay, let's do a zigzag now. In the spirit of housing Kenya, I want you to house your neighbor's index finger. So one of you is actually housing it. Yeah, don't house yourself. Yeah. You can look for your neighbor. Balozi, how are people housing? These are the selfish people who want to house themselves. I mean, welcome your neighbor and house their index finger. Don't be selfish. Right? If you don't have a neighbor, very important to get your neighbor and house one another. This has been the spirit of the Kenya Kwanza administration with the affordable housing project. All right. Most of you were here yesterday. If you weren't here yesterday, let's do this drill. Right? I'll give you a dummy run just for the sake of the guys who weren't yesterday here. Let's just do it and then we'll do a real one. And one to just salvage and redeem yourself in case you were not able to grab that finger or let your finger not be grabbed. Are you ready? Are you ready? On my count, a dummy run. 1, 2, grab that finger. I can see that. You need to be very fast and nimble and quick. Yeah? So we need to know the guys who are fast and nimble. That was so easy. You can't be such an easy peasy catch. Truly. Okay, let's try again. Right? How nimble. How active. How attentive will you be today on this second day of the convention? This is the 10th anniversary. Are you attentive? How malleable? How flexible? Let's see. 1, 2. Grab it! Yes, some of you redeemed yourselves. Thank you very much. We can have our seats, please. All right, so at least I've given you the preview of yesterday, how it went, and we look forward to you engaging more today as well. We expect our delegates to be here on the podium momentarily. And just to prime you on what we do have, or what we were expecting from our conversation today, primarily we'll focus as we begin on the county. A county will have speeches and presentation on investment opportunities for diasporans in the counties. Right now we know of the investment packs that the county has been rolling out, a very good pivotal point for investors on what they do have in the counties. Various counties have different product portfolio that they're offering through the county investment industrial park. I forget the appropriate word, but they'll come and give us through the country's industrial parks that the government is making sure they're working together with, that is the national government with the county government, that is affected. What is up their collective sleeves from different counties, the 47 counties that we have also in the country. Today, so today we will have the honor to get just a brief from what is happening in Kakamega County. We have, I know, a presentation there from Kakamega County, the CEO of the investment program there. We'll also hear from Homa Bay County. We'll hear from Kisumu County as well, Vihiga County, where we'll have also, maybe, I don't know what they'll be doing. They have the big boulders in Vihiga County, where it's really occupying many of the lands in Vihiga County. So are there any way or any interventions in terms of actually making sure that is turned to be a source of monetization and revenue when it comes to on-source revenue from the counties? Also, Taita Taveta, we'll have also the Special Economic Zone Authority giving us the sentiment on what actually opportunities are available, especially what zones have been segmented as special economic zones here in the country, and what are the opportunities that we can tap in from there. And then we'll have a panel discussion, and we've had the honor of having the CEO of Kenya Development Corporation and Vision 2030 board with us. She'll be able to steer this particular conversation momentarily. But for the second day, I want to just hand over to the chair of Kenya Diaspora Alliance to just also give introductory remarks for today, and of course also to give us a warm welcome for the delegates who are joining us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and make me welcome Dr. Shem Machodo.
All right. Good morning. Good afternoon, colleagues from Australia. I think it's evening or afternoon. And you will let us know if Professor Chika is online from Australia. I think she'll be talking to us in a few. But the bulk majority of us, good morning again. I'm delighted to see a number of colleagues in the House. Allow me just to recognize a few colleagues. I think we have Mr. Nishil in the House. Mr. Nishil, if you're there in the House, just raise your hand up. Give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. When you see him, you know we are getting close to the natural resources, minerals. That's one of the subjects we are going to discuss. Is there anybody else we have from the mining sector? Somebody from the Kenya Chamber of Mines? in the house already? Yes, Chairman Dr. Patrick, just stand up. Give him a round of applause. Thank you. Engineer Dr. Patrick is the chair of Kenya Chamber of Mines. So today, natural resources is one of the aspects we are going to discuss. And I think there is the impact facility in the house. Just stand up and wave David. Give him a round of applause. Now, if there are many things you want to learn and know about the mining sector and mining safely, the artisanal miners, whether they are in titanium business or they're in gold or diamond, you have them. Today we'll be hearing a bit more of that. A good friend of mine, I think it's Dr. Saerol, keeps saying the resources to build our continent and our county and our country are underground. And today we have the experts in the house. And we have Mr. Solomon Onunga. Solomon, if you're in the house, just wave. We give him a round of applause. Applaud him. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will be checking shortly if we have, I know it's an early morning for our Excellency Governors. So colleagues online, you will be letting us know which of our counties are ready. And for some of them, we may have to readjust the program a little. I do know that Governor Otichilo Wilbur, one of our top specialists on geospatial technology, that's when you want to do mapping of those many things to do with the natural resources and all. Apart from being a governor, I can assure you that he's an expert in that regard. Can we give Dr. a round of applause? That's Governor of Vihiga County. He's presently in Dubai for COP, but he will soon be online to share thoughts with us. Maybe at this point, if the ball permits, I'm assuming that maybe our Excellency Governors are still warming up, preparing. You know, of course, we must put forward. If we have a county official already in the house, I know Madam Elizabeth is busy at the back. Give a round of applause, Kakamega County. Thank you. That's the CEO of Kakamega Investment Investment Corporation. We're glad you could be in the house. Any other official from a county government in the house, just to be sure? Okay. Okay. So I was going to suggest do we have Kenya Development Corporation in the house yet? Give him a round of applause. Is key. When you are ready, you will let me know. So we can have a conversation just as we warm up to get our governors to get ready so that we deep dive. But otherwise, please welcome into the meeting. Debal, if you have further thoughts, of course, you know we are co-moderators in this regard. Just come over, we consult a little bit. But can we also give a round of applause, a special lady house? I'll just whisper. She was the first county representative of Kiambu County, Honorable Ann Nyokabi Gathecha Kimball. Please wave and give her a round of applause. Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. At any rate, you know, when we were MPs, we could always have acting MPs. Kama mwenyewe hayuko, then you can always hold brief. So if we need somebody to talk for Kiambu County, you have all the mandates. And Professor Teiji Kimball, give him another round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. At this point, colleagues and gentlemen, the ball, when you're ready, I'm ready for you. But meanwhile, Cyril, please come over and warm up the room a little bit. He's a brother from the other mother, all the way, originally from Antigua. I even have difficulty pronouncing from the Caribbean. Give him a round of applause as he comes over.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this excellent climate setting, we call it, so that we can get some life going. Yesterday was a wonderful day for us, and I see the Chair also has mentioned a number of things, but let me recognize one of David Sturmes from Impact Facility. David's wave and say hello to the crowd. He is with the mining sector. He works with the artisanal miners, and he's come to join us today. We have a very interesting program for you today. We wanted to look at Vision 2030. We want to understand Vision 2030 from the context of the counties. Vision 2030 ushered in the County Act in 2012, and then it was recognized that more legislation was required to get the counties in a mold that they can be contributors of the national wealth. So a Physical Planning Act, the County Act of Physical Planning Act of 2019 was ushered in, and from there now, opportunities now started coming to the fore. The comparative advantage of the resource base of the different counties started to be profiled. So we're here today to talk to the counties. We hear a lot of positive and negative things about the counties, but the key question is, as a child of Vision 2030, how do we now start to unlock the value of these counties? What are the drivers that we need to look at? What sort of partnership we need to engage with the counties to ensure that the counties are not just a talking shop, they are real, and we can engage with them substantively. There are brothers, there are sisters, and more so from the diaspora, where there's a huge trust deficit in the notion of investing in Kenya. They can simply make the first step by looking at what is going on in Nyumbani. Let me see what's going on at home. Is there something there that I can identify with by ensuring that resources are properly delivered to the county? So it's going to be a very exciting day. We have the counties here to tell us what their investment priorities are, what they have come to tell us about their counties, and there's so much to tell us because their development plans are wrapped in what you call the county integrated development plans, and we're not going to go through all that. They're going to tell us these are the low-hanging fruits in our counties. This is where we feel that investors can come and support the county. Investor will make their rate of return, and we will now get revenue. We will generate revenue from these operations. So this is more of a technocratic approach that KD has taken to ensure that this conference, this forum, engages itself in real matters of development. And more importantly, we've got our Diaspora presidents here. I think Madam Ruth Owino just say hello, yeah? And we're asking them kindly, hear the words of our people in the counties, Nyumbani, where you come from, Mashinani, and work with us. So, and they have said yes. So it's a day we bring counties and the diaspora together. So without further ado, I think the moderator for this session is Honorable Dr. Sakwa Bunyasi of the Kenya. He's a chairman of the Kenya Development Corporation and chairman of a board member of Vision 2030 board. Thank you. No, let's go to his next fellow. He has a representative. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Just, let me take over.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
All right. So before we buckle down to that particular discussion that we have there, just to remind you, of course, of the hashtag that we're using this morning, right? We began yesterday, KDA Homecoming Convention 2023. That is the hashtag. You can use that on all the social media platforms. I would like also to acknowledge with considerable pleasure the presence of Esther Waititu, the Chief Financial Services Officer here. Esther, karibu sana. I don't know if you have a word or two, you can come and we hear from you as well. I know Safaricom has also been very key, especially when it comes to diaspora affairs. When it comes to remittances, we can talk about the mobile global right now, which is a very easy access when we talk about that particular platform. But just to give you a few minutes, you can come over and you can also just give you introductory remarks. Thank you. Put your hands together and make me welcome Mr. Waititu from Safaricom.
So, good morning, everybody. It is a distinct pleasure to be here representing Safaricom. The part of Safaricom that I represent is a part of lots of money. And I think that excites many people. So I run M-Pesa. M-Pesa is what fuels this economy. I'm very proud to say that at least 60% of what we spend in this country actually comes through our network, which is M-Pesa. And so I think being at the center of the conversations today is so critical to us. We also want to hear and see how we can continue to support the diaspora flows coming in, how we can then enable that through the counties. It's good to see all the counties. We work very, very closely with each one of the counties to try and see how we can ensure, from a revenue collection perspective, things are working well. In terms of dissemination of information, that's also working. We've gotten into specific partnerships, even with the central government around health, around thinking about how we also do a consensus in terms of how many people do we have, how do we provide for them. So it's important that we anchor the infrastructure that enables the movement of both people, money, and ideas. So today we're very excited to be able to share some of this, and I will be speaking a little bit later. But thank you so much for the efforts that you do. Coming together in this way, you've all volunteered. None of you were actually asked to join this organization. It's not a mandatory one, but it's one that speaks to how can we come together, lift the livelihoods of each one of our people, and ensure that we are moving forward together. So it is an absolute pleasure to be here today, and looking forward to the dialogue that we're going to have this morning. Thank you, and this afternoon. Thanks.
Yes, as promised yesterday, right? When you hear this, don't get offended, right? Right? Was it in school we were taught about that doll? What was that effect, actually? When you hear the bell, you start now salivating because it's lunchtime. Huh? What was that effect? I can't remember that effect. We were taught in Pavlov's law, yeah? Pavlov's law, yes. That was way back. So, yeah. Some of you are starting to salivate, but salivating for something good in the conference this morning. Thank you so very much, Esther. We really do appreciate also your partnership with Kenya Diaspora Alliance as well. We just want to hear, because this primarily we're focusing on the counties. What are the interlinkages that we do have, the investment opportunities? When we talk about the on-source revenue, that is very pivotal for the counties, because now we want to do the uncoupling of the national government and the county government has been a very frosty relationship, especially when it comes to funding. We've seen this happening. The Council of Governors coming to the fore and complaining that the money has not been disbursed. And a case in point has been the El Nino effect, where we hear 10 billion shillings has been disbursed, and the County Council of Governors are coming again and saying no money has been received on the ground. So who is fooling whom? That has been the question. But that is not the case. Today we want to see what are some of the opportunities. And also in front of you can see there's a brief there from Kakamega County, highlighting some of the investment opportunities that are there. Let me just pick a copy just to run us by there. Then we shall hear also from Taita Taveta as well. What is the opportunity that we have in Taita Taveta? A huge expanse of land. How can we turn out that to be an arable land that can be also very key in streamlining agriculture sector in this country? So allow me at this particular juncture, I want just to give the opportunity to Taita Taveta County to come to the podium, and then we'll hear also from Kakamega. Especially, let's just begin with Kakamega because we already have the portfolio. If the CEO of Investment Agency is here, all right, she can come and highlight, take us through some of what do we have there. Kakamega County, who we have right now, Fernandez Baraza as the governor of Kakamega County. Kindly put your hands together and make me welcome Kakamega County. I give you 5 minutes. Is that enough? I go with my bell. When you hit toll, you stop. I do too. She's asking for 7.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Asichi. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Kakamega County Investment and Development Corporation. I'm really happy to be here. Dr. Shem, we are very, very happy for what you're doing with the Kenya Diaspora Alliance, and all who have taken their time to fly in to listen to the agenda of the diaspora, and those who are following online. We bring you greetings from Kakamega County. Mulembe, Mulembe, Mulembe Handi. That is how we greet home. Yeah, so I'm trying to bring a touch of home here in Nairobi. And I want to also inform you that the Deputy Governor, Kakamega County, will be joining this session. And I think maybe when he'll be here, he'll be given time to say hi. And I want to talk about the private sector opportunities in Kakamega County. And there are things you really need to know about Kakamega. And one of the things I want to ask you, that did you know that Kakamega County hosts the only tropical rainforest in Kenya? Kakamega Forest, indigenous trees, rare butterflies, colobus monkeys, rare snakes, and it's a very good avenue for ecotourism. Not only that, we have the famous crying stone, which is a legend. When you come to Kakamega, when you know you have arrived, you'll see that stone as you are approaching Ilesi. Also, we have the famous bullfighting, okay? That when you come to Kakamega, you have to see the bulls fighting. Don't miss that. We are the only county in Kenya with a king, the Wanga Kingdom. Have you ever been to the shrine, the Nabongo shrine? Also, we are the only county with a very beautiful dance called the Isukuti dance. And that Isukuti dance has been recognized by UNESCO that it should be taken care of so that it does not become extinct. So there are a lot of things you need to do when you come to Kakamega, and I think you'll enjoy yourself of our rich culture. Now, there are quick facts you need to know about our county. We host the largest rural population in Kenya of approximately 2 million people, providing a wide consumer base for goods and services. We are a member of the Lake Region Economic Bloc, hosting 14 counties with a population of over 14 million. And you know that these economic blocks were formed so that we can be able to have an economic base, a wide economic base for growth and for development. Agriculture is the main economic activity, and it contributes to over 65% of total earnings. And not only that, this sector is employing over 80% of the people in the county and contributes to over 52% of the county's GCP. So meaning if you come to Kakamega County and you want to do manufacturing, value addition, you will not go wrong. Also, in other aspects, I'd like to tell you that in terms of infrastructure, we have the best rural infrastructure in Kenya. Accessible roads for goods and services. And not only that, for the last 10 years of devolution, the county government upgraded 152 kilometers in the 12 sub-counties to bitumen standards. We sometimes even dry our local maize on the roads. Also, we have constructed modern markets, the Kakamega County Teaching and Referral Hospital, a 750-bed capacity, which is 85% complete, and we are looking for an investor to equip, complete construction, equip, operationalize the same. On good governance, we have political goodwill for investment. We have an efficient administrative structure up to the village level. Kakamega County has 12 sub-counties with 12 sub-county administrators, 60 wards with 60 ward administrators, 400 community areas with 400 community area administrators, 8,000 village councils, If you want an information to reach the village, somebody in the village, it will take you 7 minutes for everybody in Kakamega County to know an agenda that the county is driving. And efficient communication is a very good tool when you are driving investment. Also, we have a dedicated investment promotion agency, Kakamega County Investment and Development Agency, that is a one-stop center for investors to coordinate administrative procedures. We also coordinate the issue of incentives to investors, such as giving land, also provision of utilities to sites such as three-phase power, accessible road. So in the last 10 years of devolution, Kakamega has maintained top positions in terms of development. His Excellency, the Governor Fernandez Baraza, is also the chair of Finance and Economic Affairs in the Council of Governors. So we have also held the position of the chair of Council of Governors for 2 terms. So that is something great that you could learn about Kakamega. Now, what I want to say is that the Investment Corporation is a semi-autonomous county government corporation. It is a limited company whose role is to attract investment. And one of our priorities is to strengthen investment promotion programs, develop partnership and collaboration frameworks like what we are doing. We have a signed MOU with the Kenya Diaspora Alliance, which was signed 2 years ago, and that's why we are key participants in this event. Also, we develop and implement investment policies, strategies, systems, procedures. Resource mobilization is our key role, and we also strengthen our investor facilitation processes. If you come to Kakamega and you're an investor, our role is to ensure that you are comfortable, you are able to operate normally, and in case there's any issue, we are the ones to take care of that. Also, we are advocating for some specific investment opportunities that we would like you to grab. And His Excellency the Governor has 6-point agenda for development, and one is health, sanitation, and hygiene, wealth creation, food security, good governance, social development, and education. And because of that, we are looking for areas of collaboration in affordable housing. I was very happy to hear the president of the Diaspora Association talking about those who require hostels, to see him. We will be seeing him shortly because we have Masinde Muliro University, which has over 16,000 students, and their capacity for hostels is only 5,000. Diaspora community, can you grab this opportunity? We have the hospitality industry. We are hosting the first Kakamega International Investment Conference, 6th to 9th February 2024. We want you to see the opportunities we have in hospitality to come up with star-rated hotels. Also, we have also an opportunity for the construction of an investment conference center, climate action projects, especially for the conservation of Kakamega forests, renewable energy, waste to energy. I heard him mention about it, the trash to energy projects. Already we have attracted an organic fertilizer plant in Kakamega County. And what we are saying is, in fact, the US ambassador, Meg Whitman, was in Kakamega County on May 30th to launch the organic fertilizer plant, Regen Organics. And we are very, very happy of that project. Now, we are also calling you that we have an industrial park. You know the county aggregated industrial parks? So the opportunity we have in our industrial park is value addition, maize milling, dairy plants, edible oil, warehouse construction, avocado pack houses, motorcycle assembly plants, banana value addition. And all this, we know we have a market in the diaspora. Also, we are saying that we are also very good in sports. If you saw the games, we have the Buhungu International Stadium, which is under construction. We are still looking for partners to help us construct and complete it. But the phase which is complete, you can see the population when there's a game. And actually, we are even hosting the SACAFA, the under 18 program currently, and it is, I think it ended or it's still going on at Buhungu Stadium. And what I can say is that you are really, really most welcome. If you can see your screens, we were launching the county integrated aggregation parks in Likuyani, where we were having the president launching the same. We also, if you look at, we have the groundbreaking ceremony. So thank you very, very much for listening to me. And we have our officers from Kakamega County. You can stand up and wave. If you have any question, kindly reach out to them. And thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Esther. A round of applause for Esther. Right there you have it. A great opportunity for investment in Kakamega County. Did you mention also that you have a conference coming up next year, Esther? Yeah, the investment conference. Esther, did you mention the investment conference? Did you remind our delegates? I think she's occupied, she's not listening. Right, or she did. Maybe it passed me. Fantastic. So that will be also a good opportunity for you to come and make sure that you engage them intensely as far as those opportunities are concerned. We want to head over to Wadawida, eh? Wadawida, no. We want to go to Taita Taveta and have Wadawidas telling us also what are some of the opportunities that we do have in Taita. Do we have anyone from Taita Taveta? Taita Taveta? Taita Taveta was meant to be here. Yeah. Tunakugoja hapa. Oh, nyinyi si kutoka county, lakini mnatoka kule. Utatuimbia Wadawida, eh. Yeah, beautiful song that we have from Kakamega County. So even as we wait for Taita Taveta, I will be joined virtually as we wait for the governor of Vihiga County, Dr. Wilberforce Otichela as well. You understand that it's now participating in the conference that is COP28, him as the chair also of that docket in the Council of Governance. So in the Council of Governors, so he's actually heavily engaged on that as well. But from Taita Taveta, we'll have different presentations. So because we want to hear what is happening. Fantastic. Yeah, I thought actually you're coming to take some selfies and. All right, you can give us your name and you tell us, especially you have different facets: energy, mineral, and water. Or what docket will you tell us this morning about? Anyway, just come to the podium and you got 7 minutes. You can use this mic.
Good morning. I am Thomas Juma, the Economic Advisor to Taveta County. We are here specifically to tell you a few things about our county and the opportunities involved. Taveta is located in the coastal province, about 200 kilometers northwest of Mombasa, and then about 300 kilometers southeast from Nairobi, along the Great North Road. It's also endowed with rich mineral resources. We have iron ore in industrial quantities. We have copper, also industrial quantities, manganese. We have gemstones. We have so many minerals in Taveta. And I'm sure anyone who thinks about mining would first think about Taveta. It's the one place where you have around 85% of mining in the Republic of Kenya. So if you are an investor here and you are thinking about mining, don't think about any other place. The place is Taveta. On water, we have so many sources of bulk water. We have 3 sources which can provide 30,000 cubic meters of water per day. We have Njoro Kubwa, we have also Njoro Ndogo, and we have the famous Mzima Springs, which has been supplying the whole of coastal province with water since 1940s. We also have in Taveta huge opportunities in agriculture. In the Taveta area, we have vast arable lands. And for your information, even Mwea scheme does not come close to the Taveta in terms of acreage. The acreage available there for rice plantations is about 2 times what is available at Mwea. So if you are here and you are investing in agriculture and you think about investing in rice plantation, you have to come to Taita Taveta. Umekaribishwa sana Taita Taveta. Lastly, we also have a very big open area in the name of our ranches. In those ranches, we have the best quality of beef. We have the best quality of animal produce that you can ever think about. In Taita Taveta, we have what is called disease-free zone, and it is the only place in the Republic of Kenya. So if you want to invest in livestock, you want to invest in processing of anything on livestock, please come to Taita Taveta. Lastly, Taita Taveta, Kenyans, you all know that we have been supplying the whole Republic of Kenya with women since time immemorial. Do you agree with that? If you are Kenyan and you are here and you are not married, you are welcome to Taita Taveta. You come and get a beautiful woman. I have my friends, my colleagues. We have I mean the three of you, the four of you. Stand up, I introduce you quickly. We have on the very right our director mining, and then we have our liaison officer in Nairobi. We also have our director energy, and we also have our director water. Thank you very much. During our interactions with the investors later on today, we are hoping to engage you more on exact projects that are available for investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there are opportunities, diverse opportunities, as he has mentioned. So make sure you keep it also. You keep your eyes peeled for those opportunities in Taita Taveta as well. So you've come with a lady from Taita Taveta. I think now she's available, right? Is she available? Yeah, we'll check out if she's available. But for me, I'm married, so unfortunately. But I heard there's a bill about polygamy in the National Assembly. If we have any legislators, I don't know what the bill of polygamy is all about, that we want also to enroll one or two women according to the African culture. But we still insist that, of course, you'll be married to one woman, as it were. So thank you so much for the sentiments from Taita Taveta, and we are also looking forward to hearing more, especially from the energy sector. Also, we've heard of the minerals, diverse wealth of minerals that are actually embedded in Taita Taveta, and also we'll be discussing about water as well in Taita Taveta. So we look forward to hearing from them more and more. Is there any presentation or representation from Vihiga, maybe in the house? Before we hear from Governor Otichilo virtually, when he is ready, or any other county for that matter that are presented here this morning? Anyone? Not yet. Good. So just to move on with the program, I wanted just to remind you as well that we have our exhibitors who are here, our sponsors that we need to acknowledge as well. Allow me just to pick up my program so that we can, and you can see a list of them from the UFA. Thank you very much. Yeah, so of course, they always say that you cannot whistle a symphony. It takes a whole orchestra to play a symphony. And it is all about cooperation, partnerships as well. And we have Mivida Homes, who also are with us. They are our key sponsors as well. And we had remarks yesterday, engagements from them, from the panel. Also, we have UFA, that is the Financial Assets Authority, who also are our sponsors as well. Kenya Chamber of Mines, Kenya Airways. We want also to appreciate the grateful help of Unity Homes. And we have all these exhibitors here. We Do Africa, and We Do Africa as well will be having their We Do Awards this evening. We have Motion Realtors, Post Bank, Credit Bank, CMA, Securities Africa, amongst many others that we do have who have made this particular convention also a reality. So we want to appreciate you. A round of applause for our partners again. A round of applause for them. Wapigeni makofi mzuri tafadhali. Right? So kindly, when you get time during a health break as well, it will be a handy opportunity for you that you can grab to just go and get to know what are some of the products there and services they are offering at the exhibition booths outside. So you might be also well informed to make also informed decision moving forward when you're making your plan for the next 1 year. Or for them that they normally make it annually, they sit down as a family, as a company, and you're making a projection for the next also decade as well. People plan for 100 years, right? Ask your neighbor, do you plan for the next 100 years? All right? We know China, they normally sit down and plan for the next 100 years. 100 years from now. Of course, I'll not be alive. I don't know by then, right? 100 years from now. But they always say that, you know, we've not inherited this earth from our ancestors, isn't it? But we've borrowed it from our children, right? And it is for the children that we make all these decisions for the next 100 years. When we talk about sustainability, which has been the biggest also conversation here yesterday when it came to looking on what offers we have in the Capital Markets Authority. Everyone has been talking about the economy and social and governance, ESG, sustainability financing, how also everyone has been now, because of the Capital Markets Authority, you're required to be compliant with the integrated reporting. That is not just about your profits at the end of the day, it's about the people, it's about the planet, and it's about your profit. So it's about PPP. That is where the world is gravitating to. That as much we're extracting, you know, from this earth to make sure we have products, we have our manufacturing sector moving on, we have different facets of, you know, revenue generation moving on. We have also to give back to the society. We've got to be, you know, doing it responsibly. So how compliant are we? And even all these sustainability reports that we do have as well, do we interrogate them to see if this is a true reflection of what is happening on the ground as well? Or that is just about a greenwashing that is happening in the name of reports that are coming forward, right? So how is it? Is it a true reflection? Do we have robust metrics, right, in auditing these things when it comes to the green financing, green investment, just sustainability reporting? Because as it is right now, I was just reading from the reports that was there. Let me just pick up my phone. Because Ernst & Young, they released their reports. I highlighted that. Thank you so much, Balalozi. They highlighted their report they released in November on the attractiveness of Africa. I read that, a bit of it yesterday, and just maybe a tiny reminder for them that were not here, what it all really entails, just to prime you on how Africa is really ready for investment. So this is the Africa Attractiveness Report 2023 from Ernst & Young. And it says, according to the recent report, investment into the continent, it has started to recover. Or it started to recover in 2022. And of course, we know 2020 what really happened with the COVID-19, where they normally say it was our annus horribilis. Annus horribilis, of course, a word that was put in the public lexicon by the late Queen Elizabeth II, when she talked about 1992 was a horrible year for her. Horrible year for her. The Windsor Castle was raised into ashes. We had, or not really ashes, but it burnt. We had also some of his children divorcing. And she said 1992 was a terrible year. And 2020 was a terrible year for many of us, our companies, and we can allude to that particular fact. Retrenchments were there. We had also companies shutting down. We lost our loved ones through COVID-19. But this report says Africa is on an upward trajectory since 2020. South Africa led in terms of number of FDI projects. Egypt was the largest recipient of FDI in value terms. We have clean tech, when you talk about sustainability, taking a big portion of that, emerging as a leading Foreign direct investment sector in 2022, there are emerging opportunities also in that particular sector. If you may just read that particular report. We have here in East Africa some of the outliers like Ethiopia, Zimbabwe, and Namibia. Ethiopia, despite being the world's fastest growing economy until the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, slowed its progress a bit and had still largely been on an economy driven by state interventions. We have a state which also is trying to push this particular sector moving forward. And you can read on that particular report, which has a lot of information on where we are at. So we're in a good place, and diasporans, this is a good place for, of course, the remittances, and to come and invest, diversify our portfolio, not only just in the financial sector and the real estate that has been the two pivotal areas that we've been looking, but we're broadening our knowledge and understanding on how we can move forward on those particular sectors that are given for you to invest in. All right, so we want just to move on with our conversation. And I wanted I don't know if, I know KDA is here, we can just get some information from Kenya Development Corporation. We have a representation there just to stand instead of Mr. Sako Punyasi, who's the chair of Kenya Development Corporation, and Vision 2030. Right, so this Vision 2030, they can speak broadly to it. We know we were supposed to be having the medium terms. They should be telling us where we are at. We are in 2024, so to speak, because we're just some few months shy to 2024. So Vision 2030, in essence, should actually be having its sunset in the next 6 years. Have we realized some of the key pillars, realization that were meant to be, of course, achieved by 2030 from the political, the economy, and the social pillar? We'll get a broader understanding from there as well. So let me I will ask you to put your hands together and make me welcome Kenya Development Corporation Authority Kenya Development Corporation to just give us more information on what they're doing, Vision 2030, and we look forward to engaging you also on panel discussion as well. But for now, let's get some highlight from you. Thank you. This is okay.
Good morning. Is it working? Is it on? Okay, yeah, it's working now. So good morning again. Yeah, my name is John Dongo from Kenya Development Corporation, representing our Director General, Nora Ratemo. So Kenya Development Corporation, I think most of you might not have heard about it. Maybe by a show of hands who have heard about KDC? Yeah, less than 50%. So KDC was incorporated in 2020, started operations in 2021 as a result of a merger of 3 government DFIs. That is ICDC, Industrial and Commercial Development Corporation, Tourism Finance Corporation, TFC, and IDB Capital. So those 3 DFIs were merged, and that's how KDC came into being. So KDC, its main mandate is to catalyze economic development of the country. We always align ourselves to the government agenda. So right now we are aligned to what the government is focusing on, and we are looking at several sectors. That is tourism, manufacturing, ICT, blue economy, we have health, we have post-harvest management, we have climate change as sectors of focus, though it doesn't mean that we cannot finance any projects from other sectors. But those are the main focus. But over and above that, we have according to the government's better plan, we have value chains which we consider low-hanging fruits, like cotton, leather, dairy, blue economy. Those are the about 6 or 7 sectors that we are looking at. So, but basically our work is to finance through debt or equity. You'll find that most of the financial institutions, they are very hesitant to provide equity. But for us, we do equity financing, and we also do startups. So there's also a gap in financing when it comes to startups. So if you go to most of the traditional banks, you will not be able to be financed if you are a startup. So KDC is looking at financing both expansion and also startups. And when it comes to especially those people who are in the diaspora, I know sometimes it becomes very hard for them to invest here because they lack presence here. So what we have done, and we have done it many times, and especially during the early days of independence and even after independence, we also teamed up with many of foreign investors to set up companies that are still operating even up to now. You look at companies like General Motors. General Motors, you have substantial shareholding, and it was a result of a joint venture between us and General Motors. You look at companies that we even later sold off, things like East African Industries. I think most of you will remember East African Industries. We're the ones who co-financed that project. Look at even Everready then, when they were doing very well. We were partners with Everready. Uchumi Supermarkets, we're actually the ones who started Uchumi Supermarkets. Centum. Actually, I remember when I joined KDC, Centum was just managed as a department of ICDC. So we have been able to come up with those kind of investments. And what I would encourage the people in the diaspora is to come to us, sit down. We are very good at equity, because equity investments. So come, we sit down, so we become partners. Instead of us becoming only like financiers, we want to also become partners. And that is how we are able to de-risk most of those projects. So that is a product that will fit very well with the people who are in the diaspora. And we have a desk outside there. So if anyone wants to engage us later after this session, we are ready and willing to listen to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, the mandate as we see it is just to promote sustainable socio-economic development by providing development finance, infrastructure, finance, business support, and advisory services to medium and large-scale industries, infrastructure projects, and commercial undertakings in target sectors in Kenya and elsewhere. And of course, all this information is available at their exhibiting booth there. You can just pay a courtesy caller where you can get all that rich repository of information from there on. Right now, I want just to welcome back Esther Waititu. She had just given an introductory remarks earlier, and for them that are joining us right now, even online, she is a Chief Financial Services Officer at Safaricom PLC. Kindly put your hands together and make me welcome Esther Waititu, just to give some insights on the financing strategic infrastructures. I don't know for the county, but that is not really on the county productivity, but she can just generally give us an overview under that particular subject. Thank you. Put your hands together, make me welcome Esther.
So good morning once again. It's nice to come back twice. It's really an honor and a privilege to be here with you as we celebrate the 10th annual Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention. As I spoke earlier, I said it's a great point of connection for all of us. And the fact that we've been able to carry on this tradition for 10 years, I think is something that we should not take for granted. It's a demonstration of the resilience that we have as Kenyans, irrespective of where we are, the connection we have to our home, the unity and the strength that we can deliver as a united group of Kenyans. So today we not only reflect on the progress that we've made, despite the challenges that we face, but the theme of this year is how we innovate, fintech, and investments towards a 1 trillion. Let me just repeat, 1 trillion. If you say it with me till now, the Bible says when you speak something with your mouth, it will come true. So can we say 1 trillion? Yes, 1 trillion Kenya shillings. So this actually captures the transformational potential that lies within the intersection of technology, finance, and the aspiration of our people in our diaspora. The diaspora community plays such a critical role in connecting nations, fostering economic growth, and building a bridge between home and the wider world. At Safaricom, we understand the significance of this connection, and this is why we have invested in creating a remittance service that not only meets the expectations, but exceeds the expectations of you, our valued customers. Remittances, as you know, is the leading source of foreign exchange. According to data from the World Bank, Kenya accounts for almost the same value of annual formal remittances as its 5 neighbors put together. 4 billion compared to 4.9 billion that the East African region has from a remittance perspective. This is very big. As such, what does this tell us? The work that we do in the counties, the work that we do in our economy today is a lifeline for many lives and families in this country. However, it doesn't always come easy. Remittances face a number of challenges, both the diaspora community and the recipients of the funds that come through the diaspora, from high costs, unfavorable exchange rates, extended transaction timelines, and sometimes the misallocation of funds earmarked for investments or projects are some of the hurdles that we face. But as a community, we must collectively address some of these challenges. Furthermore, there exists a gap in the direct participation of the diaspora as investors in lucrative ventures, limiting the potential impact of remittances on economic developments. So what we're doing today, by different investors showcasing what potential we have here, is such a key part in terms of ensuring that funds coming through the diaspora are being invested in the right places, and you're able to dialogue and meet with those who can enable this. Financial services today are a key part of ensuring that this happens. So today, when you think about, on average, that 60% of our remittances in Kenya are actually done through digital channels, it means that the infrastructure that underpins digital technology is essential in ensuring that we connect the funds coming through from the diaspora to the recipients on this side. Today, we're proud to say that majority of the customers receive these funds directly on their phones or on an app, which means you no longer have to walk long distances to branches. And I know someone spoke about Postbank. You don't have to go all that way to start to get your money. Your money is readily available. The greatest impact M-Pesa has had is that it's also significantly lowered the cost of receiving remittances. From more than 10% of the transaction value, which is what used to be charged before, today we're at about 3% of the transactional value, achieving not only driving value for our customers, but achieving the goals, the SDG goal of bringing remittances costs down to 3% by 2030. So as M-Pesa, we're already ahead of that target. And so we're very proud to ensure that we can continue to develop. And as we continue to invest more and more in infrastructure, we hope that we can continuously bring this cost down. And also, the more people we get into this network, the cheaper it also becomes. It doesn't mean that we lock out different partners. Today, we have over 25 partners that we work with to ensure that this money is coming through. This includes the large international players such as Western Union, PayPal, and Visa. This has definitely by far driven down the convenience of accessing your money and the affordability. So now, today we're proud to say that we handle 90% of the incoming remittances in this country. Besides, yes, it's good. We must acknowledge, by the way, remember, Safaricom is our company as Kenyans. So this is what we're doing for ourselves. This is how we've enabled ourselves to progress. Sometimes this is often overlooked because you look at big numbers, big statistics, but cumulatively you can see what this has actually done to impact the lives of many. So as a result of this, we've also then created new products that allow for the use of money internationally. And this is what we call M-Pesa Global. M-Pesa Global is synonymous for reliability and affordability. Affordability being the key cornerstone of what we do. As we've demonstrated by the reduction of the transaction fees from a traditional pricing model, we now move to see how can we deliver value on something that is readily acceptable. So through M-Pesa Global, this means that the recipients can receive the entire value of the amount transferred, since we have made the money, the conversion of the flows coming through much easier and transparent to you. Consequently, our users have options. And so these investments, as we have spoken about, then become something that is a reality for a lot of our people. Remember, one of the challenges that we pointed out is that you've been sending money home, then you come and find that the house you are building is still a piece of land. But when you do this, you're then able to see where the money is going. And technology, again, through our data, you're able to even get images of what is going on. So we have strategically partnered with financial institutions and mobile money operators globally to ensure that the network is robust. Irrespective of where you are, you're able to engage and send money back home. But you know, with all of these things, we know the hackers. And I'm going to be polite, I won't talk about where normally they're found, because the counties will not be happy with me. But security for us is definitely a key concern, and management of fraud, just to make sure that no one loses their money. So we recognize the trust that our customers have put in for us. And so ensuring that your transactions are safe and secure, we employ the highest level of security to make sure that that happens. And we also aggressively tackle any issues around fraudsters trying to access money that belong to our customers. Our innovative technology and robust encryption protocols ensure that every single remittance that is sent through M-Pesa Global is safeguarded against these threats of fraud and security. Transparency is also the keystone of a successful financial service, and we take really a lot of pride in ensuring that we are transparent in all that we do. We believe that keeping our customers informed at every step of the transaction will make sure that they are able to make decisions around their money. With real-time tracking and notifications, our users have full visibility on their status of their remittances, fostering a lot of trust and confidence in the process. M-Pesa Global offers a convenient remittance solution, as it saves the recipient time and cost in terms of having to travel to receive their funds. And today we're going to share a few of those examples, because you can hear me as Safaricom or as Esther saying this today, but we'd also like to hear our customers speak of the same. We've also seen an emergence of interoperable wallets, so we're not locking out anybody. So for those who have got other preferences, we're also giving you choice. Our wallets are all interoperable across the East African region, meaning irrespective of where you are, And Dr. Shem, I know you were in South Sudan. Even in South Sudan, you can receive money, even where M-Pesa is not present. And so these are some of the things that we try and do across the region to ensure that money is accessible to absolutely everyone. We're also seeing emerging new corridors, and I'm really hoping that we can hear a few insights on that. We've seen corridors from the East emerging, for example, from the UAE, and you can imagine a lot of our governors are at COP28 right now, which we're able still to receive, so M-Pesa wallets are still open, coming from Dubai. But also, we've seen our partnership has seen us starting to support flows that come through from China, Bangladesh, Pakistan. So irrespective of where you are, you know that you have a route to send money home. This also enables trade for businesses, because it's not just individuals who are dependent on these remittances, but also small to medium-sized businesses that trade and need stock and inventory can also take advantage of this tool. So looking at our industry, the fintech sector has experienced a boom driven by digitization, especially post-COVID. These are some of the benefits. As difficult as the period has been, we've also found some new ways of being able to do it. This has reduced the cost of startups, so it's good to see KDC here talking about how you can invest. It's made investing in a fintech a reality. It's given people different sources of income. We work with over 70,000 developers, independent, transforming lives, because this is why we work at Safaricom in this way. So as we continue to expand our reach and enhance our services, remain completely committed and dedicating to providing a service to the diaspora community that supports their families, contributes to the economic development, and allows you to stay connected to your roots here at home. So listening to Elizabeth when she talked about the Kakamega forest, it is a reality. I believe to enter Kakamega forest, you can only use M-Pesa, right? So we're contributing, isn't it? And we hope that we can keep showcasing, if you use our app, we can start to showcase some of these things. We've developed the My County app. So a lot of the counties here have their own app built on the rails of M-Pesa that allows them to showcase and also allows their constituents to also connect with the leadership. So you can see we're doing many things. It doesn't always come in the form that you imagine, but we really hope that truly we're transforming your lives, those of your loved ones, and those of the businesses that you all serve. So thank you very much. But before I leave, in the spirit of showing with your eyes, there's a company that says seeing is believing. We want to share a video with you, which is testament from our customers around what we've been able to achieve with the things that we have been able to do from an M-Pesa global perspective. So I'm going to ask for the video to be played for the audience. Thank you.
Could we have the video, if it's ready? Tech? Are we good? Where are the sound guys there? Regan, are we good?
Okay. So we're good? As we're waiting for technology to set up the video that can give you this history and feedback from our customers, I think I also want to just make sure that I have passed on the greetings from Peter Ndegwa, our CEO, who's supportive of a lot of these initiatives, and it is our commitment that we want to continue working and partnering with you. Thank you so much.
My name is Ali Hassan Mohammed. I work in Lutheran World Federation as a project driver. Kazi yangu inanifurahisha sana kwa sababu nasaidia wale ambao wako na shida ya maisha. M-Pesa Global nimesikia kwanza wakati one of my friends amenitumania pesa kutoka nje through M-Pesa Global. Ile challenge nilikuwa napata, mtu akinitumania pesa from outside the country, inabidi niende forex bureau. Sometimes utakuta line ni mrefu. Kama uko Dadaab, unaweza kuwa uende camps, ulipe fare, kurudi pia ulipe fare. Hata inaweza kuwa utumie half a day kupata hiyo service. Inaweza kuwa ichukue hiyo pesa iko, lakini inaweza kuwa ichukue muda kama siku 3 kupata hiyo pesa. Vile nimepata M-Pesa Global, mambo imebadilika, unapata pesa yako. Ukiwa hata unalala, hauna habari, asubuhi unaamkia iko pesa kwa account. Alafu natumianga kulipa kwa school fees, nalipa kwa madarasa.
A round of applause for that. Thank you, Esther, for those felicitous remarks you've given us about Safaricom and how this journey, we are working together with the diasporans as well, and for the many products and opportunities that we have through your platform. We really do appreciate. Thank you. And of course, for also you making your solitary effort to just be here as well. We thank you so much. And pass our regards as well to the CEO that will receive the greetings. A round of applause for her again. Thank you very much. Now I want just to welcome on the podium quickly so that we can buckle down to a bit of discussion before we take our health break. Today we'll keep time. Irene Gadaiga, who's the Regional Director for Africa, Total Impact Capital, if she is here, you can come to the podium as well. We want just to give you that opportunity. Irene, are you around? So that we can hear from her as well. Irene from the regional, she's the Regional Director for Africa, Total Impact Capital. Total Impact Capital, any representative from there? Right, and I will seek the guidance of Sir Errol King on this as well to just advise me when Irene is around so that we can move on with this particular conversation. But if she's not, then we will go full steam ahead and constitute our panel on this. So I would want just to welcome here Simon Kirui, who will be able to take us through this particular conversation here before we take our health break, looking at the financing strategic infrastructure for county products. And we will be pegging our thoughts on food and water security bond, right? What is that all about when it comes to food and water security bond? Here also there's a green water bond. What does that really entail when it talks about green water bonds? And then also we'll be able to tease out also the investment opportunities in livestock value chain. We'll just get introductory remarks on this a bit from our panelists. Technologies for transforming artisanal mining for increased revenues for cooperatives and counties. And finally, adding value to county natural resources, best practice models. I think when we are looking under this, or under the rubric of all this that we are on the county, under the rubric of counties, and then we have all these thoughts that we're pegging on, this is where the conversation will be all about. And I would want to welcome Simon Kirui to just also come and welcome the guests or the panelists for this particular conversation. I don't know if this podium is a hindrance to you. Does it obstruct you so that we can move it? So that you can see, since yesterday, I think you also are struggling to see the panelists. So if our ushers could come and aid on this, we can just move the podium. I know I'm a Mr. Superman. I can do it by myself, but since I have to also make sure that I don't want to hurt myself to prove a point, I can just let our gentleman to come and also aid us on moving this. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the man of the moment to take it away. This is 10:32, so we have, how many minutes is that? Around 28 there, right? To 11 o'clock. So I'm going to be ringing my bell 12 minutes to time, right? And I'll be highlighting that now you should be winding up. Thank you.
Thank you, Dubal. Good morning. I'm not as good as Dubal when it comes to exercising to wake you up, but I just want you to stand up just a bit, just shake your hands as we get these people around. Just shake your hands, stretch. You know, I'm giving you an opportunity to sort of do things that you wouldn't do in a conference. Just, you know, take that advantage, just stretch. And then a little bit of your hands up this right side with the fist like this, and then down. Thank you. You can sit down. So
Why did I do that with that hand? It's a kind of, yes.
Sorry, Simon, to just interrupt. I wanted just to acknowledge that also following online that we have Reverend Dillon as well, who is following online. Also, we can clap for Reverend Dillon here, the publisher of a New York Christian magazine. Also, we do have Ambassador Professor Bitangendemo, right? The Ambassador of Kenya to Belgium, also, who is joining us from online as well, from Brussels. Also from New York as well, we want to acknowledge you, Dr. Rosemary Musumba, who also happens to be a co-moderator or online as well. So those are the people we want to acknowledge. I know maybe after 30 minutes you'll have dropped off, so we just want to take cognizance that and appreciate your presence as well. Thank you very much for choosing to be with us today. Thank you, Simon.
Thanks, Jabal. What pleased me here is we are not doing for anyone else. I usually say Africa is us and Africa is our business. So we are doing all this for ourselves. So when we're welcoming these panelists, amazing panelists here, and I think Esther captured it saying that when we are talking of M-Pesa, we are doing of something that is for ourselves, and it's an African-made. Is something that we create. We proud ourselves when we're in diaspora to say, you know what, we have technologies that have been made. I remember when I was doing some innovations, I said, you know, we are showcasing innovations from Africa, and one of them was digital payment, e-payment, M-Pesa. That is being, you know, every world is looking at this and they're amazing. So anyway, so let's welcome Esther, Chief of Financial Services Officer, Safaricom PLC. Karibu, Esther. Applause for Esther, please. Thank you. And then we have Dr. Paul Rwambo, Chairman, Kenya Veterinary Association. Please welcome him with a lot of applause, please. Thank you. And then on the list, again, we have Mr. David Sturms, the Impact Facility TAIF UK. Welcome, Mr. David. Thank you. And then on the list we have Dr. Patrick Kanyaro, Chairman, Kenya Chamber of Mines, KCM. I see. Can you give him a round of applause, please? So these are our panelists today. Please take full attention because, as I said, we are looking for solutions for ourselves. So, and let me just introduce myself before I let the panelists introduce themselves. My name is Simon Kirui. I'm one of the leaders of the Kenya Diaspora Association from Germany, but I have a huge interest in business. So I have a huge interest in, I'm a businessman. So when we are talking, I realized yesterday we were talking about partnership, investment, and we want to get rid of these things called donation. It won't help us. So we want to partner, we want to do business, and we will be having diasporan partners or business partners. So that is what we are talking, that is the topic. Thank you so much. So I want to give, start from my right side to let the gentleman on my right side to introduce himself, and then we take up from there, and then we give up there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for having me, and good morning. My name is Kanyoro Madenge, Kanyoro Patrick. I am the chair for the Kenya Chamber of Mines, and it's an honor to be here. I met the chair KDA when we were building the region, working in Kigali, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you.
Great. My name's David Sturmes. I'm the founder and director of the Impact Facility here in Nairobi. And met KDA sometime last year. We got a chance to travel together to understand a bit more about the needs for investment in this sector, and I very much appreciate a chance to contribute to this panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Dr. Stephen Kinia, and not Paul Rombo, as it was called. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of K-Lift Company. This is a microfinance company that deals basically with supporting the livestock production value chain. And I'm here courtesy of Sir Ero King, who actually linked me to KDA.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Esther.
Great. My name is Esther Waitito. I am with Safaricom. I'm the Chief Financial Services Officer, here to really see how we can enable remittances for business. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. A round of applause again for all the panelists, and Paul Daktari for having introduced you differently. And maybe I will start with you, having made that mistake. We have here investment opportunities in livestock and value chain. You are the director of K-Lift. I don't know what you're bringing on the table, because being one of the diasporans, where do you see the opportunities of synergy? Thank you.
Yes, as we know, livestock production in Kenya is a very, very major economic activity. And when you look at the rural livelihood, 70% of our people are actually earning their living through agriculture, and specifically also through livestock. And we started this company called K-Lift, and basically the theme of K-Lift is lifting Kenyans out of poverty through livestock. It was felt as, from the professional point of view of a veterinarian, that we can be able to impact our people in the rural areas by coming up with an organization that is specifically targeting supporting the livestock farmer. Because for a long time we have realized that most of the commercial banks, they are not very comfortable to give loans to this sector because it is viewed as a risky sector. And when these people are asked for title deeds, they don't have title deeds for security. So we came up with this organization, K-Lift, and the mandate is basically to create wealth through livestock. And we have a national footprint, and our interest here with the diaspora is that we feel we have a big opportunity out there of trying to even build the social capital, supporting our farmers, supporting those ones who are delivering services, supporting the entire livestock production value chain. And that's where we are coming into to the diaspora to see how we can be able to link up with them, to see how we can be able to influence and support financially this sector.
Thank you, Daktari. And maybe I go back to Esther on the same, bearing in mind that you told us about the global, M-Pesa Global, yeah, and yes, and the transaction that is going through, that is being taken by M-Pesa. You see all these transactions. Maybe on the same, do you see a possibility whereby the diasporans, given that they are transacting and remitting, could they build a financial, maybe track records that could also allow them to access other financial institutions for loans and whatever, for businesses?
So it's a very interesting and a very good question, and a very good connection with you, because what we do in M-Pesa is we're trying to broaden the number of services that we're able to provide. Remember, a payment is at the end of something. Yeah, it's at the end of a purchase. It has, you know, it is also the way we disseminate loans, and so we are very open to working with different financial partners. As you know, we've got Fuliza as one example, where you can actually access some level of overdraft to, you know, meet your daily requirements. We've now moved into, and let me just talk about the consumer ones, because this is where the access to credit becomes, we really want to democratize the access to credit using our platform. All right, so if you think about, we've talked about Fuliza, if you think about M-Shwari, which is also another credit product that we all are able to use, if you think about KCB M-Pesa, it's also another alternative that consumers can actually use to access credit. Now, coming into the business space, when we talk about the livestock farmers, we have solutions for actually merchants who are small micro businesses through being able to provide them with access to credit. How do we do this? We look at how their tills have been operating. Right? They collect money, we're able to see a trend, and on this basis, we're able to extend some form of credit. We're not a bank yet, so we're not the ones who necessarily give the capital, but it's partnerships with your likes of KCB, NCBA, and we're happy to get into different forms of partnerships where we can ensure that the money that is being extended then can go for a very specific purpose to increase their business. In fact, going forward, we want to make sure that we're creating relevant micro and small business offerings, because a lot of the financial institutions struggle with this sector in terms of being able to extend credit. We want to be the intermediary there, because we're transacting, we see your data, we understand who you're paying, we understand who you're talking to, and so this provides us with a massive opportunity. So yes, there are very many points of connection, and we are working to build these solutions so that we can scale them.
Thank you for the empowerment, Esther, what the M-Pesa is doing. We really appreciate, because you said you have the data, you see the trends, you see those who are defaulting, and it's really, you know, like you are the recommender for those ones who want to access credit and other facilities. Let me move on to Mr. David Armstrong, the impact facility. And I think they're all correlated, right? The impact facility, that's almost tell me about, again, enabling people to do businesses, and maybe on technologies for transforming artisanal mining for increased revenue and cooperation in counties. I don't know where you are at the moment, what counties, which counties you are in, and what you really do. Maybe you can just tell us a little bit.
Great, yeah. So we are currently focusing on the gold mining areas around Migori, Kakamega, and Narok, with a big focus on the Osiri Matanda mine site, which offers work to 5,000 people in just one space, and is a pretty significant artisanal mine. And we've been working in the sector for the last 6 years, realizing that too often communities stay impoverished despite the mineral wealth that they have. And so the mission of our organization is to transform mineral wealth into community prosperity. And looking at artisanal miners as small and medium-sized enterprises, we said for the local communities to thrive, we need to make sure that they've got access to the right technical skills, to fair markets, and most importantly, to fair capital. Because right now, being one of the informal sectors within Kenya, the artisanal mining sector is excluded from formal financial services. They're considered unbankable, but we believe they're simply unbanked, and we need to change that. And so we iterated our approach over the years and landed on a lease-to-purchase program, where with little or no collateral, we are able to provide equipment for improved productivity, improved health and safety, improved recovery rates that help them protect their workers and become more profitable in the process. If people don't have access to formal financing, it doesn't mean that they're not being financed. The informal financing they're currently accessing comes often at incredible rates. I've talked to people that said, we're paying 20% interest. I said, that's not too bad. He said, per month. That's 240% interest. So, and despite those extortionate charges, they're able to make payment one way or another. Mm. And so we believed we need to engage, we need to provide financing here. At the moment, that's not a slam dunk investment case. We work with a blended finance model. A lot of the training and capacity building that goes into helping them realize that they are businesses, and this is not just a subsistence activity, is grant financed. For that, we've got financing from the European Union, from the Dutch government, from a couple of corporate donors. But the actual equipment financing we do with private investors that are trusting us with their money to help extend crucial infrastructure for those artisanal miners that they could otherwise not finance, and it's going okay.
Thank you, David. I think you mentioned something about Narok, by chance or by default. I come from Narok. I didn't know even that there is mining in Narok, so it's funny enough. So, and then building on what Esther and Dr. Kinia mentioned, the facilities. Do you find an interface where you can plug in those other partners? Because I want to believe when you look into the SDGs, number 17 is partnership. And at the end of the day, it cuts across all the 17 goals. Where do they come in? And because I know why I'm just saying like this, I know M-Pesa is one of the, used. I think Esther will confirm that if that is true. So where do they come in?
Great. In terms of M-Pesa, that's already the preferred way of repayment from the miners. So we offer them the option of using bank transfers, but only very few people make use of that. M-Pesa is much quicker and easier for them to do. Also do it on a Sunday. So that's practical. And then mining is not at the forefront of Kenyans usually. It is a sector that employs indirectly about 800,000 people, directly about 140,000 people. Gold mining makes about 40,000 people, especially in Western Kenya. Then Taita Taveta is huge on gemstone mining with about 30,000 people working in the gemstone mining sector. You've got a number of quarries. There's graphite, there's iron, there's titanium that's running out at the moment, but a number of minerals here. And often mining is seen in conflict with agriculture. So to your question, we believe that's not true. With any livelihood, it's great to diversify income streams. And so we are working with our miners to figure out, especially for women that are at largest risk of losing their jobs through mechanization, how they can go into livestock to create an alternative income stream. Because there's a saying, a mine is born to die. There's a limited lifetime to any mine site by definition. And so we need to make sure that these communities benefit in the short term and then transition into having a better livelihood or a more diversified livelihood after. So very much keen to explore further how we can integrate activities more closely.
I think this is the African way to do it. So anyway, I come now to the Chamber of Mines. David raised something very interesting, that they find that there are some resources somewhere, but largely the people living there, they don't really benefit from the resources on the ground. And maybe building on that, because it was a comment that was observed by David and his group, what does the Chamber of Commerce Mining do to also support what they're saying? And maybe in extension, what's your role in all this, even building up to KBLC, though you are in mining? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will start by saying that the Kenya Chamber of Mines, just some bit of context, started way back in 1999, will be about 25 years next year. And that tells you that mining is a key player in this sector. Just to give a bit of some background, this country has been doing mining for well over 100 years. But for some reason, that still remains not very common knowledge to Kenyans. And as the Chamber of Mines, our business is to represent the private sector to ensure that we advocate for a good or at least fair playing or level playing ground for the actors in the sector. And we also lobby for policies that will help the industry grow. We are now at a point where we're working very hard to build partnerships, and I'm sure we are engaging, for example, with the impact. So that then we make sure that we bring more information to the people. Just to give you some bit of figures, mining sector contributes just about 1% of Kenya's GDP, and that is not anything to write home about when we know that we have minerals in at least 32 counties of the 47 counties. So we are glad that the new administration, the Kenya Kwanza administration, is looking at working with the industry to move the figures from round about 3.7 billion shillings per year to about 15 billion shillings. And this will only happen when then we work together. Just to go back to what my brother here, David, has said, we are looking at many sectors. We are looking at gold as a key driver because it employs a lot of people, and to do a gold mine, you don't need a very heavy investment. If you're looking at it, starting it as an individual, as a family, it's not a very heavy investment. And I want to appreciate the kind of support that they are rendering to the mining communities, because then people will be able to ride on the innovations and technologies to produce more. But I want now, the point I would want to deliver for this specific meeting is that as Kenyans, we need to get out there and play a greater role in the mining sector. Why do I say so? We all know that what is not farmed is mined. And certainly, a lot of what we are using here and will use going into the future will not be farmed. It will have to be mined. So just as we think through this, it is a great opportunity for us. As we talk about the energy transition, we have huge opportunities. I liked what my brother from Taita Taveta said here. He talked about huge deposits of iron ore, manganese, copper, and that's just one county. I'm afraid that some of the giants, like Kitui, are not here, because we know that they also have huge, huge potential. When we talk about our brothers in Kware, our sisters in Kirifi, I mean, this whole nation, we have huge potential. But what is it that we would want to see from the Kenyans in the diaspora? I will throw a challenge to them. For every $100,000 you invest, for example, in real estate, if you put the same investment informed, of course, by geologists and mining engineers, you will perhaps get 10 times the return. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. And I think that was, it actually completes the question that I wanted to ask, where the diasporans are coming in. We know that the minerals that are being found in this country, and actually most of the countries in Africa, are being processed by foreigners. We have nothing against them, but we know that when it comes to returns, of course, when they make their profit, they have a right to remit. In that question now, in that relation, where will the diasporans come in, and maybe specifically, and not only specifically in where they come in, but what kind of incentives, and not just any incentive, but specific incentives that could maybe make the diasporan to say, okay, this time around, I'm not going for real estate, but I want to maybe put my money in mining sector, processing and all that. So which kind of institutions that are helping the diasporans to get into maybe mining, processing and value addition?
Very quickly to respond to that question, I will first say that for every container that we ship, whether it's iron ore, manganese, copper, we are just exporting jobs. And I fully support the position of the Kenya Kwanza government that we need to do some value addition, no matter what level, because we cannot continue to export our minerals in their raw form, yet we need to create wealth and jobs in this economy. So I would want to encourage those in the diaspora to come and invest in basic processing. Why do I say basic processing? We do not want to say that you must put a plant of $5 or $10 million, so because we do not want to discourage anyone. We want to say, come, put your $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 in processing of copper, in processing of gold, and those kind of things. Then let that grow organically. Why do I say so? Yesterday, I just came back from Kigali. I'd gone to attend a mining conference, and believe it or not, Kigali, in terms of landmass, in terms of, Rwanda, in terms of mineral endowment, cannot be compared to this country. Yet, they have a fully functional gold refinery that I visited. They are also now processing tantalum, the only tantalum processing plant in Africa. So this is doable. When we think about what we have, then we should only do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. I've been alerted by Nepal that I've exited my time. So I want us to give a round of applause to the amazing experts here. And for the questions that you had, please approach them individually. I also have a lot of questions for you because I represent the diasporans. So I will come back to you. Can you give them a round of applause and then I give back to Debal? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. What a rich stream of information that we've had from our panelists. And in the spirit of keeping time, I know it's 11 o'clock on the nose that promised by that we should actually be, of course, winding up. But before you go, please, we need to take a picture. Tafadhali, Esther, please don't go away. We take a picture with you guys so that we can immortalize this moment, solemnize this one for remembrance for our books as well, celebrating our 10th anniversary. Thank you, Simon, for that good moderation you've had. I know you had a lot of information to share with us, but because now time is not really on our side, the clock is counting down on us, we have to take that particular. So hold your smiles, look at the cameras. Yes, 10th anniversary. Don't go yet. And this is quite an interesting conversation that we had, that, you know, if they say that Kenya's largely untapped mining sector is estimated to have the potential to earn the country $6.6 billion. 6.6 billion, we are talking about our debt. And here we have all these wealth and resources here. We are going for the Euro bonds, and yesterday we had the Sukuku bonds, and we have now even the Sumurai bonds, that even all the bonds in the world will take them. Yet God has given us all this wealth underneath. Can you imagine? This is the only country, when we're talking about minerals, we have an aquifer here in Turkana that they're telling us it can feed this country for the next 72 years. Can you imagine? You know what is excuse? With this aquifer that is in Turkana, the water is not potable. Why is it more potable? It is saline water. But why are we talking about PPP? I mean, aren't we really short-sighted as a country? You're talking about, you know, it will cost 30 billion shillings a month to make this water saline and potable. God, open our eyes, because these are resources that have been given in this country. And we're talking about debt, yet there are minerals here. For me, I was shocked when I had this information and we're still struggling. And let me tell you why. They're saying there's no investment. Let me just read on what they say. For years, the sector contribution to GDP, a measure of national economic output, has stagnated, hovering between 0.7 to 2.1% in 5 years. And all these investors are going to our neighboring countries because of the dead hand of bureaucracy, so many licenses, so many, you know, people want corrupt dealings. Could I have a share in your company? And you don't want to, I mean, this is what is killing this country. right? So we need actually to clamp the hand of corruption, stanch the flow of corruption in this country, because God has blessed us with everything that we need in this country. Below, we have enough. And this is what this conversation was all about. Thank you so much. I really appreciate, ladies and gentlemen, for that rich stream of information. We have to take a short break, and in the meantime, I just want to call Bonachea. Bonachea, I give you a minute, and I'll ring the bell. A minute. You don't even have to come here.
Yeah. Thank you very much. The good news, Diaspora already in mining. KDA co-owns a mine. And one of our partners is in the house, Mr. Nishil. Just stand up and wave. We already have a mine in Western Kenya, the Diasporas. A round of applause. Dr. Odongo is a miner, both in Tanzania and Kenya, small scale. Just stand up, give a round of applause. And Steve Kuria, President of Kenya Australia Chamber of Commerce, who will be with us in the afternoon, until recently was the chair of Mineral Rights Board. Basically was licensing miners. So diasporas are already in that space for a while. We kept away from the sector, but we have to get involved. Thank you very much. I just wanted to confirm.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair. All right, time for a health break. A round of applause for everyone for this particular session. Quite revealing. And I want to acknowledge also Dr. Raul Hinoja from California. He's here with us today. They call him the godfather of remittances. Where is he? Or I'm given to understand he's around. Oh, he's in the holder home. Is right? Where is he? Oh, he'll be coming back. Oh, he's just walked out, he'll be coming back. So we'll hear from him as well, the God of remittances. He's all about remittances, remittances, remittances. Right, we want to take a short health break. It's now, I think 2 minutes past 11. Could we just, if we can contract the time to 11:20? I know you had a lot of questions on this particular forum, but we didn't give you that opportunity because of time. And for that also, I want to express my regrets and my sorry as well because of that. But next time I think we'll try and also make sure the moderator, you afford yourself enough time for questions from the plenary, because I know they had a lot of questions. But our able panelists are still here. They can afford one or two few minutes to just engage you as you take your tea. And for now, I want to just also, as Kayamba Africa will be ushering us off, kindly make sure also you spread yourself around and exchange your contact as well. It's a good networking forum. Thank you. Kayamba Africa.
Thank you, MC Dibala.
Thank you, Dibala.
We can give MC a round of applause, please.
Musana kuri barabandi enda kuzimbura musana kuri barabandi enda kuzimbura yabakanta enda kuzimbura yabakanta enda kuzimbura musana kuri barabandi Belinda Mana wa Amerika 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 Chama kutaka makura Mana wa Amerika Uzakuiha Mana wa Amerika Chama kutaka makura Mana wa Amerika Uzakuiha Mana wa Amerika Ngorani Ngorani kuni nyumukeya Awendende kuni ngorani Ngorani kuni nyumukeya Awendende Balimani Kuni sadiginga Awendende Balimani Kuni sadiginga Awendende Wana wa Amerika Wana wa Amerika Shekwero 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 Wana wa Amerika Wana wa Amerika Shekwero.
Asanteni sana. Wow. Hey, tuko Naira. Asai Waiwanya. Hey. Bongo kabisa. Bongo.
Ioni tevioso. Ioni nevo man. Ioni asai. Ioni voice. Ioni nevo man. Ioni asai. Ioni Ioni gelle Ioni asai Ioni olende Ioni gelle Ioni asai Ioni asai Ioni asai Ioni chintugo Ioni nevo man Ioni asai Ioni champion
As we enjoy the music, please have your cup of tea over at the pool station. So you can go over there as we enjoy the music. Asante, continue the music. Thank you.
Kongoi kabisa.
Kongoi missing.
Oh, good sir. Thank you.
Thank you, President.
Let's go.
Ioni tevioso Ioni nevo man Ioni asai Ioni voice Ioni nevo man Ioni asai Ioni olende Ioni gelle Ioni asai Ioni olende Ioni gelle Ioni asai Ioni ilata Ioni asai Ioni asai Ioni chintugu Ioni nevo man Ioni asai Ioni champion Ioni champion sai hioni hioni olele hioni hioni ele hioni sai hioni hioni olele hioni ele hioni sai hioni. Belinda. Good morning. Kitinye vai vai, kitinye vai vai, kitinye nyene woman, kitinye voi voi, kitinye vai vai, kitinye vai vai, kitinye vai kitinye voi voi, kitinye nando, kitinye moi, kitinye kitinye voi voi, kitinye nando, kitinye moi, kitinye kitinye oye kitinye kindigo noi alela tenyon agola talengi kitinye oye kitinye kitinye ganyem defale kitinye burgi magenge kitinye oye kitinye nando kitinye moe tabu ne baba kitinye oye Alexi Chamme hitaya chamme giptaya chamme boy sekwe chamme temyoso chamme hitaya chamme
Thank you very much. We shall be back in a few. Twende tukunywe chai. DJ anatupatia nyimbo hapa. Tunarudi baadaye tena. Belinda, what are you saying? One more song. Huh? Haya, one more song and then we take a very short break. Tukutane hapa in the next 20 minutes. Hey, nani alitembea juu ya maji? Nani alitembea juu ya maji? Nani alitembea juu ya maji?
I am deeply worried at heart. I am deeply worried at heart. Cause the girl I love so well, my friend has snatched from me. Now I really don't know what to do, but to hang my head and cry for my lovely Elizabeth.
Boru, Bora, Boru,
my sweet Elizabeth.
My sweet Boru and my sweet Dinake hakingi munuma, Dinake hakingi munuma, Ere tunyendete munuma, Karahuri ryonderorire, Ruju ingororanako, Ruju ingwe katsa, Joe kambande ite,
Joe kambande ite. People say there are many girls that are really crazy after me, but I'm not interested in any. Save my lovely Elizabeth, my sweet Elizabeth.
Turu tutongo ture atu haria tongo naga toga itamai gori. Rundu ngororanda ko, rundu ngwe kacha, joe kambande ite, joe kambande ite. My sweet Elizabeth.
Chunya podi medogombi, kakane na medoheri, osiepe koro yoka yuaka, tia timranadi, jonga ya mapenjo, tia timranadi,
tia timranadi.
Everybody say down. Let's go. How low can you go?
I got me see. I got me see. Jam. I want to make you. Maybe it's your menu. You go tonga dendale hare. Hari chicha menu. Chamane lesowe. Chamane lesowe.
Sweet Elizabeth, but why did you have to go?
My Elizabeth, but why did you have to go? Come back to your lovely Lodi, yeah, you boy Lodi. Don't you miss me, whatever they may say. Come back to your lovely Lodi. Chama Elizabeth, Yasimo. Chama Elizabeth, Yasimo. Tiepo chama Eloi, Evi so biroti, Vega Google homo e hare,
iwetoke chamaneroi tamanenilesowe tiyatimurana-di joe kambandeite my sweet Elizabeth.
Shabash.
Abudiwa Bwana, tukuka Bwana, heshimika Bwana, tukuka milele. Wewe ni Mungu, hakuna kama wewe Bwana. Unayotenda, hakuna mwingine awezaye tena. Unarudishia watu miaka yao waliopoteza. Unarudishia watu miaka yao iliyoliwa na nzige. Ulimrudishia Ayubu miaka yote aliyopoteza, mali yake, watoto wake wote, Bwana ulirudisha tena maradufu. Bwana ulirudisha, yeah. Nami najua nitarudishiwa miaka yangu, nitarudishiwa iliyoliwa na nzige, nitarudishwa, miaka yangu iliyoliwa na nzige, narudisha, narudisha miaka yangu iliyoliwa na nzige, narudisha kwa jina la Yesu, miaka yangu iliyoliwa na nzige, narudisha, narudisha miaka yangu iliyoliwa na nzige, narudisha kwa jina la Yesu, nasima vyote nilivyopoteza kwa nzige, narudisha, narudisha, narudisha yote, narudisha kwa jina la Yesu. Nzige wamekula amani ya wengi, nzige wameharibu afya ya wengi mno. Angalia, imebakia mifupa mikavu. Tazama, imebaki mifupa mikavu. Lakini
Jaber mangeo, jaber kowada kodiaga, bene angeo nadwaro mondange, karchuni ni kure mondo wabedi kabaro, chunya pod medo gombi anyar Kisumu. Kawaga kwae mweno awangoro, ngoro ya kwayode, otire nyendete, haya, nokana niye nagodhaida, woina madoka naniye. Toko kiko lobao, toko kiko yemba, toko kiko somba, vewe na asta, komo ya sika, masairwa papesi, kondo ya difo etuna milelo toko ni asta. Mukhana muraiye, ibenda kuyanza, kulijenda lilyo, neliseba lilyo, yanza, ibimu yanze, wenyanga gorendi, ibinu yanza, nenyanga uze, ube uwanje. Tawaga kwai, wenwa wangoro, ngoro ya kwayode, gotire nyendete, haya, dokana niye ndagodhaida, woina mwandokana niye. Tuende param Jonero biyocho gisa verne Eo kangeo Nyakane waromo Omuhana murende penji Eo kangeo Nyakane waromo Omuhana mulali wanje Yanza Ibe nahu yanza ibe wanje Omuhana mulali wanje Yanza Ibe nahu yanza ibe wanje Bukula Gotirangane wa wiki Asha Eo kente onge Nowe wakwa wantene Gotirangane komisi Asha Eo kente onge Nowe wakwa wantene. Let's go. Badam Verne echunya verne echunya verne Wakwano wende okete Inze ndahu yanza muhana wanje Inze papa ndahu yanza muhana wanje Abukula. We'll stop here, Paul. Thank you for the applause. Oh, we are grateful. Merci beaucoup. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Nami nifanyeje kijana wenzio, nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuoa malaika, nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuwa wa malaika. Pesa zasumbua roho yangu,
jamani, pesa
zasumbua roho yangu, nami nifanyeje kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuwa malaika, nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuwa malaika. Kidege ukuwaza we kidege, kidege ukuwaza we kidege, nami nifanyeje kijana wenzio, nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuwa malaika, nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuwa malaika, ningekuwa malaika, ningekuwa malaika, ningekuwa malaika. Mama akina Sofia, mwambie Sofia wangu, nae atange vile na milele na milele. Mama akina Sofia, mwambie Sofia wangu, nae atange vile na milele na milele. Santawe kakae, mwambie yule wangu, nae atange vile na milele na milele. Sambae mwambie yule wangu, nae atange vile na milele na milele. Wasemaji walisema na misemo yao yote hayakuwa sawa kweli na milele na milele. Kakae dadae, mwambie yule wangu, nae atange vile na milele na milele. Alinyimwa pembe akapewa masikio, akapewa na mlio wa milele na milele. Alinyimwa pembe akapewa masikio, akapewa na mlio wa milele na milele. Kakae dadae, mwambie yule wangu, nae atange vile na milele na milele. Mamae mwambie yule wangu, nae atange vile na milele 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 na milele.
Young Africa there, a round of applause for them. And Mama Sophia, right? Just taking us to the old days, refreshing our memories as well. Thank you so much. We want to begin our session. We are also strapped for time. For them that are still outside, I will kindly urge you to walk back to the plenary. We continue with the program so that we can have ample time. And also joining me to drive this particular facilitation is Joyce Kwamboka on sign language as well. Thank you so much. I hope you've been refreshed and re-energized, at least now, to move forward, where we want to focus on technology and how we can now tap into technology to enhance various sectors of our lives when it comes to food security, when it comes to organic farming, when it comes to indigenous food, what is their communication strategy also in agribusiness. All this fall under this topic where we're going to peg our thoughts on. And we have Matt Mullenweg, who said he's a social media entrepreneur. He says technology is best when it brings people together. Technology is best when it brings people together. So even as we come together, we appreciate what technology has done for us. Were it not for technology, we wouldn't be having some of these services that we do have here, a microphone that you are within the sounding of my voice, the visual bit of it, that we have videographers, we are running online at the same time. Technology has taken us through different dispensations and epoch of time until where we are in today. And we still have more to know about this territory, what they call terra incognito. Some of the things that we've never discovered are still yet to be discovered, especially with artificial intelligence that is now being fetishized and gaining premium. And everyone has been talking about artificial intelligence, how the machines are going to take over humans. And there has been bugbears, fear, and trepidation regarding this. But how can we harness the power of technology to make us move forward in all facets of our lives, right? How can we harness the power of technology in information and consumption of news, consumptions of also knowledge? How can we use artificial intelligence even when we are in different parts and pockets of the world as diasporans as well? This is where we want to center our focus on. And I want us just to go deep, straight into it. I can see, because by now we're supposed to be joined by panelists also online, and I want just to hand over this opportunity to Sir Errol King, who will take us through this particular session. We'll be having also panelists who will be joining us online as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and make me welcome Sir Errol King, who will take us through this particular session. It is now 11:42, and we'll have half an hour for this. I'll be also just lifting up my hands, just indicating that we're supposed to. Again, a round of applause for Sir Errol King. That's a very feeble one. Good, a hearty one that will give him an encouragement. Yes, and some verve and vim to do the next session.
Good morning once again. Good morning all. Did we have a good health break? Yes. Excellent. So we're not in denial of food. Food is now the compelling issue that we're going to be discussing. And food benchmarks your dignity, whether of food, and we are finding ourselves importing an exponential amount of food annually. We often blame it on the weather, but the backdrop to that is that we have, as of September 2023, we have 2.8 million Kenyans who are food deficient. We have a further 982,000 Kenyans who are suffering from acute food deficiency. And we have 200,000 lactating mothers who are, again, food deficient. These are facts that we have picked up from various sources, but more, those are some of the data. To take up too much time, because there's a bell that will ring if I keep talking, but I just want to mention that in Kenya we benchmark food self-sufficiency through the fertilizer program, so we expect importation to be reduced by maybe 20–30%. But the fact remains, we are structurally deficient in food production. Food is tied into your dignity. And if you are out there as a civil servant, right, they are very good athletes, number one. Secondly, are they able to feed themselves? And not being able to feed ourselves is often solving a fly on the nose. I think that's very indignified. So food is our dignity. And if we're going to sit and talk amongst a table of nations, kindly let us take the first step of feeding ourselves. Thank you. The PS would have said the same thing in a different way, but now I take the opportunity to invite my very noteworthy colleagues and friends who are on the bench. Please, Professor, can you please take your seat? Professor T.A.G. Timbal is here. Mr. Ami Ben Israel. Thank you. Ami Ben Israel is our organic ambassador. He wears a couple of hats as this forum is concerned. He's also a musician, a very good soca calypsonian. We then have our communication strategist, Dr. Mwangi Deritu. Thank you very much. There's one more, is Mrs. Ruth Okowa, Country Director of Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. Is she in the house? No, okay. We'll miss you, but we'll continue the program as we speak. Now, thank you very much. We have some foremost authorities here. My question on such a broad topic and where we want to focus is the solution pathway. We know what the problem is. There's a food deficit which is chronic. We have Kenyans who are starving, we have Kenyans who are malnourished. What solution paths do we have? Mrs. Ruth would have given us perhaps an insight into what we can do with indigenous foods, how best we can improve the production in terms of varieties, in terms of cost. Yeah, thank you, Deba. So as we have now seated our panelists, they're known to you now and they'll be reintroduced themselves. We have an esteemed Kenyan. He's one of our technology gurus, and he's going to lead the discussion on technology for enhanced food security and quality compliance. So I call upon Ambassador, Professor Dr. Bitange Dimo, who is our ambassador to Brussels, to kickstart the meeting with a virtual comment. Thank you, thank you. Technology, can we have Dr. Bitange on the line, please? Yeah, asking for a little bit more time. As we continue, let me take this opportunity to introduce the team. Yeah. I think you can self.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mwangi Deritu. I'm an agribusiness consultant, and I'm also the author of agribusiness training materials, which we hope that will increase literacy in production of food crops in Kenya. Thank you.
Habari yako. My name is Teji Kimbo. I am the chairman, founder, and CEO of First Labs Global here in Kenya. I am based based here in
Managing Director of
Thank you, Mr. Ami. Thank you, Mr. Ami. Dr. Demo, Technology. Are you with us? I will continue. Kindly give us a head. Okay, let's just be patient. He's coming on. Professor Bitangi Demo, how are you? Welcome to the 10th Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention. We have been with you throughout as a diasporan. We've held several webinars with you, and you're a man whom we value as a Kenyan, a very, very important man in the technology space, amongst other things. We're here today at Safari Park Hotel, and we really would like you to take the floor and open this section on food security, and particularly on technology and how technology can impact on making our Kenya more food secure. Thank you. Dr. Demo, please take the floor.
Are you able to
That's a good question. We know there's a deficiency with the technology.
Yeah, I might as well give him my phone for a hotspot. That's got a better. Let's see how.
So as we sort out the technology, the order of contribution obviously would be from the indigenous food, because our food are so highly mineralized, and they have kept our Kenyans and protected our Kenyans even against COVID. They have created athletes that have consistently broken world records in their particular athletic discipline. As we are missing Mrs. Dr. Ruth Okowa, then the next alternative is to look at, which is also within the context of indigenous food, the organic food. Mr. Ami, what solution pathway in the organic sector can help reduce our food deficit, improve our nutrition, and make us more of a healthy nation?
One, two, 1, 2. Yes, I think the first step in the right direction towards improving the situation we're currently facing in terms of land degradation, etc., is education, or it's a sensitizing. I think we need to do a lot more marketing and making this information more widely available to the public as well as to school children, because first of all, the concept of organic agriculture and biodiversity, the biological activity of the soil, what it really takes to secure the future of the properties and the lands we're farming. It's not, most people don't know. So any chemical fertilizers that's brought to you, they're quickly accepted because the people are looking for fast turnovers and quick yields at the cost of the soil, as well as the side effects, the after effects of some of the chemicals being used in the commercial agri-space, particularly pest control and fertilizers and herbicides, do a lot more damage than have been accounted for. So I think making the people aware would be the first step. And then we can begin to look at some of the commercialization and helping to develop further some of the local organic producers who produce organic fertilizers, etc., as well as beginning to get behind the organic farmers with the necessary support systems that they would need. And those support systems are quite extensive. So we can go into that if we have the time.
No, thank you, Bwana. The word on hydroponics has been there for some time, and our Kenyans have tried in so many ways to make it happen, but it has not escalated. It hasn't really gotten to a commercial level where it can be recognized within that family of solutions. So please, aeroponics, most of us are not aware what aeroponics is. It comes from the family of ponics. So maybe you could define it for us and tell us how it provides a cutting-edge solution to our food problem in Kenya.
Thank you. Aeroponics, research done by NASA in 1995 up in one of the space missions, is the ability to grow food without soil. Why? Because transporting soil and water up into space where payloads are very sensitive to the amount of mass that you're taking is very, very not cost effective. After they did that, historically, several companies came up, including Disney, with a solution that they showed at Expo Center. But it was not at a point of where people were actually thinking. You have the classroom where the children come in and say show and tell, and that's what they do. Well, one enterprising young man bought all the patents and eventually sold it to a company in the US. And they have this technology that allows us to grow food that normally takes 3 to 4 months in 21 to 26 days. Leafy greens, berry fruit, vine fruit. We can't do at this present time tubers, high crop, or tree fruit. So I look at the situation here in Kenya and I say, okay, we're constantly shipping food. Every time you see another cargo plane come in, they'll show it to every single place around the world. And you get donations in to feed the people. But the people's solution is never sustainable. So as a company, First Lab said, okay, let's look at the technology and how can we scale it to where it is organic, no pesticides, no herbicides, totally NPK and some magnesium in water. Thought of possibility, we've worked all the details out. Now, it's finding the right place to put it so that our investment doesn't get picked and the people still starve. Thank you.
Thank you, Makofi. We have a solution, and can you see the solution path? There's a common denominator between the panelists. It's organic, less use of toxic chemicals, which often is a cause of cancer. So these gentlemen will ensure there are less oncology centers as we become more food sufficient in this country. But this information has got to be communicated. And one gentleman is from the Caribbean, so his Swahili would be a problem, and he'll have challenges. The gentleman has just arrived from the United States of America, so there's still some settlement cracks with communication. But we have a communication specialist in the house, Dr. Mwangi Deritu, and he's our own now from Kenya. He's the real thing in terms of communication. He is multilingual, can communicate in Kiswahili, Kikuyu, and several other languages from the mountains, I presume. So let's give Dr. Deritu an opportunity to explain how this knowledge can be communicated to our Kenyans so we can be better nourished and more food self-sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will start with the book of Genesis 1:11, where it says, "And God said, let earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose fruit is in itself upon the earth, and it was so. And the earth brought forth grass and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after the kind, and God saw it, and it was good." Today in Kenya, we are having a lot of people reading the Bible, but they forget that Genesis commands them is not empowered in agricultural production. Then it means that our industrialization is agricultural production. And food security is one of the most important things that people are forgetting. Right now there is a drive to plant a lot of trees. But what I would say is that if you've not planted a fruit tree this season and you're not planning to plant any, then you are doing yourself a disfavor. And what I would also say is that Diaspora should also support and sponsor planting of fruit trees in their primary schools where they were educated, and in their secondary schools. And if possible, they can even have a tag saying that they are the ones who planted. And if they get an opportunity, they go talk about the importance of food security starting from primary school. And where possible, because they know some of the support that is coming from the international community, they can start a small demonstration area in the primary school. Right now, we are talking about people planting flowers, and they're not bad. But the same space you are planting flowers, you can also plant some fruit-bearing plant that will also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you also serve as a flower. At the same time, you
Basically what Dr. Mwangi is saying, to get to the gates of heaven, you have to seek ye first the stomach kingdom. Yes? Seek ye first the stomach kingdom, and all shall be given. So we have solutions. We have solutions that will take us to heaven. We have solutions from our organic ambassador, solutions from our aeroponics ambassador, innovatively disruptive solution which has got to be communicated by Dr. Mwangi and his team. I want you to give them all a round of applause, please. I'm aware that the Kengele is going to be rung soon, so if there anyone in the audience who would like to have a question to this forum, please feel free. Can I see some hands up? Just stand up, please. Right, there's someone, Irene? Irene? Yeah. Can we get a mic to, 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 can we get a mic
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Irene Gadieka. I'm the Africa Director at Capital. It's headquartered in DC. This is a topical issue, and I'm thinking when you come up with solutions, the implementation part is the rather tricky one. And when you're looking at any project that you're looking we know that impediments are not necessarily the capability of implementation. What are the impediments that would prevent your vision from coming to fruition? Because I'm thinking, for instance, when I was growing up, we didn't used to buy sugar. We had enough sugar, but now we import a lot of it, and I don't believe that we stopped producing sugar, or suddenly all the sugar-producing areas became barren or something. So I think it's a bit of an introspection. Let's look at, yes, we have the ideas. What could stop them from being implemented, and in a timely manner, so that we stop having drought-stricken areas every year? Thank you.
I'll pass that on to the panelists because you seem to have animated them into a response. So that
it's a very important one, even today. And what we are saying is that there have been a mindset that whatever we eat should be bought from there, either from the kiosk or from somewhere, while we have the inherent capacity to produce a lot. But you see as if there's somebody's lost all. And this is why by now, the primary school and the secondary schools are becoming important, because it's a mindset issue that they should first of all start knowing that their areas and their soils and their climate are capable of producing so much more. But how would this be showcased? By them doing it in the primary school field, which actually most of the places is a lot, by learning how to do water harvesting. Some schools, as we are talking now, they don't know even how to harvest water from their roofs. You find that a lot of water is getting lost. Yet, you can have water harvesting technologies which can be supported by the diaspora community, as we are saying, and also those model gardens or model farms in each of the primary schools and the secondary schools, and even maybe in the churches, whereby people can be taught that, yes, in this environment, you can be able to grow this. Maybe what I can mention a bit, which is something that is becoming a bit important, is that recently Kenya overtook South Africa in the production of avocado. That is the export of avocados. Yet, the climate in Kenya is much better than South Africa. But now we are seeing Israel, a small country less than some of our counties, being able to earn more from export of agricultural produce than a whole country that, like Kenya, that is 10 times of Israel. So the question is, what is Israel doing that Kenya is not doing? Such that it's able to export much more, it's able to achieve its own food security, and Kenya is not. So that's why in the diaspora, you have a message that you need to pass that, yes, Kenya, you have the capacity, you just need to change your mindset. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene, for that question. I'm going to come at it from a different angle, because we're looking at a very holistic solution to an issue. Time and our treasure, and we don't waste any of it or see a situation to where we'll spend any of it if it's going to be wasted. We need to solve this as a team together, from the village level to the top. Thank you.
Yes, but Irene, great question once again, and I would answer you really quickly. I was told I have 1 minute in two parts, and what also really quick. I think the first response in terms of mindset and the direction, or people have been pointing in this direction. And unfortunately, I said this a few years ago at the Afro-Ecology Conference, that Africa has been behind the rest of the world trying to catch up in technology, in digitization, in housing, you name it. Africa has been in the back trying to catch up with the rest of the world, when the rest of the world, the West as we know it, is going in the wrong direction. So if Africa turns around, it's in the lead. I said that again. If Africa turns around, Africa will lead the rest of the world. So I will be real brief. One of the solutions we have brought with our company, ABI Organic, we have a concept. We say love the land, and the land shall love you in return. To teach people the value of the land and why you have to give back as a farmer. You cannot constantly take. You have to put nutrients back in. That's one. And in terms of modern technology, when modern technology came into Africa, so did a lot of harsh chemicals. And Africa has been the dumping ground for harsh chemicals, agrochemicals, from so many countries. So our concept now, that we embrace as a company, is modern technology with ancient wisdom. So we use the irrigation systems, we use the greenhouses, we use the shade net houses, we design, we do everything, but we only use organic inputs that regenerate the soil and non-toxic chemicals that can be consumed within 1 to 2 days after being sprayed, and not have any toxic residue. So that's our concept. So I think once again, we need to push in the direction of regenerative agriculture and implement that with everything that my brothers have said. We have to push through.
I think we are constrained by time, and these sessions we will have our panel available to have one-on-one discussions with you, but in the interest of time, let us wrap up by thanking them. And the main takeaway from this panel is that we have solutions for food security in this country, and the common denominator for that food solution is organic production of food, which will improve our nutrition, which will reduce our dependence on imported chemical. And if we are better fed as we get to St. Peter's Gate, we'll be better received by St. Peter to enter the gates of heaven. So thank you very much, everybody, and thank our panel for a wonderful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause again for land here in this continent that can help us sustain ourselves for in the foreseeable future. So why are we spending all that tidy sum of money importing food? She asks. Maybe that is just a pause giver for you to marinate and think about why we are importing food. And she goes on to say, even for the fertilizers, that has been the questions that have been raised here, that Africa produces around 30 tons of fertilizer a year. But most of that is exported. And then the continent imports 90% of fertilizer it uses. We export 30, we import 90. That has been the biggest question she's asking. All this is because we cannot have interlinkages on trade. Even with the Africa free trade continental area, still that has not really shaken into place. There are so many impediments around. We cannot have intertrading. We have to use the dollar in between. It's very expensive. So it becomes for you cheaper to export rather than, as I say here, Africa countries to import a product from abroad, from China or Europe, for example, than another country's African country, because the continent's trade impingement makes inter-African trade very expensive. She says we need to fix that so that if people produce fertilizer on the continent, we are not exporting it abroad. We are using it on the continent. Why would we export? Then we come and say, oh, we don't have fertilizer, we need it from this other jurisdiction. We can do it and do it organically, just as it's been mentioned by Ami here. Good, thank you so much. I want us to get into the next panel. And all right, I'm given to understand Professor Ndemo is ready. So we had challenges before that, just trying to reconnect with him. And you saw his voice became a bit robotic. I think this is because of too much consumption of knowledge that he's been having on artificial intelligence until his voice now is turning a bit robotic on a lighter note, and we saw him also receding on that particular connection. So, Professor, we are glad that you're joining us from Brussels. We're happy to hear from you as well, so I will leave the floor to you. Over to you. Over to you. Prof, I think you're muted. Is it from your end?
Okay, I can hear you now. Can you hear me clearly? Are you able to hear me?
Clearly.
Hello? Can you hear me? Can someone respond?
Could you kindly just chat the prof up and tell him we can hear him clearly so that he can go on? Yeah, just chat him up on...
Hello?
Just chat him up. We can hear you, Prof. He can't hear us, maybe. Could we...
Hello, can you hear?
Chat him up, chat him up, chat him up.
Okay, I'm assuming that you are hearing me from this end. Can someone say it's okay? Very simple questions. They want to import mangoes. They were asking how many trees you have, how many mangoes come from one tree, and several questions around almost every import they do from our part of the world. It was very difficult for us to answer. We kept on saying, oh, we don't have that data, we don't have that data. And the moderator had some very good numbers when he started to speak. And this is what we want to continue to do, that Africa harnesses data in order to use it to improve the livelihood of people. As you know, data is one of the major things in the emerging tech. For example, those who are doing small enterprises or the farmers themselves need data with respect to improving productivity. And that area we need to do. And the more data you gather, the easier it becomes for you to train computers to help you, to help the farmers to grow respond to what most of the speakers were trying to address. And the moderator was clearly asking, what is it that we can do? I think we begin from the problem. And someone raised that question later, that why are we importing $2 billion worth of food why are we importing such? Between harvest and by the time you put the food on the table, we have wasted almost 40%. And God has been great that He has given us sunshine. We need to develop green technologies with respect to helping the farmers to have the coolers to cool the food such that we don't waste most of it. We begin from that space. And again, somebody rightfully said that we have the land. We need to enable the farmers to be able to utilize that land productively. I say productively because we are making mistakes with land subdivision, which has led to lower productivity and more problems with hunger. We have the areas which are what we call semi-arid and arid can be utilized for agricultural activity, and they do something we call regenerative agriculture. Why? Because with it, we can now begin to talk about carbon credits, and most of you who are in the diaspora, what Kenya needs you for is the power of the brain power that you have, that we leverage that brain in order to build solutions around green technologies. For example, if you read closely on what happened in Abu Dhabi, Dubai, is that we could begin now to talk about the carbon debt swaps, which we need to fully understand and help the government to swap some of the debt with those carbon credits that we build using those modern systems that we have talked about. If we do that now, we can tell the government that since we have cleared this debt, we need to benefit from this, to do infrastructure, which is the major problem with respect to production in Kenya. I think I would stop here. I don't know whether you understood me because I'm not getting any feedback. And hopefully one or two questions, then I can either expand or stop there.
I have a question. I don't know if His Excellency is able to hear me, Professor.
Can you speak louder?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, my name is Elizabeth Asichi. I'm the Chief Executive Officer, Kakamega County Investment and Development Corporation. I work for the County Government of Kakamega. And if you can still hear me, the question is this. We have a problem of data. We have gone to conferences like this one, and we got investors who want bananas from Kenya. And they ask us, okay, Kakamega or Kisi, what is the tonnage you can be able to give us? This is actually a call, in as much as we are part of government. Sometimes if we do our own...
I think that's the first question. Yes, I think those are the kind of questions those are the kind of questions that we need to address, because lack of that information alone denies you the business that you should have easily gotten from the Europeans, because they want to be able to predict that you would supply the bananas throughout the year. And if you talked to other counties so that you can be able to take care of seasonalities and ways of satisfying the demand itself, that's where the problem is. If you talk to the local supermarkets, that is the problems they have. all of us plant mawiki at the same time, it ends at the same time, then there is no supply, then the price goes up. Instead of helping the farmers to stagger the growth in order to take care of demand throughout the year. And we need to do that from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and everybody needs to understand. The key point, which I actually forgot to say here, is that there is a disconnect from those who have knowledge and those farmers at the bottom of the pyramid. The concepts that we talk, often they are not translated into knowledge that they can understand. So between understanding and comprehension is a major problem to do with food security. Because if they understood everything that we are talking here at the farm level, where you are coming from a county, and hopefully we have people on the ground to transmit that knowledge to the people, then we are discussing. But there is a tendency of us coming to such conferences and we go back and nothing happens. So we need to close that gap, take advantage, as I said, of some of the natural advantages we have, solve the problems, like I said, the problem of waste, and you would begin to see with issues of food insecurity. Let's not complicate things. We can actually deal with it. And when I talk to regenerative agriculture, we're removing the aspect of fertilizer, and now we are getting into organic production. So that we have everything on the ground, the large farms that we have in the dry areas, because we have wasted the productive areas by land subdivision. That is something that needs its own conference and discussed properly.
Right, thank you. Your Excellency, thank you for the remarks. We really do appreciate your sentiments.
I can barely hear you.
All right. Well, these are the challenges that we normally have with technology, even on live TV, things like this as well. But we thank you, Prof. I hope you can hear me right now, because I think this mode of communication is a bit of a challenge. It cannot be sort of a dialogue. It could just be a monologue from you. So we could not even proceed with more questions because of interest of time and the challenges. But nonetheless, really do appreciate Your Excellency, your inputs. And it is true, there is a dearth of data, and there is disconnect between the researchers and also the people on the ground that are meant to be consuming on this information that is being churned out. So even right now, we were asking, because Kenya, I think when we're talking about data, and a critical component that is becoming very key is trees. Even as we're going through the phases of climate change, trees becoming a very important component when it comes to common trading. That is a tool of trade. How many trees do we have in this country, for that matter? Can we account for every seedling that has been planted? Because we can see Kenya right now in partnership with UAE on carbon trading, huge hectares of land have been mortgaged through Dubai, or to Dubai as well. So there is this disconnect between data and people who are meant to be consuming it. Could we just kindly just mute everything so that we can continue with the program? Thank you very much. So, Your Ambassador, Your Excellency, I want to thank you so much. And of course, there are many questions. If the ambassador is still there, maybe we can get links on how we can also just talk to him. I mean, the delegates who are here, to get your questions answered as well. Thank you so much. We want to proceed with the program. A round of applause for our Ambassador, Professor Bitangendemo, for the inputs. Because of interest of time, I want us just to go to the next session, where we want to look keenly on when you talk about the cards as well. It's become very instrumental for you transmitting your remittances. And the person who's going to put everything into perspective also is here, Professor Raul Inahoja. Yeah, and is coming from MasterCard USA CEO. I want to call upon also on the podium, if you may take a seat, then I'll give you a few minutes to just introduce yourself as well. Postbank General Manager Vincent Makori, if you're here, or any representation from Postbank. Vincent Makori from Postbank, are you here? Or anyone from Postbank for that matter. Mbithe Mwema, CEO Nairobi Security Exchange. Really? Unless there were some changes here. This is, all right? All right, he's here as well, Mbithe Mwema. Did I get it right? For Postbank. Oh, okay. All right. Mbithe Mwema is from Nairobi Security Exchange, but he's not the CEO. Yeah, I think they're right. Is there anyone from Nairobi Security Exchange today? Right. Or we have lost in the face of John Mwangi from Unclaimed Financial Asset Authority, or any representative from UFA. You can join us on the podium as well. Any unclaimed assets. I think that also is one of the biggest components where there is a lot of cash that has not been claimed. So it will have been nice to hear as far as that perspective is concerned. All right, so I just want us to have now 12:40 so that we can get to see just perspective on this. Two of us, so I think we can just, you can move on closer. Yeah. Professor, let me just give you a few minutes or so to begin. Kindly. Put your hands together for Professor Raul from USA.
I believe Trevor is here, no? And so let's call everybody to the, if your name is on this panel, please come up, okay. Or if you're representing somebody from the panel, please. This is super important as people are coming on. I just want to, just a very brief introduction. I'm a professor, okay, so I like to talk about a couple of things like data, all right, as the previous speaker was saying, and then we'll turn on. I'm a professor at UCLA. I run the UCLA Oxford University Center on Indigenous, Migrant, and frontline communities around the world. We're just actually running a series of panels in Dubai, but I came down here because this is super important, because this is what's really happening right here in Kenya, the Kenyan Diaspora Alliance. I want to just give a round of applause, because you have no idea how significant what you're doing is. It really is at the cutting edge of what we think is many things around the world, including climate change and carbon, etc., that I want to just discuss. One quick point, this point, there is $4 billion in remittances, supposedly, into Kenya. But what we understand is that while it represents 4% of GDP, if we look at the diaspora around the world, the Kenyan diaspora produces more than $35 billion in production around the world. So that means 1/3 of the Kenyan economy is outside. And in fact, as we all know, some of the most wealthiest and people who are savings potential in the world for Kenya are outside of Kenya. So remittances, these $4 billion, is only a small fraction of the potential for the savings that can come and invest. And I'm from Mexico, okay, where we have a huge migration and a huge remittances. In fact, the Mexicans in the United States produce an entire Mexican economy of close to $900 billion inside the United States. So we're almost equal what we produce inside Mexico than inside the United States. The future of the world, the expectations now is that all the diasporas in the world together are the third largest economy in the world. right? It's US, China, and then the diaspora, okay? That's, the future of the world is the diaspora. The remittances in the next 10 years from the global diaspora is estimated at over $8 trillion. That is more than all direct foreign investment, foreign trade, carbon trading, everything that's being discussed in Dubai right now. More, much more is what's being discussed in this room, potentially. Potentially. What's the problem? Technology is what I think is the issue. We need to figure out how to connect to our diasporas and make the ability not only to send remittances, not as a business. I'll talk about, I as a professor went in and created a technology company to prove to the remittance industry that you can do it for free, that you can do free banking and free remittances sustainably. We can do this. And if we do that, then we can move on to creating this seamless ability to move these trillions of dollars of rivers into our communities to invest, and to invest sustainably. If there's going to be a solution to global climate investment that's needed to avert catastrophe, it's because we have solved this problem of converting remittances with the diaspora's help in alliance with the local communities around the world. That's my message. So now that I've finished being my soapbox, I'm going to turn on to our and I think what I'll do, should I sit?
A round of applause for Professor Raoul. Yes, it was not really a soapbox. Right, he gave good insights on that note. So the topic at hand, briefly, as just to remind you, is resilience of remittances through fintech innovation, enhancing cross-border payments for diaspora. And I'll just also just give like a few minutes also to our panelists to come here from Postbank, also from NALA as well, and Alpha Block, just to tell us just a bit about who they are. So you don't have to actually come on this mic. You can just use the microphone briefly. So just get introductory remarks from Postbank.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm happy to be here, and I want to observe all the protocols. My name is Benson Wanyoike. I head the marketing and communications at Postbank. Postbank, as all of us may be aware, is a locally owned bank, is a government bank. And I can almost bet that most of us here have interacted with Postbank either from the days of college, through the famous payment of Boom, or something like that. But I'm also happy to note that this bank, which was incorporated in 1978 at an act of parliament, is very, very keen in the subject of savings. I know you might want to ask about technology, but let me say this, that our mandate as enshrined in the Act is to inculcate a culture of savings among Kenyans. And most of us are aware that for the last 1 year, His Excellency the President has been very, very keen on how to boost savings in various ways. And of course, we have heard about the Hustler Fund and all these things, but savings is quite key. And Postbank has played this mandate quite well through financial literacy, talking to Kenyans far and wide about finances. If you look at the Vision 2030 document, it is envisaged that we'll have a savings to GDP ratio of 30%. Unfortunately, we are doing lows of almost 10%. So there's a very, very, very big gap in that area. And what you have seen now, and that's why we are here even this afternoon, is that this low savings rate has adversely affected the living standards of our people. And the previous speakers here today have expressed as such, including areas like hunger. But Postbank has identified savings from the diaspora community as a very big key in uplifting the standards of our people. And as we stand, for the last, I think, 25 years, we've partnered with global remittance companies to be able to give a link for the community in the diaspora who are very well represented here to have their money coming home just to make a difference to our people here.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the
Thank
likes
you.
of
We'll
money
get more
transfer,
from the panel, so don't give
Thank you.
all the meat now, right
Thank
now.
you.
What will I do here as a moderator? I need to ask those questions. All right, let's hear from also Trevor. Good to have you.
Thank you. My name is Trevor. I'm the CEO of Alpha Block. And basically, Alpha Block is enabling the diaspora to invest in real estate. And how we do this is to break down the value of the asset into fractions so that someone doesn't have to have $100,000 or $150,000 to invest. And we all know how much Kenyans love real estate. And from my previous company where I'm still a director, Upesi Money Transfer, over the last 7 years, the top 3 issues were sending money home for upkeep, sending money for school fees and hospital, but we saw the need for investing. But it's very difficult because most of the diaspora cannot afford the real estate that they want to invest in. Most of them do not even know where to find the best type of assets to invest in. And worst of all, they don't trust who they're investing it through. And so our goal is to enable this channel of savings and investments into Kenya, into the real estate asset class, by making it very easy and affordable.
Thank you, Trevor. Let's hear from Nikolai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having us today. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Nikolai. I am the COO of Nala. Nala is a cross-border payment company, a remittances company that allows the diaspora from the UK, 19 countries in Europe, the USA, to send money into Kenya and a number of other markets in Africa. We do instant transfers free of charge directly to M-Pesa, Airtel, all the banks, as well as directly into pay bills and buy goods, which helps to address some of the issues around where is the money being spent and how is it being used. So individuals can pay directly for school fees. They can pay directly for, if it's real estate, directly to a business. So that's our product. We have a large office here in Kenya, about 50 staff, and this is our headquarters here on the African continent. So very excited to be here.
Thank you. All right, let's just get down to brass tacks, and we begin with you, Professor Raul, for the interest of time as well. Just to paint, a broad picture where we're coming from, giving us a sketch of the economic framework on how fintech applications will affect financial services and even market structures as it is right now, in the light of what we're talking about, the cross-border payment.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So, as I was saying before, I think the true future of most countries in the world, particularly in the global south, is what's going to happen with diasporas, and how we're going to tap financial inclusion, complete financial inclusion. That means bank accounts with complete facilities to be able to then do a wide range of financial services here. To begin with, yes, paying bills, paying obviously what we need our families to be able to support, savings in for example, in various types of savings, investments in various types of things like agriculture. What we're seeing, however, is also the need to create a mechanism to have the diaspora invest in the future of sustainability in their countries of origin as the core question of how we address climate change. So we're going to announce, I think later in a minute, a new partnership with KDA on how to do that type of financial inclusion that allows for complete ability to then address with banking systems and to have the types of products like green sustainable bonds as something right off of your phone anywhere in the world, starting with the United States.
And of course, so when you're talking about rights, we know from the applications of your phone, the element of security, as we know it right now, everyone is talking about, oh, artificial intelligence, how it could be, you know, we have to take the rough with the smooth. So the smooth of it is, yeah, it's very accessible, it's easy peasy to do it, it is real time. But again, the rough of it will be the security element. How sure are we that is, you know, fail-safe, it is foolproof in terms of being invaded, that our monies are secure? Maybe you can actually take that, Nikolai?
Sure. So the question is around security of the product, correct? So we have, you know, over 100,000 users who've used our product from across the globe, and there's a few things that individuals care about. First and foremost, they care about reliability. So if they're making a payment, is that payment going to land in the user's wallet on time? If somebody's in the hospital and you have to make a payment, you can't, you know, you can't hope that the payment gets there. They need to know that it's going to arrive on time. So reliability is one. The second piece is price. What is the cost of that remittance? So that's a whole another subject. Users care about cost, and they also, of course, they care about security, and they care that their money is safe. They care that they're not being scammed. They care about transparency and ensuring that, you know, what I've signed up for is what I'm getting. So, as it relates to security, it's paramount. You know, ensuring that you have proper, you know, infosec, that you have proper security measures in place to protect your platforms is really critical. And there's a bunch of technical jargon that we can get into, but users don't care about that at the end of the day. They really just care that their money is safe and that it's protected. And that sort of comes first. As we're designing our systems, you have to make sure that they're impenetrable. You can't have hackers come in and, you know, try to compromise your platform. So that's a big focus that we have as we build. Before we launch any new you know, release of our product, it goes through a security check to ensure you know, that we've done proper penetration testing to ensure the money's safe.
Thank you, thank you. And of course, when you're talking about jargon, they don't really care a fig about jargon, so they want to know the money is secure, and the services that is being offered also is easily or user-friendly. But when it comes to literacy, this is where now I want Postbank to really come also and broaden our understanding, because I think from that particular aspect, not many Kenyans or many people, I would say, who are here and they're trying to get these remittances will advance in knowledge in terms of financial literacy on how they can utilize these platforms, and how also they can use this money, the remittances, so that they're not taken advantage of, where you remitting your money through these particular platforms, and people also who are the beneficiaries of the monies, they're not putting it into the intended purposes. You can actually just tell us from your perspective as a bank as well, looking at the smooth and the rough, are these technologies in a way a disadvantage to the banks? I don't know how you've been receiving the apps as well. They're saying, oh, this is going to kill the mortar and brick. Do we now adapt and of course come up with our own applications as well?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. It's a good question. It's a bitter-sweet story.
It's a bitter-sweet story.
Yeah, because traditionally for the last, I think, 25 years, as tech has continued to come up, we've been doing a lot of what we call wheel transfers. A remittance is sent from diaspora country. We, as an agent, the receiver has to come and identify themselves and possibly pick up the transfer. That's one front. Now, which again, fast forward with the technology and what my colleagues are saying, visiting our outlets is becoming very rare. It's becoming historical because you don't have to come.
So there are no foot drops at all.
You don't have to come. You can pick up the transfer. If it's going to be through the MNO, or to the agent in your village, and pick it up. The other side of the history that you have had is that as people come into a location, you're able to have a communication. As you pick up a transfer, you can put a bit of that money into savings. So we are trying again to adopt the technology because we can't help it. The tech, the movement is just too real. We have to adopt technology, so we are balancing the two of them. For the will transfer, those who come to a location to pick up their money, we can share a story about saving part of this money in a bank account. However, if they have to go to the wallet straight away, again, there's a bit of say information we need to give and education that when the money is in a wallet, it's very easy to spend more than to save.
All right, thank you. And the issue that has been very pivotal, especially for the diasporans, is the fact that the cost of remittances transfer still has not really gone down. And over through these conventions, we've been highlighting this, the cost of remittances is way too high, aside from the double taxation that is happening as well. But I wanted just to hear from Trevor. Cost of remittances, why is this still not, it's not even plateaued, it seems to be actually, gaining or rising exponentially.
Yeah, I mean, we have challenges, of course. Most of the global south has challenges with their currency devaluation. And that, of course, affects your ability to retain value of whatever you're sending money home. But the truth is, when you have several intermediaries between a transaction, it increases the cost, because all of those intermediaries need to retain and maintain their businesses, and hence they charge a fee. And in light of the topic, which is innovative technologies that can improve this, blockchain technology is actually one of the key technologies that will change the financial infrastructure. The reason why it's very difficult to send money from Kenya to Uganda is because the money traditionally needs to go all the way to New York, then go to Uganda. So someone in New York, maybe JP Morgan, is going to charge you a fee, and the bank in Uganda is also going to charge you a fee. This is because of the design of the financial infrastructure that we have, which started from the 60s. But now we have something called blockchain that is redesigning the financial landscape, where you basically have one layer that allows the whole world to connect. So in the idea of sending free remittances, it will actually be possible, because then you don't have to have so many intermediaries just to go next door to send your money next door. And also the time that it takes to build your network, whether it's building a network of telcos or banks that you can send money to instantly, is really expensive. But with blockchain technology, this is going to significantly reduce the cost. And I do believe within the next 5 to 10 years, the cost of sending money will be zero. And all those remittance companies, such as people on the panel, will be able to actually take advantage of that.
All right. Okay. But even when you're talking about blockchains, the NTFs as well, non-fungible tokens and all that jazz, still it seems that we have technology which is going at a supersonic speed, but the regulatory framework around it is lagging behind, dragging everyone behind. I wonder how they can put up, or increase the speed to catch up with technology. So we can talk about the regulatory framework around it, with central banks around the world, digital currencies as well. People are still asking, are these platforms legal tender? Or legal tender is still very archaic? Let me hear from Professor Raul.
Well, the reality of it is blockchain is very important. There are new ways to send money which are going to increasingly be important around the world. As we saw here, Kenya was one of the leaders in creating a platform that as M-Pesa. But the reality of it is, what predominates around the world is still banks with bank accounts. So with, for example, MasterCard, Visa, right? So we started from there, and what we do is provide in the United States to all diaspora members a bank account, all right? It's a full bank account, and it's with a Visa, MasterCard capability, with a complete KYC regulatory environment. I mean, you rely on a bank account on the other end to do what you want to do. You rely on a bank account at the other end to do what you want to do, as you do. Well, we provide bank accounts. So what we're doing with the Kenyan Diaspora Alliance, and I think we have a presentation that we'll do in a minute, is we're going to provide bank accounts, KDA, MasterCard bank accounts in the United States for free. All right? So that means all the KDA members in the United States can now have a bank account, regardless of their immigration status. All right? So you can, this is extremely important. In the case of Mexico, all right, so for example, in the case of Mexico, there are 11 million undocumented people, or people that are working but they may not necessarily have a social security number. We give bank accounts to everybody, completely legally. By the way, I was appointed by Barack Obama to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, so we know, we wrote these rules. The reality of it is banks don't use them because they want to control the old regulatory frameworks. The reality of it is today, we opened the door for all immigrants to have bank accounts, number one. Because if we're going to solve this problem, you have to have them have bank accounts. Second, you have apps, the app platforms, right? Which can then allow them to then connect to multiple types of payment systems, of which the prices are coming down. So the competition is no longer the monopolies that used to be there, right? Which is that they only had to do cash to cash, right? Which is still the predominant mechanism on the planet for sending remittances. We want to change that. We're going to give everybody within the regulatory frameworks free bank accounts with free apps to send remittances. And then we provide a remittance partner, and we can do other partnerships with other that are actually focused on radically reducing the prices. In the case of Mexico and Latin America and Bangladesh, right now we're doing free remittances. We're going to do that here as well in Kenya. Again, second critical element. The third element is, what are the financial institutions in Kenya going to do about this incredible opportunity, right? So we're now bringing seamless access to your wealthiest cousins who happen to have U.S. addresses. You offer them something. Offer them a savings account. Offer them a financial instrument. Offer them the ability to do with something creative with their money. So I also want to announce that we're they've allowed me to say this, that we're partnering with one of the major banks in Kenya, Equity Group, okay, as a partner to exactly do that. The really important work, which is offer the next generation of diaspora financial services.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Raul, just a round of applause for him. I think those are good salutary efforts they're putting out as a MasterCard as well, and those bank accounts that they're being offered for the Kenya diasporans as well. I think that is a good gesture that deserves a good round of applause as well. So, thank you for that. Because of interest of time, I'll just give each of you maybe a minute just to give your closing remarks. I know we can get a lot of other information from the exhibition booth as well. Maybe Nikolai, I will begin with you. Looking at the future of cross-border payments, it's going to be seamless. We've had a prophet here telling us in 10 years, this is Prophet Trevor, where it's going to be zero cost as far as transmission of remittances is concerned. Yeah. Do you foresee that?
So, I think that we're definitely going to see reduction in the cost of remittances, and price is something that I'm very passionate about. If you look on our platform today, $1 is 155 Kenyan shillings, probably one of the best rates that you can get out there. There's no flat fees, so it's free of charge. So we care a lot about cost, and if you look at sort of what Trevor talked about, if you look at the cost structure and why it's expensive to send money, there's really two reasons. One is, in the US, you've got the schemes, and you've got the banks, and you have to pay interchange fees. So, you know, we use MasterCard today, we use Visa, but it costs us close to 2% just to process one transaction. So one of the things I'd love to do is how, if we're talking about really reducing prices, how can we work together with the schemes when we're talking about sending money? Because that's 2% of the value gone, just like that. The other reality is the cost that you incur here on this side in Kenya. And sending money into an M-Pesa wallet, for example, is extremely expensive. M-Pesa charges IMTO rates, so international money transfer rates, and they charge domestic rates. It's much more expensive if it's an international remittance, because it's also a revenue line. And so what can we do on both sides of the chain to reduce those costs? I think that will drive a lot more, you know, FDI into these markets all across the continent, and that will help with currency stability, et cetera. So I'm very passionate about that.
Thank you.
My closing remark is, let's drive costs down. Let's make it easy, you know, as easy as sending a text message to send money back home to your loved ones.
All right, thank you. Let's see from, that is Nikolai Eddy, the CEO of NALA. Thank you. Let's hear from Trevor as well, your closing remarks.
Yeah, you mentioned about how fast innovation is coming and the fact that regulators need to keep up. And in Kenya, we're very lucky. The central bank and the capital markets are very innovative in terms of how they allow innovation to work. And when it comes to payments, whether it's local payments, cross-border payments, what it's going to evolve into it is for-purpose payments or remittances. Someone is not just sending money, they're sending money for a specific purpose. And whether the cost goes down to zero, the value still, or rather the problem is still the same. I'm trying to send money because the money needs to get to a certain location for a certain purpose. And that's actually why Alpha Block exists, because we know Kenyans love real estate. We know Kenyans in the diaspora have been conned out of their money because they send money, they don't have a trusted partner to know that the real estate they're investing in is actually a good investment. And this is going to change. It's going to change very soon. Remittances is going to power this, and for-purpose remittances is going to be the key driver for this.
Thank you. All right, let's hear from Vincent as well, from Postbank.
Okay, thank you. I think it was a bit...
Closing remarks, yes.
Thank you. Just like Professor said, I think if the cost of the remittance comes to almost zero, I think Postbank will continue to promote savings among the diaspora. We've been working very closely with NITA, especially for the growing corridor in the Middle East, about training migrant workers about the importance of saving and sending savings back to their own accounts here.
Right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our able panelists. A good round of applause, please. Thank you so much. I think for the interest of time, because the clock also is running down on us, we want to go for lunch. They say a party is not a party without a cake, so it is just a meeting. So we don't want to make this to be just a meeting, but also a party, because there's a cake after this. And I want to thank you so much. I know you had questions, but could we reserve that? Maybe you can actually approach, you know, any of our panelists here from the exhibition booth or outside for you to get more information, so that we don't open the floor right now because of interest of time. We want to also be we want to be back at 2 o'clock, and also for you to have ample opportunity to go through the exhibition booths to get, you know, information packs and also other details that you may want to know about any of our panelists that have been here as well. A round of applause for them as they take their seats. Thank you very much. But before you go, Kodak moment, please immortalize a moment so that we can just take a picture with you. Where there are photographers, kindly please come on over. Right. Shem, I can see you're a bit antsy. You want to come and say something? So I'll give you the mic. Okay. So in the meantime, we had Prof talking about all these products, Professor Raul, and we'll be also just having a small launch as well. This is the Diaspora card pre-launch, right? So we get a handy opportunity of having that particular launch as well. Are we good? Fantastic. Thank you. A round of applause for our panelists, right? Professor Raul, you can remain. so that we can have that particular launch. And I call upon the chair of Kenya Diaspora Alliance, Dr. Shemo Chodho, as we appreciate Vincent and Nikolai and also Trevor. Again, a round of applause for that good conversation we just had with them. That's a little that we could, yeah. So I hand over to Dr. Shemo Chodho, and maybe you can just give a brief sentiments. Let's just walk straight on here, so for the sake of the camera. Yeah, come on.
Hello. Yes. Before lunch, we have to pass through the booths. You know, we must give value to our partners. So we have agreed the dining is only going to be open once we are done with the booths, but we want to do this fast. Our PS of investment promotion is on the way. Excellency Ambassador Meg will be with us soon. So we really want to do things fast now moving forward. You can be sure it's going to be no business usual. It's now going to be business unusual until we are done with that. But before that, I want to invite my two brothers to help me witness this. Dr. Ezekiel Mutua, as he comes over, a round of applause for him. Please just come over. And Dr. Kent Libiso, director of all this, has been indisposed. We thank God he's with us here. A round of applause for him. Yeah, please just have a seat briefly. I can't say we're so grateful as Kenya Diaspora Alliance that this conversation has been happening for a while between Contigo, he'll explain, a bank, a Tier 1 bank, regional bank, he will mention, Kenya Diaspora Alliance, and we're delighted, and of course Missouri Bank in the US and MasterCard already mentioned, but we're so delighted it's coming to fruition and we want to finish this within 5 minutes. Give a round of applause to Professor Raul and his friend Mark.
Thank you very much. It is such an incredible honor on a global scale, frankly, to be here in front of you and to make this, as we say, our pre-launch announcement. So we've been working for the last 6 months since the United Nations Diaspora Remittance Conference here with the Kenya KDA Development Alliance with members in the United States to announce what we're doing today. So what I believe there's a slide. If not, there's a PowerPoint. We'll show it for people to see later. But we have a product, which is the Kenyan Diaspora Alliance US-based bank accounts and app and remittances, and connected now to one of the leading banks here in Kenya, which is going to start with Equity Bank. So congratulations. And why that's so incredibly important is because from here, what happens is, imagine a Kenyan diaspora bank account. That's what we're providing. So now all of the Alliance members can download it, will be able to download their app and apply and get a free bank account in the United States. And with, as I was saying, without a social security number, the only thing they'll need is a US address where their accounts, their cards will be sent to them, and their downloading of their app will allow them to completely have full banking services in the United States for free. All right? And then they'll be able to send the opportunity then to send remittances to Kenya, to all banks in Kenya, by the way. And then, but in particular, why we're interested in the Equity Bank relationship is that there'll be particular types of accounts, savings accounts here, which will then back bonds, savings bonds. So the Diaspora Alliance members and anybody else in the world can now buy a Diaspora Green bond. And that's going to be extremely important. And we will, at that point, be in the position to be able to unlock a whole range of new investment resources. So thank you very much thank you for all your work.
A round of applause we will greet. In Kenya, we shake hands. But before 30 seconds, Director, just 20 seconds. If you want to compliment, want to say a word?
No, yeah, thank you very much for believing in the Diaspora course and for taking it a notch higher. We are really, really delighted that now we can even, as a country, tap into the U.S. economy, which is our #1 remittance country. So with that, I think it means that with time we're growing, we've moved a step further. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Ezekiel Mutua, you've walked this journey with us. Just brief 1 minute.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here once more. Like Shema said, I have been involved in this journey for quite a number of years, from Strathmore University to Ole Sereni, and now we are here and we are growing. But my greatest joy is to see the resilience of the Kenyan Diaspora Alliance in ensuring that this convention takes place every year. Like we said yesterday, you are the unsung heroes, really. The work that you have done to bring even policy formulation and implementation to see that diaspora is captured as the department within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and now partnering with people like Prof here to make ease of doing business, to create ease of doing business, to enable the diaspora community become a strategic partner. I think for far too long, we have only been talking of remittances, and we have overused that simple approach to the importance and the critical role of the diaspora in the economic development of our country. I think what we need right now is to think outside the box. How more can we utilize, how can we think out of the box and involve the diaspora, like the PS said yesterday, in our democratic processes, ensure that we re-engineer the moral fiber of our country, like I said, using our stories. By the way, if you look at what diaspora has done, it's predicated on our values as a society. You guys got an opportunity and you went out there and you did something, and you started sending out of love, out of the family connection, out of your love for your country. You started remembering your people back home. You have helped so many pastors, by the way. The diaspora has created churches in Kenya without saying you're doing it. Most of my members, I'm the CEO of Music Corporate Society of Kenya, and I can tell you the musicians who have had a breakthrough are the ones who got a call from someone in the diaspora, invited them to the diaspora, and gave them a platform to perform and supported them. Some of them, including the biggest, South Shore, I was talking to South Shore, Nyashiski, all these guys, majority of them have become what they are because you extended the values that we were taught as Africans to support one another. You went out there and you remembered them. And now we are here. I think what we need to do is now engage together, think together, and partner together to take this to the next level. I'm so glad to see people like Professor introducing the kind of products they're introducing to create ease of doing business and open a banking system and a facility for the diaspora. This is great news for Kenya today. And I think if the media in this country, I hope these cameras are for the media, all the cameras should be here. Honestly, if truth was to be said, the deputy president should have been here yesterday and today. If we are going to take this to the next level, and I'm not saying this out of criticism, I'm just saying how important it is for our country. We are not saying it out of disrespect. I hope it goes out. I will actually tweet it, and I will tag the president and the deputy, because this is how important it is. And therefore we can partner together and say, let's not give up. Let us stand firm. Let us leverage on partnerships with people like what Professor is doing and ensure that we take this to the next level by thinking out of the box. In fact, without the box, and introducing new ways of working together.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ezekiel. As we conclude, because of time, remember we say now we're doing ta-ta-ta-ta because of the next motions that are coming. Allow me just to acknowledge colleagues from our side. who have been pushing this conversation the past 1 year or so. Cyril, just wave. A round of applause. I know Samali is busy with the deal room, but give a round of applause. And there are many other members who are involved in this. On the other side, there was Mark. Even now, I know he's following. Is he in LA at this point, San Francisco, somewhere? Hello, Mark, at last it's happening. The last point I want to make, it's not accidental that we are working with a regional bank. My boss, I said, is at the back, Dr. Malcolm. I'm co-president of Africa Diaspora Alliance. So soon I'll be changing the hat of Kenya Diaspora because we're looking regional, we're looking African. Can I leave it there? Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Thank you, Professor Roll. Asanteni sana. As they take a seat and as I hand over, please. Welcome.
Right, thank you. A round of applause for that seminal moment we've had here. We want to thank Professor Raul for that gesture. Are you done here, Dr. Sharma?
Thank you.
Right. We want just to take a short break right now for lunch so that we can be here on time as well. And we know it is MFK Fisher who said that first we eat, then we do everything else. First we eat, then we do everything else. Right? Yes. So, but I'm being reminded, put first, then we eat, then everything else will also fall into place as well. So we want just to take this opportunity to say enjoy your lunch. I know the ushers are going to serve you with meal vouchers, and that lunch will be served at Choma Zone. So you'll be guided where Choma Zone is if you just joined us today. But first of all, we break and go to the exhibition booths so that you can get the information, the rich stream of information that you wanted from this conversation and many other. Some of our partners here, as you can see, they have booths that you can get info packs to give you a broad understanding of different facets of the economy that we do have. So we assemble here. Please, it's now 1:25. If we could actually make it by 2:10 there, realistically, that would be very nice. So I wouldn't come with a bell again to the Choma Zone, right? So because there we have different assemblage of people. So for the interest of just being courteous and observing decorum, please, you can just look at your clock or your watch, so we can make it back at 2:15, so that we can also give Her Excellency the Ambassador of US also ample time to talk to us as well. Thank you. You're dismissed. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit. Sure. Yes. Can we pray for the lunch? I bless it. Professor is reminding me. Right. Let's just pray for the lunch. And Father, we thank you for what you've prepared for us today. May it minister health and strength to our bodies, and enjoy the fellowship thereof. In Jesus' name. Amen.
Mangale, mangale, unanoni mangale, unanau mangale, wamubaraka dama wangu, ukimubada banda, wamubaraka dama wangu, ukimubada banda. Mangale, 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 unanoni mangale, unalau mangale, wamubaraka dama wangu, ukimubada banda, wamubaraka dama wangu, ukimubada banda. Mangale, wamubaraka dama wangu. mwambire mula muyunaza pekeshe zinalina ngoma we. Pekeshe mwambire mula muyunaza pekeshe zinalina ngoma we. Pekeshe mwambire mula muyunaza pekeshe zinalina ngoma we. Pekeshe mwambire mula muyunaza pekeshe zinalina ngoma we. Aibo Nangoma we, nangoma mwana we, nangoma we, nangoma mwana we, nangoma we. Nangoma we, nangoma mwana we, nangoma we, nangoma mwana we. Munasi uno ni mozomno, beni toto, anuwe wo. Nenda mundani kulina maluwa kunde sina mula muzindere. Nenda za mula mudede zikala bongo kulina maluwa. Nenda mundani kulina maluwa kunde sina mula muzindere. Nenda za mula mudede zikala bongo kulina maluwa. Nenda mundani kulina maluwa kunde sina mula muzindere. Nenda za mula mudede zikala bongo kulina maluwa. Nenda mundani kulina maluwa kunde sina mula muzindere. Nenda za mula mudede zikala bongo kulina maluwa. Zikala bongo kulina maluwa. Hai kulina maluwa. Mula mudede kulina maluwa. Hai kulina maluwa. Mula mujuma kulina maluwa. Hai kulina maluwa. Mula mudede kulina maluwa. Hai kulina maluwa. Simba ngulume, owe simba ya ngulume. Simba ngulume, owe simba ya ngulume. Simba ngulume, owe simba ya ngulume. Owe, owe, owe. Ha! Hai, owe. Hey! Owe. Owe. Hey, kulina maluwa, hai kulina maluwa. Kulina maluwa, hai kulina maluwa. Kulina maluwa, hai kulina maluwa. Alume wo. Yeah. Come on. Let's go. Yeah. Jomu watako ni jeni nyamalo achien nyara hero nyando. Nyar kobura unyolo nyako achien nyako dongo opera. Yiri monati okena nono achien nyako dongo opera. Nyagiwe gila ke okwe wawachoko kisumulilo. Another is also a watch. Ano nyaro kumodi epolo. Nyasai penyeto. Usigo ibiro wakani tiyomo gango. Dukne meru. Ha. Humu wachako ni jeni nyamalo achien nyara hero nyando. Nyar kubura unolo nyako achien nyar kodongo opera. Pacho. Yiri wanati ogena nono achien nyar kodongo opera. Nyar kiwegi lake okwe wawachoko Kisumu Pacho. O Jenny, Jenny a Chenyara hero nyando. Jenny, Jenny a Chenyara hero nyando. Ikowa nyakane wachopo kunya. chopo kunya waparo inya wila kianda waparo inya wila kianda
Mama
December
mwezi gani?
Christmas moronyo chiorona December Christmas moronyo chiorona
Kata mtu na wembe. Kapari pari. Ima ke kama chua de ginyundo. Ilo ke kama chua de ginyundo.
Hey, ambara ipo na ngoma mbili. Hero, lela, tibi.
Aenya sembo, enya sembo, aenya sembo, enya sembo, abebo nya sembo, enya sembo, enya, aenya sembo, enya se, ay 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 Ochamadi, Ochamaboro, Ochamadi, Ochamaboro, Ochamadi, Yarkisi, Ochamaboro, Ochamadi, Ochamaboro, Iloke kama, chua de ginyundo, Imake kama, chua de ginyundo, Iloke kama ya ye, chua de ginyundo, chua de ginyundo. Hey, hey, chua de ginyundo. Hey, Koda kidi, Koda kidi, Koda kidi, Koda kidi. Ziggy ziggy dog, ziggy ziggy dog.
Leo, Rafo Mane, Mayemerwa, Tango Malekina. Oh, I want it.
Iloke kama, Chibi, chua de ginyundo, aha, chip.
One more like that. One more. Ah? Ingine twende huko Southern Nyanza. Tulete wale wa kutoka kule wakina Embarambamba.
gonna say, she gonna say she loves me. Kiku kwenye nyar mama, kiku kwenye nyar bwana, kiku kwenye nyar mama, kiku kwenye nyar bwana. Nyar yako dera to selo, awora eri nyar bwana. Nyar yako dera to selo, awora eri nyar bwana. Kodela to selo, ahora eres nyar buena, nyar yako dera to selo. Ahora eres nyar buena, kiku kwenye nyar mama, kiku kwenye nyar buena, kiku kwenye nyar mama, kiku kwenye nyar buena. Nyar yako dera to selo, ahora eres nyar buena, nyar yako dera to selo. Ahora eri nyar bwana, kodera to selo. Ahora eri nyar bwana, nyar yako dera to selo. Ahora eri nyar bwana. Nyawotoremo mabene usomogo Katakarech mabene uchamo Tobede tot dala uremo. She gonna say, she gonna say, she gonna say, she gonna say, she loves me. Jesu de pangore koneno hani, Jesu de niore koneno sweetie. Jesu de pangore koneno hani, Jesu de niore koneno sweetie. Nyari yako dera to selo, ahora ero nyar bwana. Nyari yako dera to selo, ahora ero nyar bwana. Kiku kwenye nyar mama, kiku kwenye nyar bwana. Kiku kwenye nyar bwana, kiku kwenye nyar bwana. Nyari yako dera to selo, ahora eri nyar bwana. Nyari yako dera to selo, ahora eri 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 Thank you.
Thank you, Kayamba Africa, entertaining us. I know, oh, you wanted to get jiggy a bit, eh? That's your band, Kayamba Africa. Request from the CEO. Of course.
Okay, Dr. Mutua, please.
Yeah, the CEO of Kenya Music Corporate. Yeah, he's a big friend.
Yes.
So royalties are coming.
And
royalties.
Our boss.
All right. Good. As Gamba Africa entertains us, just want to welcome you back so that we may continue with the program. And after their song, we'll want to, of course, appreciate our delegates. Looking forward this afternoon for a very engaging discussion, especially.
Let's go. Wonderful. Tumela, Kaufela, Tumela, Ria, Tumela, Kaufela, Umuzi Oanyayo, Tumela, Kaufela, Tumela, Ria, Tumela, Kaufela, Umuzi Oanyayo, Yamachi to Zion, we are going to the city of the Lord. Yamachi to Zion, the city of the Lord. I say we are marching to Zion. We are going to the city of Yamachi to Zion, the city of the Lord. Tumela, Kaufela, Tumela, Ria, Tumela, Kaufela, Umuzi Ohanyayo. 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 Yamachi to Zion, we are going to the city of the Lord. Yamachi to Zion, the city of the Lord. I say we are marching. Yamachi to Zion, we are going to the city of we are marching. Yamachi to Zion, the city of the Lord. Tumela, Kaufela, Tumela, Ria, Tumela, Kaufela, Umuzi Ohanyayo. We are marching. Tumela, Kaufela, we are going. Tumela, Ria, Tumela, Kaufela, Umuzi Ohanyayo. Jerusalem, 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 Umuzi Ohanyayo. Siyakuthandazela. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, Umuzi Ohanyayo. Siyakuthandazela. Swing, swing. Tumela, Kaufela, Tumela, Ria, Tumela, Kaufela, Umuzi Ohanyayo. We are marching. Tumela, Kaufela, Tumela, Ria, Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, wow. Kayambo Africa, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ezekiel, as well, getting jiggy there. We can see your moves. And thank you for the delegates who are here. We want to continue with the program. And I will kindly request anyone who is outside right now, will you kindly just walk back into the plenary so that we may continue with the program and also try and keep time. Once again, for the delegates who are still outside in the exhibition area, we'll offer you some more time during the break, of course, to visit the exhibition booths. If you're outside, kindly walk back in so that we may continue with the program. We have a tight program, and so that we can mine a lot of wealth in terms of information and not be constrained with time. So this afternoon we will be looking at very interesting questions, and also we have the Principal Secretary, State Department for Investment Promotion, Honorable Abubakar Hassan Abubakar, who is around, and we will give him a handy opportunity as well to see what in his docket is up his collector sleeves in terms of investment options that we do have as a country. He will broaden our understanding on that particular aspect. And also we look forward to hearing from our good friend that has become the friend of Kenya Diaspora Alliance. And this is High Excellency, the Ambassador of US to Kenya, Meg Whitman. Also, she'll be here this afternoon, and she'll elaborate and also tell us why Africa and why Kenya. Why Africa and why Kenya? So we are looking forward to also listening to her sentiments regarding this very poignant question, why Africa and why Kenya? And that will segue into our plenary discussion, where we'll be questioning and looking on how the AGOA and other US-Kenya diaspora partnerships, opportunities, and USAID cooperatives projects will be exceedingly beneficial for us. And you might be aware, we also mentioned this, that AGOA, that tenure and that partnership we've had with the US, it comes to a close next year, actually in 2025, right? So next is 2024. So that is when we have the sunset of AGOA. And I think we had yesterday someone inkling to the idea that it could be renewed. We'll hear from Her Excellency herself telling her if that particular opportunity will be extended. We know in Uganda and other, I think particularly Uganda, that's still in question. But we will also be hearing from her. And then we'll have Dr. Melvin Foot, President Constituency for Africa, or that is USA, will be also having the session being moderated by Dr. Malcolm Beach, who is the President of Africa Diaspora Alliance, AFDA USA, and we'll have also Bob, other panelists that will be introduced by the moderator himself, and this is a topic they're going to be tackling in the afternoon, this afternoon I should say. Then after that, looking just at the program, we have investment in radical or reorientation of health systems towards primary health care, the best and the only choice to achieve universal health coverage, UHC. So at this particular time, and even as we await for the Principal Secretary of Investment and Promotion to join us, we miss a huge opportunity to hear from the CEO of Kenya Music
Corporate Society. This is Dr. Ezekiel yesterday. We remember we had a session with creatives, and he was supposed to be the moderator yesterday. And so just to open this session, I would like to welcome Dr. Ezekiel Mutua to just come to the podium and just give us a snippet of that particular docket that you've spoken just a little bit in the morning, greeting us, introductory remarks. We're looking forward to seeing you. But due to cold yesterday, you couldn't be here in the afternoon to hold that particular moderation session. But you can tell us what is up your collective sleeves. And the question that was raised, that maybe I should pose to you and maybe highlight to you, was from Martin, who is the chair of the Kenya Film Producers Association. And there were questions about, do we take our phones from our children? Do you put also this passwords so that they do not access, or should they be left with the children so that at least that one they are not curious? Someone else, they'll sneak to the neighbor, and of course they'll be maybe exposed to content that is not really warranted. So that is something that was raised, but it was amidst so many issues that were raised yesterday. But I leave it to you now to take us through it. Thank you so very much. Put your hands together and make me welcome. Wanna see you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dibal. Please appreciate Dibal. Dibal is one of our finest media personalities in Kenya. You don't know that we have the best. And the man full of grace and wisdom. I was telling him he grew. He came into public light because of his handsomeness. He participated many years ago when he was a young boy in the Tasker Project Fame. And I was mentoring a group of young people. So what I'm saying is true. But what I love is to see how you have grown. You know, you should be telling your story, Dibal. Stories matter. Yes, because you are with many. And let me tell you, we do fundraiser for some of them. And I say this with tremendous respect and really empathy. Who participated in that program, but you know, they lost it, including some who won a lot of money. And that's the reason why I like these conversations, because this sector of celebrity, you know, and you know, the what do you call them, influencers, like you are in your own right. Most people lose it at the point of you get the name, you do one song, you become very famous, and instead of using that as your base and your foundation, you become too important, you become, you know, you get lost instead of using that as the platform and foundation to build. So I'm so happy to be here to open this session. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dr. Ezekiel Mutua, the CEO of Music Corporate Society of Kenya. Our tagline in MCSK is that we make life beautiful. We make life beautiful for those who make us happy. And you all know the power of music. We use music in burials, we use music in birthdays, we use music in weddings, we use music everywhere. We use music to win brides, we use music to win war. We use music everywhere. Music is part of life. Even in the biblical times, people overcame challenges and difficult moments. They sang songs of deliverance, songs of inspiration. And that's why I always say the stories that we tell to our children matter. That's why I feel blessed to have been in the film sector as the CEO of the Kenya Film Classification Board, where the media nicknamed me the moral cop. I tell you, there's a point I felt lonely, but a voice in me kept telling me, and I think Sakaja affirmed it actually, the governor Sakaja, when he was a senator. One time in a meeting in Karen, he told me, Bwana Mutua, don't give up. You are our last line of defense when it comes to protecting our children. And that keeps me going. And as I speak to you today, I feel blessed because I'm still within that creative space. We are dealing with music. At Music Corporate Society of Kenya as a CMO or collective management organization. Welcome, PS. Let's welcome our PS, Makofi. The Bal should have been here to welcome him better. Well, do you want to come back and welcome our PS? Yeah, so I'm blessed to have been in that space as a regulator, and then now changing gears to come to development, where we are now identifying nurturing and monetizing talents. And I think this is very critical for the diaspora, because like I've said, some of the greatest people, including Kayamba Africa, who have been singing here, they found their bearing because you gave them a platform as diaspora. A lot of our brothers and sisters in the US, in Canada, in UK, all over the world, invited them to perform. Some of them found their turning points and started making money and became big names because they found a hand, they found a support from the diaspora. And I was telling you, some of those things that you do, you can sending money home, you know. Some people are trying now to call it black tax and demonizing it. But let me tell you, at the heart of every human being, we are connected to our families. We are connected to our home, to our origin. And the more you run away from that, the more you become a slave and you lose yourself. We are, you are because we are. And I think the Ubuntu spirit of South Africa is what we should uphold as diaspora. That we are one. We are one. We have a motherland. We have a country that is so beautiful. I sent Shem a song that has been done by one of our members, Caroline Kevai. She's calling it the Diaspora Anthem, and I hope you will play it at some point. But I like the enthusiasm and the passion. You guys represent Ezekiel Mutua. You know, when I see the commitment of diaspora, how you keep supporting many people, supporting programs back home, and helping and educating children and settling people and building houses for your parents and helping in this and the other. It may look burdensome, but life is about that. And so I want to begin by thanking you once again. The unsung heroes of this country, our brothers and sisters who have made life so amazing. Some of you have saved lives. People would have gone into depression, but they knew there's somebody, or they knew if I get to the UK, if I get to the US, my life will change. And you helped them. And they found their bearing, and some of them right now are contributing. So you give a push to someone, they give a push to another. We build an ecosystem of support. But that ecosystem must be built on values. And that's why it's so important to then say, yes, our stories matter. Stories matter. I told you yesterday the quote about from Ben Okri, that if you want to poison a nation, poison their stories. Make them demoralizing, negative, skeptical. Do stories or music that is negative, that is bizarre. You know, Dibal and I, who are in media, we were taught a very bad principle. I teach journalism, and I always tell my students to avoid that principle. We were taught that when a dog bites a man, it's not news. That when a man bites a dog, in other words, news is what is bizarre and controversial. And as a result, the media has even conditioned our politicians to think that if you don't incite one another and they insult one another and fight, you know, and do bizarre, crazy things. And Your Excellency, I'm not saying anything, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, you have refined yourself in politics. We have the Deputy Governor of Kakamega County. Please appreciate my brother, His Excellency Honorable Savula. But this is where we are, and you know, Your Excellency, if you don't do those things, then you don't get coverage. And this is wrong. We have conditioned the media to think news is when people are killing one another, so that item number 1 to item number 5 is who raped who, where, who did what, who insulted who, the corruption case, and so on. And we have made life so toxic. You watch news and you are depressed. So I come into this space to say, no, we can change. We can bring happy stories through our films, through our music. We can bring inspiration. We can bring hope. Even in this time when our economy is in a state of depression, we can be patriotic and do our part. And like JF Kennedy said, rather than ask what America can do for you, now Kenya, let me put it, rather than ask what Kenya can do for me, I want to do my bit. I want to do my bit without complaining. I want to do my bit with commitment and passion. And I want to ask myself this question: if it was left to me to change this country, what is that one thing that I can do that will change? That's why that narrative was cynical. I embraced it as a badge of honor. And I remain in this space to tell our kids, no, you can do it. You can produce music, but music doesn't have to be dirty. You can do films, but they don't have to be dirty. Dibal said that Martin Munyo yesterday asked a question about the digital space and the handheld devices and gadgets that our kids have access to. How do we protect them from exposure to harmful content and at the same time not deny them access to technology? And I always say the best way to protect our children is to empower them with information. Let them know the dangers that are there. Don't take away the phone. Don't get back to that primitive way where you think protectionism is the way to empower your children. No, they will not be moral that way. Empower them with information. Have time with your children to talk. Have time. You know, we are creating some digital platform, the fireside chat. Of course, we will not be banning wood because of the climate change debate, but we are saying that story where we used to sit with our grandparents by the fireside and tell stories of the hyena and the hare and all those things, and stories of courage and resilience and teamwork and love and kind of positive social values. Our kids are forgetting those things because they're being brought up by social media, and we're not telling them the dangers inherent in the internet. Internet was not created for toxicity and for hate. It was created as a platform for empowerment, a platform for knowledge, a platform for connection and networking. But when you leave those kids alone, what happens is the bad guys, the black side of the internet dominates. And so they are more exposed to the bad people. Because what have we been told? If you are like Ezekiel Mutua and you believe in yourself, because me, I blow my trumpet. It's my trumpet after all. And I'm not apologetic. So if you are used to saying, you know me, I have a story to tell, and you dominate your space, you are called proud. You are told you are bragging. So what has happened is we have discouraged our children from telling their stories. We have discouraged the good people from occupying the platform. In the process, we have also taught our musicians and our artists that if your song does not have some vulgarity or some nudity, it will not sell. The other day, and a fight, and I hope this will not be quoted out of context. It was not a fight. I meant a comment. I was advising a young girl called Saru, one of the most talented, amazing kids, musicians that we have in the country. A young lady done a song, and some of you quote that phrase, "Kasikie vibaya na uko." Have you ever told somebody "Kasikie vibaya na uko"? Have you heard the song "Niko na pesa na ni ya babako"? Niko na pesa kushinda babako. The girl was dating a boy. Then they broke up. She started dating the father of the boy. So niko na pesa na ni ya babako, kasikie vibaya na uko kwe. Toxicity. The same narrative. The same narrative. So that if you sing a decent song and you wake up and you don't dress well and you go to the studio and produce it, it will not sell. And you have conditioned even consumers to think that way. So that even corporates are supporting very controversial content at the expense of clean content. And clean is not necessarily religious. I'm just saying we can do quality substance, music with substance and good content, telling our stories, promoting positive social values. You know, I was asking Shem Ochodo, why is there no film about Shem? This is a great guy. His story itself, even the resilience, and how he has managed to come this far. That's a film. Americans would have done a film about a guy like this one. If I was an American, there would be a film about Ezekiel Mutua, a champion of morality and decency. But instead, we malign every Kenyan as a PhD, and you know what that PhD is? It's not the doctorate that he and I hold. It's pull him down, pull her down. We don't celebrate success. It's like we are conditioned to think that celebrating success is bragging or evil. And that is the kind of challenge that I'm giving to our artists. We can change the narrative. Ben Okri says to poison a nation, poison their stories. I am a lover of stories, but stories for stories' sake are not good. It's just like information. Information for information's sake is not useful. We got to sift and check what kind of information we feed our populace with, and ensure that there are structures, there are checks and balances to ensure that we build a country that is based on hope, right from our families. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, there is no replacement for a family. There is no government that will bring up your child. There is nobody like a mother, like a father, so that the stories begin from there. And let them know that we struggled. We were not born CEOs. We were not born governors. We made it through sweat and blood. And they can also make it if they work hard. And open channels to tell these stories and to inspire our people. So, as I conclude, let me say, this is the space that we should be looking at as diaspora. A lot of opportunities to support kids in the villages to do music. This morning I was late at the American Corner. The American Embassy has supported a program called Film Fupi, or Film Fupi Academy, that is sponsoring kids and giving them money to do films in the ghettos and tell their stories. And I went to speak to them, and it became so, emotional. I overstayed. But I think the point we are trying to make is, if you guys in diaspora can identify talent in your village, can work with Governor Savula, Deputy Governor Savula in the county government, and I saw the CECs here, and there are many county governments here, and we get a program working with MCSK to manage those talents, to nurture, and using these platforms, ensure that these platforms, even the digital ones that are streaming from Kenya, are able to pay. I was surprised to find out in 1 minute, as I conclude, that Kenyans are the biggest users of TikTok globally. Number 1. But TikTok doesn't pay. What happens is, if I like the Bal's content, I give him flowers or some goat or some, I don't know what they do, and then we translate that to money, and I'm the one who pays. So it is Kenyan for Kenyan. But TikTok, with all that platform, does not pay. They do not have sensitization programs for people to know the other side and regulatory mechanism, and working with the government, create safe spaces for our children. So what has happened is, we are number 1 users of TikTok, but they say there's money, but the money that is there, it is Kenyans paying other Kenyans. We must change the narrative and know how to leverage on technology to make money. Money is in new media for the creatives. Money is on TikTok, money is on YouTube, money is on these platforms, but we are not creating conversations with the county government to see how best we leverage on the robustness of Kenya's ICT infrastructure to make our creatives create jobs for themselves and for their families. I can say more, but wisdom dictates that I sit down at this point, and I want to thank you for listening to me.
Indeed, you can see Daktari is a storyteller. And I was just wondering, since you're a storyteller, maybe we should also subscribe to your YouTube. I don't know if you have your YouTube channel. Well, you known as a moral czar of this country, we can tune in and have a lot of conversations around that, especially when it comes to morality and the moral decadence that this country is suffering from right now because of the new media, and how people also are handling the new media for the worst that we can see. If you're not putting pure content but nudity, that is what people will tag and like, and slowly by slowly we're seeing this invasion really taking on our children as well. Where's your finger? Where is your finger? Good, good. Lift your finger high, right? I want you to turn to your neighbor and poke their ribs and tell them, wake up. Just wake up, get alive. Just poke their ribs a bit. I told you that finger is going to be instrumental this very afternoon. Yeah? So if they're sleeping, just poke them and tell them, wake up, and hey, umekula ugali sana ama umekula nini this afternoon, right? But I hope you enjoyed your lunch as well. Thank you so very much. As I told you, we have a lot to cover this afternoon. And I want to appreciate the presence of the Deputy Governor of Kakamega County, Ayub Savula, to just come also just briefly to talk to us and greet us. You've been given a challenge on how also we can have interlinkages of ICT and the counties, and also how we can help the young people. Before I invite our Principal Secretary, who will just also give remarks this afternoon on how investment promotion can be, of course, tapped into by diasporans and what the government also has up its collective sleeves. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and make me welcome the Deputy Governor of Kakamega County. A good one for that matter, right? Thank you so very much. And we had the CEO of Investment Agency of Kakamega highlighting very robustly some of the issues that Kakamega County is having, and also for the upcoming conference as well, the investment conference. Thank you. Thank you. So I always say, you know, we always see soft copies of these individuals, so it's hard to shake the hard copy. Yeah, this is a hard copy.
Thank you so much. Senior national government official present, led by the PS Investment, Excellency Ambassadors, heads of diplomatic corps, country representative from all our development partners, the global chair, my friend who resigned from politics, is now doing well in diaspora, Shemo Shodo, leaders from various corporations here today, distinguished guests, representative from the county government, and all members of the diaspora. Good afternoon. Mirembe bosi. Mirembe Zenyasae. I'm glad to be here. Governor Fernandez Baraza. We came a delegation from Kakamega County. Kakamega County, can you stand up? Thank you. Get seated. My dear sister gave a pitch in the morning, and I'm sure I'll just summarize what she talked about, because we are one government, and the pitch from her is all inclusive, so I'll just add my voice on that. In Kakamega County, we are a county of a population of 2.2 million people. We are the third largest county in Kenya, and number one rural-based county in this country, out of the 47 counties. We have 12 sub-counties in Kakamega, and we have an investment wing headed by Madam Elizabeth, and our pitch today will just focus on the investment wing. We have mega projects that were left behind by Emeritus Governor Oparanya that we require the input of the diaspora. One is the national stadium, international stadium, the Buhungu Stadium, requires completion, so we will be seeking to have donors and partners join hands with Kakamega County to finance that project. We also have level 6 hospital, and I'm sure that is the only level 6 hospital in Kenya that has been constructed by a county government. The first ever in Kenya to be constructed by a county government level 6 hospital. Level 6 hospital is equivalent to Kenyatta National Hospital, so we'll be requiring completion and equipping of that hospital. We are having talks with investors from India, but we are open up to negotiation with any other investor in the diaspora to implement the project for the benefit of the people of Kakamega, because we are elected to add value to our people, and that is the process of adding value to our people. Going sub-county by sub-county, we want to thank the American government through the ambassador, and I'm told she's coming in at 4:30. We pulled string together to bring in an investor to build an organic fertilizer manufacturing company. We have allocated them land in Mumias West, and they are going to employ direct and indirect employment of 10,000 people. The project's already going on. We went to America to do a pre-shipment inspection of the equipment for the construction of the factory, and I'm happy to announce that the equipments are already here, so the project has taken off. We are having a challenge on onboarding an investor for our dairy factory in Malava. The dairy factory is almost 90% complete in terms of the structure, but we require an investor to put up equipment there, and we'll give him a 33-year lease to run the dairy processing factory, then revert it to the county government. Then we negotiate with another investor and we give him another lease of 33 years. We have successfully negotiated with Kenya Tea Development Authority, KTDA. We had a stall factory in Shinyalu constituency, a tea factory. We completed our negotiations 2 weeks ago with KTDA. They are putting in 700 million to build a tea factory in Shinyalu. What will require from the diaspora, kindly assist us to invest in tea bushes so that we can have enough tea to supply to the factory. In Lugari sub-county, where I was a member of parliament for 10 years, and my colleague, we were together in parliament. Madam, susimame tu hata kuona tulikuwa napiga kelele huko bunge pamoja. She's a member of the diaspora. She was the women rep Kiambu County in 2013, 2017. I served with her in parliament. So in my sub-county, Lugari sub-county, we are putting up a maize factory, and I'm traveling to China next week. We are looking for an investor to set up that factory, but we're going to look at the equipment so that we can know how the design will look like, so that you build a infrastructure on the ground that fits the equipment that we're going to look at. But we are encouraging an investor from the diaspora, come and invest. We will give you free land, and we also sign a lease with you for 33 years. You can even take the title to the bank. You can get a loan facility. You set up the factory, because it's not the work of a county or national government to invest. You just provide enabling environment for investors to invest in your county, and that is in line with the governor's manifesto of wealth creation and creating employment for our people. We also have the opportunity at Lugari Station, where we have 100 acres of land belonging to Kenya Railway Corporation. We want to negotiate with them so that when you have an inland container depot in Malaba in Busia County, let's also have one in Lugari in Kakamega County to offload goods instead of congesting the port of Mombasa every time, because it's on the railway line. We also have difficulties in our sugar production areas. We have 3 main sugar mills, that is Mumia Sugar, Butali Sugar, and West Kenya Sugar Companies. We are also seeking to partner with people from the diaspora. We increase cane production to supply enough raw material to those factories so that we can sustain the crushing capacity. Imagine Mumia's importing raw sugar from Uganda. What a mess. We are benefiting the Uganda farmers, money from Kakamega. So the diaspora people, especially those Luyas who are here, and those Luyas who are from Kakamega County, can you stand up? I want to see you. Yeah. Hii maneno tuseme na tuonekane. It's from Likuyani, another from Kakamega. No more from Kakamega, only represented by 1 out of 2.2 million. Or exhibition booth. So we need to work hard, and we need to attract investment in this sugar sector. Commerce has given us a reprieve for another 3 years, 3 or 4 years, 3 years. But you are doing badly. You look at the equipment in those sugar industries, moribund. We need new technology. We need modern ways of farming. We need new varieties that mature within between 6 to 9 months instead of 18 months, so that you can reduce poverty levels in those villages. We had also another investor who took off. I don't know, he disappeared from where, the diaspora. The one, Elizabeth, The one you launched in Mumias West, Mumias East, is called what? West? West to Energy. The investor came with stories. The governor went to launch, former governor Oparanya launched the project. Then she disappeared to where? Which country? She disappeared to Sweden. Confidence. Investor, we are ready to receive you, but don't give us briefcase projects. Like that one from Sweden. It was a briefcase project. How would you take a whole governor to go and launch a project and then it does not take off? 3 years, 4 years down the line, now we have disengaged her because even picking a call only is a problem. So Diaspora Chair, let's have real projects from the diaspora. With those many remarks, I'm glad to be with you, and I'll stay for some time to listen to the investment doing from the national government, because I'm told you are doing very well at national level. The only problem is revenue collection. And I saw the minister say yesterday, blaming low revenue collection to El Nino. There's no El Nino in Kakamega. Wacha akuwe tu real bana. Hii maneno tuambiane ukweli. Asante bwana PS.
A round of applause again to the Deputy Governor of Kakamega County. Thank you. So I want to welcome on the podium the Principal Secretary, Investment Promotion, State Department of Investment Promotion, to just come also and highlight what the government has up its collective sleeves for us. We know, as looking at this recent report from Ernst & Young, that Kenya, or foreign direct investment into Kenya, increased by 117% the year 2022. So what is the current projection? Are we losing it in the East African community as far as being the investment hub is concerned?
Hamjambo tena. You know, we're co-moderating with the Debal, so tunasaidiana kisahau kidogo kimoja before inviting our Bwana PS. Be delighted, Bwana Governor, we've heard you. The diaspora is global, we have footprints all over. And our embassy for the Nordic countries is in Stockholm, which is the capital of Sweden. So we will liaise with our colleagues. Offline, we'll discuss with Elizabeth so that we can trace those colleagues. At least getting them, we will be able to get them. So rest assured in that regard. A round of applause to Kakamega County. The one place we are really looking to getting involved. Lamu has been doing fantastic work. When PS, I don't mention this just because you hail from Lamu, but you're so special to the diaspora, at least to the Kenya Diaspora Alliance. You are so special. When with your sister, PS of Diaspora Affairs, you elected to form a technical working group. You decided with Kenya Diaspora Alliance. Give Bwana PS a round of applause. We want to assure you, we're not a talk shop. We have, you will see some of our projects outside, projects not funded, some funded by our members, some funded by our partners both at home and abroad, and we'll be seeing a bit more of that, but we don't take it for granted. Our assurance is we are ready to work with you the journey to grow our percentage of investments. Without much ado, Bwana PS Abubakar. Give him a round of applause as you welcome him.
Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Kakamega, Honorable Ayub Savula, the Ambassador of America is, she's not around here? Okay, Mr. Bob Nyangweso, the Interim President of Kenya Diaspora Alliance Global, Mr. Melvin Foot, President, Constituency for Africa, my friend Dr. Shem Ochodo, Chairman of Kenya Diaspora Alliance, other leadership membership of the Kenya Association of Kenya Diaspora Associations and their networks, representative of counties, panelists, international and local delegates present, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm delighted and glad to join this homecoming convention. It's the 10th one that has started yesterday. Mine is to tell you that this administration recognizes the role the diaspora plays in the national economic development agenda of this country. And we want to strengthen our relationship between this administration and diaspora so that we can tap on your resources to power and fuel our bottom-up economic transformation agenda. What are we really transforming in our transformation agenda? There are three deficits we are transforming: the savings to investment deficit, the fiscal deficit, and the balance of payment deficit. Your remittance to Kenya is not only a source of income or livelihoods to family and households in Kenya, but it also promotes financial inclusion and also is a big source of our forex reserves. If you look at the statistics of what makes our forex reserves in Kenya, number one is exports, which we have around $6 billion US, followed by remittance of $4 billion US, followed by tourism, around $2 billion US, and the last one is FDI, which averages $500 million US. So you can see you're ranking number 2 in terms of our forex reserves. But this remittance market worldwide is a 600 billion remittance market, and in Africa it's around 100 billion. But what comes to Kenya, as I've told you, is around 4 billion. So we're around 4% of the African remittance. So we have made a decision as government to double this 4 billion to 8 billion US dollars. That's our strategic and overarching objective. What we have found through studies that this 4 billion, which we are currently receiving, is only 5% of the disposable income of the diaspora. The reason, I don't know why. Why are you saving only 5% and remitting only 5%? Is it a trust issue, or is it we need to discuss those in this conference, in this convention, so that you can advise government on what to do? But also, we have noted that the 4 billion which comes, 25% of it goes to investment. Almost 70% of it goes to consumption. So what we have decided is that our objective is to increase the remittance from 4 billion to 8 billion and increase the remittance to investments from 25% to 50%. So that's our target, 4 billion to 8 billion, and out of that, 50% to come to investments. What we have done so far, State Department of Investment, that is my State Department, together with the State Department of Labor and State Department target. So on my part, we are aware that there are many challenges that investors face, being the lack of information of the investment opportunities. Some, when they get the information, there's a problem of facilitation, a lot of bottlenecks there at the facilitation. But most importantly is investor optimism and investor trust. They need to trust where their money is being used and the money is being protected. So in my State Department, which is charged with the responsibility of attracting investment into the Kenyan economy, both foreign and domestic, I have four tools which I will urge the diasporans to take advantage of so that we can ease the flow of remittance for investments in Kenya. One, I have the Business Reforms and Transformation Unit, which basically looks at the business environment and recommends to government on policy changes on what we can do to increase the ease of doing business and cost of doing business. The second one is Kenya Investment Authority, which it has all the investment opportunity in a database, and we have also e-opportunities. If you go to their website, you will see all the investment opportunities available for you to consider, and also they do promotion of those opportunities. The third tool which we're having are two institutions called the Special Economic Zones and the Extra Processing Zones. These tools, once you decide to invest in Kenya, we can operate in these zones where the land is almost free and there are lots of fiscal and non-fiscal incentives to reduce your cost of production. The fourth tool we have is an entity called Kenya Development Corporation. Its main mandate is to de-risk private investment. So if you want to invest in any project in Kenya and you feel like you need to have, or you want government stake in the game, you want to see government also playing a role in that investment, KDC is there to provide at least 10% just to show that we have confidence in this project, and then you can invest the rest. So it is basically there to de-risk you, to tell you that this thing is not that risky, and we are in it together. If there are any problems, we will be in it together. So those are the four tools that we are continuously sharpening them, and we want the diaspora investors to take advantage of. Lastly, I just want to state that Kenya is open for business, it is ready for business, and it is safe for business, and we mean business. In our bottom-up economic transformation agenda, we have 5 pillars where we want to channel and funnel private investments into those pillars, which is in the agricultural sector. You've heard the Deputy Governor talking about the sugar sector and the dairy sector. All those are in the agricultural sector. We have the health sector. We have the affordable housing sector, that is the real sector, the real estate sector, the digital space, and the SME development. Let me just give you an example of an item or a product in the agricultural sector which you can consider investing or evaluating it if it's making economic sense. In the agricultural sector, we are good internationally. We are internationally competitive as far as tea is concerned. You are aware of that, yeah? Our #1 export is tea, around $1 billion annually. However, 95% of that tea is exported raw, 95%. So there's a lot of opportunity there for value addition. And in this Finance Act 2023, we have removed all the taxes if you're purchasing the tea for the purposes of value addition. So that is one of the investment opportunity you can consider in the agricultural sector. In the health sector, you know that we lack specialized hospitals for cancers and those chronic diseases. And also, 1/5 of our budget is spent on pharmaceutical. But out of that, 70% of the pharmaceutical, we import that into this country. So what we have put in our budget, this Finance Act 2023, we have removed all taxes on raw material for the constructions of specialized hospitals, and also all taxes which in the raw materials for manufacturing of pharmaceutical. That's another opportunity to consider in the health sector. In the digital space, we know that our country, the issue of internet penetration, right? And you can see what the government is doing is automating all its services and putting it online. There's a lot of opportunity for production or manufacturing or assembling of smartphones so that they can take advantage of this infrastructure which the government is doing. And what we have done in the Finance Act 2023, we have removed all the taxes for inputs that will be used for the manufacturing of smartphones to take advantage of the ICT infrastructure and the digital agenda of government. In the affordable housing space, if you want to invest in the affordable housing agenda and help the government in achieving its target of building 200,000 houses per year, we are reducing 40% of your construction costs from land to the taxes so that that project can become bankable. In the e-mobility space, we want Kenyans to adopt the e-mobility agenda, and we have also removed taxes in the assembly of tuk-tuks, of e-tuk-tuks, e-boda-bodas, and e-motor vehicles. So what we are saying basically, we are focusing on these five pillars, and in each pillar there are several opportunities which are incentivized, and you can access them at the Kenya Investment Authority. With those many remarks, it is my anticipation that rich discussion during this 10th Diaspora Homecoming Convention will yield rich, actionable recommendation from the well-designed program and reservoir of experience, wisdom, and networks represented here, both physically and online. God bless Diaspora family. Thank you.
Another round of applause to Bwana PS. Thank you greatly, Bwana PS. With this permission and permission of moderator, 1 to 3 questions maximums or comments that we may have. If I can see a hand here, and it's good when we see ladies' hands, and we also see gender sensitive. Yes, Brother Onyuka. I think we can take those two. As you move, we say ladies first, but gentlemen before in Africa. But start with the lady. Before you come on, allow me to recognize the presence of our major keynote guest this afternoon, Ambassador Washington Olo, our former Director of Diaspora Affairs. Give him a round of applause. Thank you, Sana. Have a seat, Balozi. When I was in Abuja, Bwana PS, the Nigerians say, I'm standing on those protocols. We are standing on the protocols that Ambassador Olo and others before did lay for us in moving the diaspora agenda. So we don't take it for granted. We also had Ambassador Boniface from the State Department of Affairs and his team, but he probably has stepped aside. So please self-introduce briefly and ask your question. Just straight to the point.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shem. My name is Irene Gadiaka. I am the Africa Director for Total Impact Capital. It's an investment fund headquartered in DC, and I'm the Africa Director. My question is very simple. I guess I'm looking for reassurance that all the projects that you have mentioned are projects that one would look at in terms of investing or co-investing. But there always comes a problem when there is transfer of power. And what I'm looking for is the reassurance that no matter who is in office, your project doesn't get affected, and you can be sure that you will continue with the same zeal and vigor that you started with whatever regime was in office. It would be really reassuring to hear that. And two, can we perhaps find a way to change the narrative that perhaps doing business with government is a little difficult, because we've done that. My fund has done some of that, and what we find is that everyone that we're dealing with as a client, if you're doing invoice, anything to do with invoices, then they have trouble saying that they're not getting their money on time, or waiting too long, perhaps even to a year before they get paid. It would be nice to say, for instance, to my boss who is in DC, that that has changed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A round of applause to the good questions. I hope this is not the lady with the $2 billion investment opportunity. For real. Give a round of applause. She's being modest. And when it appears I say $8 billion. So you can imagine, you can work out how many is in shillings. Bwana Onyuka, as a veteran who just came from New Jersey, if he can be given the mic, he may also tell us how much that is in Kenyan shillings, as he asked his questions. A round of applause to Madam and Mrs. Onyuka. Thank you.
Actually, she did ask my question, which is about the reimbursement rate, because I've dealt with a lot of other healthcare companies, and one of the big German companies in dialysis actually wanted to set up a center here in Kenya, which we have talked to them for quite some time. And
yeah, repeat the question, please.
The question is basically reimbursement from the National Healthcare Service. Typically, whenever they invoice after treating the patient, sometimes it takes 6 months to 1 year before the reimbursement actually comes in. And they find it very difficult to operate under those circumstances. So I'm wondering what you're doing in terms of transforming the reimbursement rates. Yeah. The insurance payments.
Bwana Onyuka, maybe Bwana Pierce, I may also just make a little comment, then you answer, and then we take a little photo with some of your TWG members, the diaspora leaders we have in the house. So just if it's okay with you, we'll take a little photo. But is there a burning question? Okay, there's one at the extreme end there. If you can give a mic, then Bwana Pierce will respond together. As he walks to the mic, Bwana Governor, please, I'm taking a photo with you if you don't mind. Just 1 minute, bear with me. Because yesterday we also had Bwana Pierce, High Commissioner of Barbados. Bwana Governor, what he told us when you're talking of sugarcane was that in Barbados, for every acre of sugarcane, they get the output 5 to 10 times what Kenya gets from per acre. And is willing to share part of that knowledge. Give Governor Alexander McDonald of Barbados a round of applause for that. So we'll be happy to link him up with you. They probably already met with Elizabeth yesterday. But please ask your question, then when Pierce answers, we take a little group photo before we release you, Bwana Deputy Governor. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Rehema Mulu. I participate in the intersect of field of climate change policy and sports. I've been in the national team in the past, but we all know where all our focuses are. My question to Foreign Affairs is, we have a lot of talented young people, and I'm glad Dr. Ezekiel is here. Talent is a $1 trillion industry in the West, where we hyper-focusing on all these other things, and yet we can create a platform for young people where we can easily connect them to the talent that is out there. You know, I challenge you to prepare a platform so that we don't see young people sleeping endless nights. I have enough history to show you how we spend nights begging Ministry of Sports to support us to go carry the national flag to represent Kenya, and then we give up on the sport and we stay out here looking for other things. So anyway, I think this is a challenge to all of us. We all cannot fit in the offices. We all cannot be investors. Let's take care of our young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Good point. Yes, as Bwana PS comes, of course, you talked of foreign affairs, but there's collective responsibility. Eh? Karibu Bwana PS.
All right, thank you very much. On the first question, on whether you will continuous protection of your investment. First of all, government is in perpetuity, and in our laws and our legal framework, we treat investors equally, so we have equal treatment of investors. Two, your investment is constitutionally protected. So it doesn't matter which administration is there, you have the constitution to protect you, and there's a robust dispute resolution mechanism in place in Kenya and abroad. We are a member of many international arbitration mechanisms, so you can get justice if you feel like your investment is being violated. We also recently, the cabinet has passed a new tax policy which gives stability in the tax rates which are being put forward there for investors to make investment decision. I think they will run like 3 to 5 years. So in terms of stability, you should not be worried about that. Two, someone has asked about the same question about the efficiency of doing business in Kenya. When investors come to invest in Kenya, especially FDI, there are 3 things they are looking for. They are resource-seeking FDI, efficiency-seeking FDI, and market-seeking FDI. In terms of resources, we have the agricultural resources, the mineral resources, but we pride ourselves, one of the biggest resources we have is our human capital. Very, very, very youthful, educated, skilled, ethical, and very good looking. The issue of efficiency, the World Bank ease of doing business report had ranked Kenya number 3 in the sub-Saharan Africa. And we believe the kind of measures we are putting in place will soon be number 1 in sub-Saharan Africa. However, as a State Department, I have a parastatal called Kenya Investment Authority. We are transforming it to become a one start, one go, to make sure it enhances your facilitation to come into this country. There's also an issue of reimbursement of insurance. We also have an aftercare program which is being done by Kenya Investment Authority. We engage investors and businesses in Kenya to identify issues continuously so that we can be able to resolve. I've not heard of this, but what we have heard in this 1 year is about VAT reimbursement, and in the Finance Act 2023 we have said that if the KRA is late in reimbursing your VAT refunds, after 6 months you can set it off with your future tax liability. But in this insurance reimbursement, we'll pick it up. But please take advantage of the quarterly meetings which Kenya Investment Authority and my business reforms unit is engaging investors quarterly to identify issues, business concerns. Lastly, on the talent, one of our key pillars in our bottom-up economic transformation agenda is creative economy, and we will talk about it. So we have prioritized that. And we are also focusing on export of services. We know our young people are very techy, and we are in our special economic zone and export processing zone, we are employing a lot of youth so that they can export their services. And the export of those services has also been zero-rated. So if you go there, you'll see many BPOs, business process organizations, employing thousands of youth just to do artificial intelligence and all other techy things and exporting their services out there. So we are on top of this, and you will do the justice as far as talent is concerned. Any other issue? Are you satisfied that you are going to invest in Kenya? Thank you.
A round of applause to Bwana PS. Have a seat. Thank you. We just for the photo now, and we hand over. Dr. Malcolm, if you can walk over, please, quickly. And the TWG members come. We want to take a quick photo here with Bwana PS. Ambassador Law, if it's okay with you, please come over as one of the pioneers who opened the way of diaspora. Bwana Governor, please come over. Dr. Ezekiel, come, we take a photo. Bwana PS, I'm pleased to inform you that KDHC Okay, it is very well represented in their house, Kenya Development Corporation. Give them a round of applause. And tomorrow we'll have CESA, the Special Economic Zones Authority. So please, the lady, come, those billions, when appears I wanted to come, that we use it as evidence. Come over. So one day we have to get the monies here.
Photographers, and also I will urge us, all of us, if we could also take this opportunity to take selfies. Remember our hashtag. Could we stand up and just have some selfie moment with your neighbor, tell them, yes, this is the second day of the KDA Homecoming Convention. Let's stand up, all of us, we kindly, and we take our selfies. If you have your phones with you, even as we have our delegates also, take your selfie, right? Kindly, let's stand up so that, because we can also do this to just stretch a bit as we prepare ourselves for the next session. Take your selfie, take a 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 selfie. Let's take selfies, then you can post them on Twitter. Formerly Twitter, now X, right?
No matter what happens, baby girl, I'm gonna love you. Till time stands still, you know. Hey, yeah, oh, through the sun, through the rain.
All right, take a selfie, take a selfie. Post it on X, Instagram. Don't miss the opportunity. Put it on Facebook. This is the 10th anniversary of the Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention. It's been a decade, guys. It's been a decade. It's been a decade. Thank you so very much. Okay, so to usher us into the next segment, I will kindly request all of us, we stand up, right, just to prepare for the next panel. Kindly, if we may stand up and have our finger again, just to wake you up, in case you've drifted away and you're far away. Where's your finger? Show me your finger. Right? You know the drill now? Good. How's your neighbor? In the spirit of what the principal secretary was talking about, the housing project, we want to house one another's index finger. On my count, are you ready? Are you ready? How's your neighbor's finger? Are you ready? Get a neighbor. Get a neighbor. Kama umekaa chini muamshe. Mwambie simama tu kidogo, you stretch a bit. It's good. It's a good thing. It's a good thing for your health, for your back as well. Right? Okay, on my count. Right? Don't be all by yourself. How's your neighbor's finger? Like this. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, on my count. Let's do a dummy run. Right. On my count. I count up to 3. 1, 2. Grab that finger. Try again. Are you ready? How can you be alone, surely? You, two of you. You can't just, don't be selfish. Please. Are you ready? All right. Time to redeem yourself. 1. How nimble, how active, how attentive will you be in this next session? Rev, I can see you housing yourself. You have a neighbor there. You can do a zigzag. No. Professor, By the way, Professor used to teach me procurement. It's good to see him. He's here today, right? So he taught me procurement, and I was shocked. I just bumped into him. It was nice to see him after so many years. Thank you so much. All right. My count now. 1. Intent also to invest in this country. He's been the leading actual investor in Africa since 20. Many things that we're looking forward to, despite the fact that we are being told that all the investors are going to Tanzania, all the investors are going to Uganda. I want to attest that that is not true. Looking at the Ernst & Young report of Africa attractiveness, Kenya is still leading as the main investment hub by billions and billions of dollars compared to Tanzania and Uganda, right? I'll be able to just give you the statistic, the facts that we do have from that particular report. But you can Google the report, it's there. Ernst & Young Africa Attractiveness Report 2023. They have all this information there for you to actually also consume. So, this particular session is going to be an interesting one. And I was just highlighted that President of Africa Diaspora Alliance, Dr. Malcolm Beach, should remain here. But I think, you know, this is a ballroom also talks. When we have big honchos here, you want to take advantage of that as well. Melvin Foote, President, Constituency for Africa, USA. Bob Nyangweso, Chair, KDA Global USA, Interim President. All this, if I'm calling upon your name, kindly come to the podium if you're here so that we can continue with the next segment. We'll be joined also, maybe the tech team will tell us if we have Thomas Kwaka Omolo, right, who is a Consul General, Kenya Consulate, Los Angeles, California, USA as well. Do we have them online? The techie team? Not yet. All right, so you'll flag me up and alert me once they're ready. Okay. And Dr. Dennis Dillon as well, the publisher, New York Christian Times. Also, he will be joining us as well. So, as we wait for the other delegates to come in, I think Dr. Malcolm Beach is here. And I will kindly request, if we have Regan, if you could come and assist me to just carry this particular lectern on top here, so that just to set the tone, we can invite Dr. Malcolm Beach to talk about, you know, the topic that we are about to broach right now, which is, just put it on top, which is AGOA and other US-Kenya diaspora partnership opportunities and USA cooperative projects as well. He's meant to be the moderator of this session, but just to set the tone of the conversation, I hand it over to you. You can actually just speak up over here.
Okay. Good afternoon. How's everybody this afternoon? I know it's been a long day and had a lot of information to digest, and we're going to add a little bit more. Okay. While we're waiting for the other panelists to get involved, we're going to talk a little bit about this place across the border called the United States of America. From a diaspora point of view, we've got about 50 million African diaspora members. Now, I know that in Kenya, you've got about 50 million, so we're about real close in terms of the numbers of people. But what, I don't know if most of you have heard of something called the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act. Anybody here ever heard of that? You know, raise your hand a little bit. No? Okay, we got two back. Thank you very much, three. Well, let me give you a quick summary. About 20 years ago, there was a law passed in the United States that would allow over 6,000 items to be imported duty-free into the United States of America. However, to date, and the act is about to expire in 2025, less than 200 items have been imported into the United States from Africa. There's about 22 countries that are currently authorized to do that. Most of the imports so far have been textiles, oil and gas, some automobile parts, primarily from South Africa, but clearly nowhere near what many people thought was going to be the volume to come from Africa. There's a lot of reasons for that, but there's no point in going back 20 years and talk about what didn't happen. The act is up for renewal. There's a high probability it'll be renewed for another 10 years. But let me give you my suggestions. What the people in America say is that Africa really wasn't interested. They weren't interested in exporting duty-free 6,000 different products into the United States, where the GDP is $35 trillion. The money in the world is in the United States. If you're selling something, you need to sell in the United States. Think about that. The other thing I want you to think about is the fact that you got 50 million people, business people and non-business people, in the United States that look just like you. Love Africa. They're your brothers, your sisters, your family members. That particular group of people have not been asked to work on AGOA. It's one thing to be an exporter, but guess what? You need an importer at the same time. You're not exporting just to the dock of the port. You know, you got to export to a company that has a warehousing system and some delivery trucks and some marketing personnel to get your product into the marketplace. Some other issues that come out about AGOA are volumes. You can't just sell one container of anything. Most of the successful exports, give you an example, shirts or some type of sporting attire, the numbers are 500,000. In other words, you can't just send 2 dozen over there and think that you're going to, you know, be successful. So you have to have the capability. You have to have the capacity. So when you think about AGOA, it's there. Export, generate jobs for Kenyans. Think about how you can involve the diaspora in working with you on your exports. Okay? All right, let me tell you a little bit more about America. You know, America, Well, let's go back to our governmental structure. You know, we've got Congress, Senate, and the House of Representatives, and the President. And the President, of course, is over in charge of the administration. And we got another group called the Supreme Court. My goodness, that's another group. But anyway, what I wanted to tell you is that the largest caucus of Congress people that actually get together on a regular basis is called the Congressional Black Caucus. Can you imagine that? The largest group of the lawmakers in America is called the Congressional Black Caucus. But if they don't hear from you, there's no way that they can support legislation that will benefit you. Once again, that's another role for the diaspora. Kenyans need to take some time to communicate their wishes to the diaspora in America, who in turn will talk to their congresspersons about what the needs are. There is, the walls that we think are there don't really exist. You know, we gotta think about those things. You gotta ask yourself, what are you doing to bring down the walls between prosperity and poverty? Everybody says, oh, we just don't have this, we don't have that. Well, nobody starts out with everything. Most of us are born without anything, you know, and it takes a little while to get it together. Well, it's time that the Kenyans, home and abroad, get it together. Another program is called Prosper Africa. I don't know if you've heard of this program. This is a program of 14 different U.S. agencies that are supposed to utilize their resources to assist Africa. Okay, you've heard of some of them, USAID, okay, U.S. Commerce Department, and like I say, there's some other ones, International Trade Administration, Export-Import Bank. Just a quick thing about Export-Import Bank. The Export-Import Bank is more concerned about exports, okay? Let's say that first of all. Exports into a foreign country from America. But they'll finance 12 months of product coming into your country. If there's something that you need from America, they will finance it. But the biggest one is called the U.S. Development Finance Corporation. That's the big boy. They have a $66 billion budget for international events. $16 billion is allocated for Africa. And guess what? Last year, they barely did $800 million. That means that somebody in Africa didn't put together the projects to be financed. And they not only do debt financing, they do equity financing too. So you got $16 billion laying over there on the table that, you know, nobody came and asked for it. Once again, think about developing joint ventures with the Kenyan diaspora in order to get those applications in and get them approved and get the money flowing. You know, you can't complain about not being able to get money if you don't ask for the money. You have to ask for what you want in this world. Okay? But I'm saying, think about it. The Development Finance Corporation, that is the big money dog in America, in the American government anyway. I mean, in Wall Street, they got more money than that, you know. But when you think about doing international business, I'm saying America is still at the top of the chain. I mean, you're buying everything from China. I know we can't stop that because America buys everything from China too. But the question becomes, who are you selling to? You're going to make your money selling, you know, and you think about creating wealth. It's going to come from selling. Everything takes money. I know we spend a lot of time talking about health. Hospitals cost money. Doctors want to get paid. Medicines cost money. Equipment costs money. So you really can't talk about health unless you talk about money. Education. You know, you want better schools and universities for your kids. They all cost money. You have to begin to find sources of income. Nobody, you know, the days are really going smaller where people are just going to give you some money, you know. Just say, here, take this charity. And I don't even think you want the charity as much as you want to say, hey, I got a good deal. It has value. Let's work out a partnership and financing agreement. You know, I think that's what you really want. That's what most countries in Africa want. I was on a trade mission to Mali a couple of weeks ago, and the number one thing they said they wanted was respect. I said, boy, I don't have to give them any money. I just will give them some respect. But and another unique thing that happened, the guy told me that, hey, Dr. Malcolm, I got this gold mine. I need somebody to help me get the gold out of the ground. He needs some equipment, you know, because when you're digging for gold, you go kind of deep, so it takes special equipment. And I said, oh my goodness. So I have to go back to America with a new request. We got some Africans with these gold mines and need some help getting the gold out of the ground. And sure enough, 2 months later, well, 2 weeks later really, Russia signed an agreement to open up a gold refinery in Mali, you know. So I'm saying things are happening. You have to figure out how you want to participate. And if there's any questions that we can help you with today about America or business transactions in general. I've been involved in business development and business advocacy for about 45 years, you know, all over America, working with state governments, working with the federal government. I've been an advocate for black business for 45 years. And, you know, and we got there's a lot of people that are doing a lot of wonderful things, but we need more because the issue becomes market share. All right, what share of the market do we want? We can't just have 1 or 2 individuals that are successful. You know, if our population is 20%, 30%, then we need to have 30% of the market in everything. And that's what we need to aim towards as a business community, is market share. All right, so if there's any questions, let's try to go through them as soon as we can.
Thank you, Dr. Malcolm Beach. So if you have any questions for Malcolm, he is standing at the ready right now to answer those questions so that we can finish up with that particular opportunity that we've had. Truly, there is money on the table, but there is none for the taking for us. Is it innovations that we are lacking? Is it maybe information that we don't have? Because we are decrying lack of funds, but here we hear there is an outstanding eye-popping figures that Dr. Malcolm Beach has actually, you know, told us about that is ready for us for the taking. And I think we were here, so before I was just reminding myself that it is just this year, around July, where we had the United States Trade Representative Catherine Tai in the country, and the issue of AGOA was being broached, and she said another renewal of the preferential trade program depends on the U.S. Congress, but our office could facilitate it. But if we have money and they're taking stock and audit of the money that was already there on the table and it has not been utilized, so what sort of arguments do we give to the Congress that we are utilizing these funds? I think that will be another big question. And Kenya Manufacturers Associations in February asked the Investment and Trade Ministry to request Washington to extend the temporary preferential trade deal for another 15 years to create certainty over continued access of products to the US and the current terms. And I think that was a very good question we'll have posed also to the PS to tell us what is the traction with this, where are we at. That was the biggest dollar question that we missed out on asking the PS this afternoon. And there's an echo sound, if you could just kill it. Yes, thank you. So that I don't sound like the Almighty is the one who can actually speak like that according to movies that we've seen. So, are there any questions for Daktari? Yes, there's one hand. You can just, another question before we go to the next segment so that we can also utilize time well. Opportunities. There is a roving mic. Please kindly, Regan, if we could just be quick off the mark with the roving mics, so that we can, right? So in the meantime, there's another question over there as well too. Any lady as well? The spirit of gender neutrality. Okay. Can you just, if you could just stand up and tell us your name and make it very brief.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kenneth Kinoti. I work with a company called Moran Capital. Okay, mine is a comment. I've really gotten excited by what Dr. Malcolm has spoken about. You have packed quite a punch in a few minutes, and I have to say I've picked a lot from what you've said, and I'll do more research and participate in that. So Moran Capital actually de-risks businesses in Kenya and helps them raise private equity funds and private debt funds. So it's really exciting to know that $800 million, we have $16 billion that we can access as a country, as a continent. It's a massive challenge for me as an individual and as an owner of Moran Capital. Thank you, Dr. Malcolm.
Right. Thank you. Was a contribution. There's a question, I bet, from, if you could raise your hand for Regan to see you, then he'll hand you over the microphone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malcolm. This is the second time I'm listening to you speak, but particularly on that subject. And I just want to congratulate you that up to this point, you are not pained that no action is being taken to take advantage of that opportunity. I'm looking forward, therefore, to the next KDA Diaspora Homecoming Convention next year, when you can give us a report on what has happened. And for this to happen, I'm kindly asking you if we can access the contacts for that particular institutions that are of interest in this discussion, or maybe the procedures required to promote the partnerships between, say, the Kenyan and the American contacts in this case, and perhaps therein we'll also be able to get the conditionalities, so that once we have that kind of accessibility, I'm sure it will spark off greater interest, and I will also be more keen to see how well to promote this initiative that you have been promoting here. Thank you very much, Dr. Malcolm.
Okay, thank you so much for those comments. I just wanted to say that I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a serial entrepreneur. When I graduated from Morehouse College in Atlanta, I got a job with AT&T in the marketing department about 6 years, and then I decided to start my own business, and I ended up with what I call the food, beverage, and entertainment business. I had 5 nightclubs in Washington, D.C. 28 years old, determined to make my own way, you know, in America, and I've been, so shall we say, hustling ever since, you know, doing different things. You have to have the desire to get out here and do something. The opportunities are there. Like I say, this issue with the money is crazy. How can it be possible to have that much money laying on the table year after year, budget after budget, and there's people here in your country? The entrepreneur is the facilitator, okay? You've got to go get the money. It's on you. The rest of the, less than 10% of the population are entrepreneurs. It's a heavy burden on the business community. But hey, that's what you say you want to do. You want that freedom. You know, that's what I did. I wanted my own freedom to chart my own course and decide what I wanted to do with my life in business rather than to have a job. I had a beautiful job, management job. I was the first black manager in the marketing department. You know, it was crazy in terms of, it was great for them, but it wasn't great for me. Inside, I always had this desire to do my own thing. And I'm just saying that that's what it takes to build the business community in a country. You know, the entrepreneur has to step forward. You know, fortunately, I was a third-generation entrepreneur. Grandfather, father, whole family were entrepreneurs. They had all kinds of grocery stores, barber shops, soda shops. So I grew up in an environment where it was okay to be on your own, you know. But I'm saying to you, we've got a situation now that Africa is not taking advantage of. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the diaspora again. There's some people in significant positions in America, in the American government in particular, and in the American private sector. In August, we had a conference in Atlanta, Georgia, between the, it was sponsored by the National Business League, founded by Booker T. Washington in 1900, the National Black Chambers of Commerce, and the World Conference of Mayors. These folks represent like 20,000 different people that are black. And all they talk about is black. They want to come and do something with Africa. We had a Pan-African conference at the same time, and everybody was very excited about doing business in Africa. So you don't need to feel like you're alone with this thing. There are people all over. One last thing. In April, we had the Global African Diaspora Symposium in Abuja, Nigeria. You know, over 700 people attended from all over the world. I met some diasporans from the islands, the Pacific Islands, the Asia, Australia, and of course Europe was there. I'm just saying this diaspora thing is hot. You know, get on board. You're not by yourself.
Get on board. You're not by yourself. Thank you, Dr. Malcolm. We really do appreciate. Maybe just last question, because you've raised, you know, a lot of poignant points here, and I wanted just to ask you: is it information that is not being dispensed very well in terms of opportunities? And do you think maybe as an alliance, the Kenya Diaspora Alliance and other alliances that are there as well, they're not dispensing this particular information on their portals? Are we doing an insufficient job on that particular arena? Because they seem to be having a lot of information, and this is so new to many of us, so to speak, according to me.
Yeah, it's how can I say this? You know, the internet has made the whole world smaller, right? I mean, when you're watching the internet, you can see what's going on all over the world. So what am I saying? There's no excuse. Every department that I mentioned has a website. All you got to do is, you know, punch it up on Google, get the website, find out what the requirements are to get the money. All right? I mean, you've got a lot of opportunities here. Now, one thing you do have, and I'm going to speak to this part because of my associate that's in the creative industries. One thing Africa has to do is upgrade its image. People still talking about Tarzan, man, and you know, they think about Africa and say, well, that's where the gorillas live, you know, right? Everything that you have in Africa is what the world needs. Africa has more minerals and more arable land for agriculture and vegetation than any place else in the world. You've got it. You have to start communicating with each other how to utilize what's available. You know?
Let's appreciate Dr. Malcolm. Very insightful. A good round of applause for him. Thank you so much. Right, you'll feel free now to, also just walk back to your seat. Right, I think we've exhausted, unless there is a nagging question. Oh, okay. I'm given to understand there's some questions from Zoom. I hope the tech will not fail us. Could we? in the US. And we can see the willingness and the openness that they need to synergize. They want to invest more in Africa, in Kenya, and there are opportunities out there. So it is how we can actually have these interlinkages and make sure that that also is flowing into Africa, into Kenya. There are great opportunities, as we've heard also from Dr. Malcolm Beach as well. Dr. Malcolm Beach, I'll want to thank you so much. Unless you want to remain here, I'll also usher you forth just to take a seat as well. Thank you for your good moderation. And we want to continue. A round of applause for Dr. Malcolm. And what he's done is given you a good rich stream of information on the opportunities out there. One key pivotal point that we've been broaching as well is everyone is antsy. And I can see, I want to just appreciate the presence of Her Excellency, the Ambassador of US to Kenya, Mick Whitman. Thank you, Mick Whitman, for joining us this afternoon. And the question we were actually broaching is the issue of AGOA. I know you'll come and discuss it more robustly. There has been, suggestions that, yeah, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers are seeking, and they've been pushing through the Ministry on Investment and Trade in this country, because investors also are not very certain if this is going to be extended, so they are holding back their billions. Yeah, so, and I know one thing that the US government, on September the 26th, 2023, we had President Biden announcing the inaugural members of the President's Advisory Council on African Diaspora engagement in the United States. And he said, I mentioned this yesterday, it bears repeating today, very important, that the African diaspora in the United States, a rich and diverse community of African Americans and African immigrants, is foundational to our 21st century partnership with Africa. This community, which includes descendants of enslaved Black Americans, has long advocated for the prosperity of the African continent and its people, and strengthened the unique relationship between the United States and Africa. And that, of course, he was giving the executive order for 140089. And according with that particular executive order, the Advisory Council comprises of 12 members. And we know how she's become the friend of Kenya Diaspora Alliance. This is Her Excellency. She's been also in the previous KDA, and we know her interest for this country. Even some of the editorial cartoonists, actually, they've put out Mick Whitman as the marketing manager of Kenya. In the US, she has been advocating and saying this is a good investment hub for our investors out there. So we want to thank you so much for that good salutary effort that you've been speaking very well and of course glowingly about our country as well. And just to remind you that Kenya, we have the foreign direct investment in Kenya increased by 117% in 2020. And the country received 63 projects, pouring in $2 billion in capital investment and generating 7,819 jobs. Most of investments flows into the business services, technology and transport, and warehousing sectors, which collectively make up half of the country's total FDI. The US was a lead investor into the country with 14 projects valued at $748 million and generating 3,764 jobs. And of course, a single pharmaceutical project from the US accounted for the largest capital inflow and created more FDI created or related jobs in the country. And so we can talk about this. And this is only Kenya. US remains the largest in Africa by projects numbers, contributing 13% of Africa's total investments. It's the highest since 2016. And so a round of applause again for that good partnership and the goodwill for Africa as well. And so without taking much time, I'll want to invite over the president of the chair of Kenya Diaspora Alliance, Dr. Shemo Chodho, to just come and also officially invite over Her Excellency. A round of applause for the chair as he comes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you, colleagues, that are in the East Coast. I know you've been with us online, virtually. If things had worked out as we'd anticipated, you would have been with us, as Dr. Malcolm, who is with us here, just got in from North Carolina yesterday. We don't take you for granted. Excellency Ambassador, as Kenya Diaspora Alliance, and by extension Africa Diaspora Alliance, that my president is here, Dr. Malcolm, and me as co-president, the passion and the time you find for the diasporas and for Africa and for Kenya and for business and for technology, it's mind-boggling and it's humbling. I just want to mention, because today is your day, as Kenya Diaspora Alliance, KDA Global USA recently did an election. They have their new office. The president was meant to be with us, but the dad got indisposed. But now that we have a formal team as our chapter in the US, duly registered, we're very keen to work with corporate America much more deeply than has happened before. We were delighted, Excellency, yesterday we had representative of DFC here with us. We also earlier today met with staff from the commercial department, and we've had sessions with the economic department. Kenya, leveraging the diasporas, are ready for business. It's not all perfect, it's not all easy, but we have dotted projects. Kakamega County has been saying, please whisper to Balozi. We have projects that USAID and the US government, through its various arms, have done and is doing in parts of the country, and we don't take it for granted. We've also been in touch, and we're grateful, both as Africa Diaspora Alliance and Kenya Diaspora Alliance, to President Biden's administration for the executive council that was formed. We have been in communication with Bishop Behrman, the chair. Indeed, hoped he would have also been here. We're still hoping he may talk to us virtually, like the other colleagues have done. We're ready to find a way to unlock the huge potential. In the 2 days, we've heard from opportunities in the agribusiness, health sector, that was our next place to be, in the mining sector, and a whole lot of other sectors where we think there's so huge opportunity in the creatives industry and the digital sector, where you and I and a host of people in the room play the league. So we're delighted, Excellency Ambassador, since it's your day, allow me to have the single honor to invite the Excellency Ambassador Meg to come over and address us. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, good afternoon. It's awfully nice of you to stand up, but you can sit down. So I apologize. I was on an earlier schedule, but I think you were running late, and then I had a meeting with about 30 people that I couldn't change. So thank you for letting me speak a little bit later in the afternoon. So I am delighted to be here with all of you this afternoon to discuss U.S.-Kenya relations. And you, as members of the diaspora, play a pivotal role in connecting our two great countries. The presentation I'm about to go through came about because after about 3 months in this country, what I realized was the narrative on Africa, and particularly the narrative on Kenya in the United States, was about 20 years old. People didn't understand the dynamism of this economy. They didn't understand the opportunities that Africa and Kenya in particular offered. So since last March, I've been delivering this presentation, which is called Why Africa, Why Kenya? Why you should invest in Africa and why your destination should be Kenya. And it's basically to boost trade and investment between our two countries. And I have to say, I think it's working. Slowly but surely, the narrative is changing. And there's a lot more interest and incoming inquiries into the embassy this year than there was a year ago. So, and the pandemic did to spur supply chain diversification, climate change has done for energy use. Businesses are now pushing for net zero emissions to meet their climate change mitigation goals. And as you know, Kenya already develops up to 90% of its electricity from renewable sources, and future additions to the grid will all come from solar, geothermal, hydro, and wind sources. So investing in Kenya means access to ubiquitous green energy, and what I say to American companies all the time, if you invest in Kenya, you will be well on your way to meeting your Scope 2 and Scope 3 emissions goals. So ponder these words from the CEO of a major tech company that I spoke with recently. He said, "Supply chain diversification is now an essential element of our business, and so is the need to be totally green." And in that sense, Kenya seems to offer us a 1-2 punch for success. So when people ask me, why Africa, why Kenya, the elevator pitch is supply chain diversification and 93% green energy. And mostly, I have them at hello. Now, why Africa? I think all of you know these statistics, but 1 in 4 humans, a quarter of the world's population, and 1 in 3 working age people will live on the African continent in 2050. Africa is an incredibly young continent, the youngest in the world, with 60% of the population under the age of 25. And in my view, Africa is the last and largest emerging market. It offers the last big prospects for supply chain diversification and expansion of the customer base like Southeast Asia experienced 20 years ago. Africa, and in particular Kenya, reminds me of Southeast Asia 20 years ago. So why Kenya? So I usually am able to convince people they need to think about Africa, and then I try to convince them that their destination should be Kenya. So let's zoom in on why Kenya should be a target destination. First, Kenya is one of the most stable democracies in Africa. As you know, businesses care a lot about stability. 2, Kenya is the gateway to the East African market of almost 500 million customers. Kenya is the regional logistics hub. Kenya is the leading regional finance hub. And Kenya, with Silicon Savannah and its super smart engineers, is the region's ICT hub. Kenya is the leading destination for foreign direct investment and venture capital. And Kenya has a young, educated, entrepreneurial, and English-speaking workforce. And finally, one of the largest export markets for Kenya is the United States of America. So let me unpack just a few of those. Kenya is the gateway to East Africa with a market of almost 500 million consumers. 80% of all East African regional trade passes through the port of Mombasa. In addition, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport in Nairobi is the busiest airport in East Africa, served by 40 passenger airlines and 25 cargo carriers, including FedEx, DHL, and UPS. Kenya also has some excellent infrastructure, such as the standard gauge railroad and a series of new roads and a modern port. Kenya is already the regional financial hub for East Africa. Several international banks have been present in Nairobi for decades, and many global financial institutions like the World Bank and the IMF have established their regional headquarters in Nairobi. Nairobi has an important regional stock market, and the city hosts the necessary legal and accounting and consultancy services to preserve and accelerate this status. Now, many of you know all about Nairobi's vibrant technology community known as the Silicon Savannah. And this isn't one place, it's a state of mind. It's the feeling and the excitement and entrepreneurship that makes Nairobi the premier destination for tech sector investments and innovation in Africa. Many leading tech companies are already here in Nairobi. But also very impactful tech companies, local tech companies like M-Kopa, Copia Global, Semiconductors Technologies Limited, MarketForce, Power Financial Wellness, Kiosk, and Udu, and many electric vehicle startups are here as well. And I have met many of these companies, I have visited their operations, and I see what is happening here has many of the critical components that made Silicon Valley a reality. I think Silicon Savannah has almost the best chance of any other tech hub to grow to the scale of a Silicon Valley than almost anywhere else I've been in the world. Thank you. At the nexus of finance and technology sits one of the most impressive companies I've ever seen, and you know it well. It's M-Pesa. M-Pesa solved one of the biggest challenges in the mobile money market sector: mobile, secure, ubiquitous, low-cost payments. M-Pesa has over 50 million customers in 7 countries and is involved in over 70% of Kenyan transactions, powers over 5 million businesses, and catch this, 59% of Kenya's annual GDP flows through M-Pesa. Let me say that again. Nearly 60% of Kenya's GDP goes through M-Pesa, 70% of Tanzanian GDP. And I think M-Pesa alone demonstrates the brilliant business minds at work here in Kenya, devising African solutions to global problems. I think you all know this as well. Kenya has attracted significant foreign direct investment and is a leading destination for venture capital on the continent. While venture capital flows decreased by 35% last year because of the recession, total funding in Africa actually increased by 8%. But even more impressive, while venture capital to Nigeria was down 36% and essentially flat in South Africa, funding to Kenya increased by 33% last year, one of the highest growth rates on the continent. Adjusted for GDP, Kenya receives significantly more venture capital than anywhere else on the continent, generating roughly triple the venture capital to GDP ratios of Nigeria, Egypt, and South America. And unlike its continental competitors, who attract primarily fintech-led investments, Kenya venture flows are much more diverse, led by e-commerce and clean tech, followed by fintech, but agri-tech and enterprise investments. And what's even more unique for Kenya, in 2022, Kenyan women-founded startups raised $146 million in equity, again, more than any other country on the continent. You go, girls. As I said, approximately 90% of Kenya's electricity is currently generated from renewable sources, primarily geothermal, wind, and solar. Many U.S. investors are backing the expansion of Kenya's largest renewable sources, including the largest wind farm near Lake Turkana. BlackRock just bought out 1/3 of the wind farm in Turkana. It's amazing that Kenya has committed to reaching 100% renewable energy by 2030 and is already close to achieving that goal. From a workforce perspective, Kenya, as I said, is English-speaking, has high literacy rates, and a pretty strong primary, secondary, and tertiary education system. Every firm I have spoken with raves about the quality of their Kenyan workforce. I'll tell you a little story about MAS, the largest apparel manufacturer in the world. They looked across the globe for where they were going to diversify out of Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and China, and they chose Kenya. They've been here since 2021. And they said to me, the Kenyan workforce is our best workforce in the entire world. As I said, the United States is one of Kenya's largest export markets. In total, Kenya exported about $187 million in goods to the United States last year, according to the U.S. government trade statistics. In addition, the United States exported $600 million of goods to Kenya. So about a $1.5 billion total U.S.-Kenya trade. It's fairly balanced, and it's expected to increase as the United States and Kenya negotiate the first of its kind bilateral trade agreement known as the Strategic Trade and Investment Partnership. And we hope it will be a model for the rest of the continent once that is done. The other thing I heard you talk about was AGOA. I have a lot of confidence that AGOA will be renewed. Everything is always a challenge. We have a divided government, just like you do. But I think we're feeling very good about this. You might have seen President Biden's statement on the desire and confidence to renew AGOA at the AGOA Forum in South Africa, and Anthony Blinken also gave a video underscoring the importance of the renewal of AGOA. So I think we're feeling pretty confident about this, and it could happen as early as the first quarter. So now you know why I'm so enthusiastic about the Kenyan investment climate. But I always say to investors, there's room for improvement, like in every country. And the first is taxes. Kenya must have a consistent, transparent, and fairly administered national tax policy to attract and retain foreign direct investment and accelerate economic development. As you all know, more work needs to be done to establish a durable tax framework. But the government of Kenya introduced many changes that will make Kenya more tax-friendly for investors, such as removing the export services tax and provisions to accelerate VAT refunds. But implementation of some of these changes remains a challenge, especially given Kenya's tight fiscal constraints. Without a doubt, corruption is also a critical issue, and one that has to be addressed for Kenya to reach its full potential in all areas of development. Corruption, as you know, leads to misuse of public resources, it slows economic growth and job creation, and damages the investment climate, as well as undermining equal participation in the prosperity of this country. Corruption remains a challenge here, and much more needs to be done. Debt to GDP. Kenya, like many developing countries, is burdened with high debt, limiting its ability to fund public services and infrastructure in line with its ambitions, especially given the rise of interest rates. What I learned since I have been in Kenya, when we in America raise interest rates to control inflation, because we see the same inflation around food and fuel that you do, we get a head cold. The rest of the world gets the flu. And so our rates are 5–6%. Rates here now are running 15% for three-month debt. However, according to the IMF, Kenya's debt to GDP ratio is about 69%, but it's not an outlier amongst other regional averages. For comparison, Malaysia's debt to GDP rate stood at 69% also in 2021, while India's debt to GDP ratio was 83%. So it's not so much the debt to GDP ratio as it is the interest rates right now that are squeezing the government. Manufacturing. This is an excellent opportunity to put to rest the argument that Kenya is not a manufacturing country. True, Kenya has room to grow in this sector, but manufacturing is happening here. And let me give you a few examples. Do you know Gearbox? Gearbox is a high-mix, low-flow electronics manufacturer in Nairobi, and they run what we call a state-of-the-art surface mount assembly line. And in November of 2022, they began manufacturing Raspberry Pi's Pico product for the African market. Gearbox's production quality now meets or exceeds that of Raspberry Pi's other production sites in Wales and Japan. And they're producing here in Kenya a first pass yield of 99.6% in precision manufacturing. Semiconductor Technologies Limited, a US-owned semiconductor manufacturing and nanotechnology company that's domiciled in Nyeri, is growing rapidly and has hired more than 80 Kenyan engineers in the past 2 years and has some very interesting test runs of unique niche semiconductors. Kenya's Revital Healthcare is one of the largest manufacturers of medical products in Africa, producing 48 devices and exporting to 28 countries. Isuzu has operated its East Africa assembly plant in Nairobi since 1977, selling more than 90,000 units with more than 15 models. And more exciting than that is there's also a robust and growing e-mobility manufacturing and assembly industry in Kenya. Kenya is the future, I think, for Africa's 2- and 3-wheel e-vehicles and e-buses. In fact, the manufacturers here are having trouble manufacturing enough electric bodabodas for the market. And last but not least, we have to talk about apparel and apparel manufacturing. Last year, Kenya recorded its highest ever apparel exports to the United States, over $540 million, employing nearly 200,000 Kenyans, mostly young women. Leading apparel brands sourcing from Kenya include PVH, which includes Tommy Hilfiger and Calvin Klein, Contour, which includes Lee and Wrangler, and several more, including Walmart and Levi's. And what we hear from these brands is that they want more Kenyan apparel manufacturing, both because of the high quality of labor and Kenya's leadership in renewable energy. Brands are steadily moving production operations to Kenya from Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Ethiopia, and China because of what Kenya has to offer, and more is on the way. I will also say it would be very helpful if Kenya could bring back its cotton industry. Kenya used to have an enormous cotton industry, And what the apparel companies say is we can grow here for a few more years, but ultimately we have to have the fabric mills here that we can, so we don't have to import fabric from other places around the world. So I say there's something happening here, and it's abundantly clear to you, and I hope it's clear to me, and I hope it's clear to you, the benefits that Kenya has to offer. And since the president was elected in 2022, his administration has been committed to improving the business climate. And following months of deliberation and consultations with the business community, the government of Kenya has announced a few of these reforms at the March 2023 AmChen Regional Business Summit. And I thought I'd just give you a few of them because it really does underscore some of the changes that have been made. First is alignment of Kenya's data protection regulations with the multilateral global cross-border private rules framework. When businesses think about investing outside the United States, they don't want unique privacy rules for Kenya, one for Ethiopia, one for Tanzania, one for France, one for Italy. They want a global standard. And so harmonizing the global privacy standard and data regulations I think is going to be a big addition here. Elimination of the VAT on export services. Call centers and BPO is a big opportunity here. Those had a tax on those services called export services. Those export services tax are now gone. Removal of tax on stock-based compensation for employees of startups. If you went to work for a startup and you got $10,000 worth of stock options, the government of Kenya wanted to tax you 30% on those stock options before there was even a liquid market for that stock. And so what happened is people didn't take advantage of their stock options. Well, the whole point of joining a startup is risk-return trade-off. And so there is now no longer any stock-based compensation for employees of startups. Elimination of the domestic equity requirement for ICT companies. Up until June of this year, if you were an ICT company, you were supposed to have 1/3 of your shareholders be Kenyans. And what I said to the government is, if you want Amazon Web Services here, trust me, they are not going to spin off Amazon Kenya and sell 1/3 to Kenyans. So you've got to get rid of this environment and this rule if you want big American companies in the technology sector coming here and staying. And you probably saw about 3 months ago, Amazon Web Services opened their development center here and will likely be bringing their e-commerce company. You probably saw they're launching e-commerce in South Africa. Kenya needs to be next on that. Commitment to adhere to the OECD two-pillar solution for digital services tax. This is another one where you can't have your own digital services tax. You've got to align with a global standard. And by the way, the global standard is actually higher than the Kenyan digital services tax. So I think that could actually be good for Kenya and good for the Treasury. And then finally, a commitment to revitalize Kenya's special economic zones to maximize their competitiveness. They are not as competitive as those in Ethiopia and some other countries, and Kenya needs to be the most competitive, hands-down country in Africa. So, lots and lots of potential in agriculture, in apparel, in ICT and innovation, and in energy. So I think there's lots and lots of things happening here. I will also point out that I think Kenya has an opportunity to really make a move in the creative economy. I think you were talking about that earlier. Now, you probably noticed, and I think this is sort of a creative economy, it's really sports. You probably saw that the NBA has opened an office in Nairobi. And they're going to build 6,000 basketball courts at schools to start the pipeline of young Kenyans playing basketball. Why are they doing this? They want a pipeline for basketball players. And we actually had a very fun meeting with the president because they brought a lot of African basketball players who do play in the NBA. And I don't know if you saw that tweet or that X where Ron Harper, a former NBA player who's 7'2", he's with the president, and he's got the basketball up here, and the president's like trying to jump. The president looks like a midget relative to this. I mean, it was very funny. It was very, very funny. But right behind the NBA is the NFL, Major League Baseball, Major League Soccer, are all looking at Kenya. And then, from an entertainment perspective, the Grammys. The Grammys have signed an MOU with Nairobi, or with Kenya, to be one of 4 founding Grammy partners here in Kenya, and pretty soon they're going to pick where the Grammys should be headquartered in Africa. And what they're doing, you know the American Grammys, right? And then they did the Latin American Grammys, which are now bigger than the American Grammys. They want to do African Grammys. And you could say, gee, Lagos kind of has it all over Kenya, but let's see about that. So, to conclude, I think Kenya offers a tremendous opportunity. And I think the biggest challenge is the narrative on Africa and the narrative on Kenya in the United States. So as members of the diaspora, you can download this presentation. It's on the American Embassy website. There's no trademark on it. Use it, take it, adapt it, do whatever you want. And all the data is correct. We've doubled and tripled checked it, so you won't be called out. And please, you are the ambassadors for Kenya. And we've done, as I think you know, 4 road shows. We went to New York, to Chicago, to Silicon Valley, to Los Angeles. And it's been a remarkable reception to this story. So thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you for everything you do for Kenya. No, I'm happy to take some questions if you want.
As a U.S. citizen, you did great.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to take a few questions if you'd like.
Yeah, please have a seat. Yeah, I think we can take one question. One for Mr. Ross. Any other final question?
Thank you, and as a U.S. citizen, thank you very much. You are an incredible proponent for this beautiful, beautiful country. And I would like to add one more section, maybe a slide to your presentation, which is the diaspora, which I think is something to really brag about.
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
actually, that's a really good idea.
You know,
I'm mad I didn't think about it before I got here.
Well, I'd love to help you with that. We have a whole global UCLA Oxford Center on diaspora economy. For example, the remittances are about 4% of GDP, which is, you know, we're talking 0.3% of net inflow FDI. So
about $2 billion a year.
Correct, actually. So it's from the U.S.
I know,
right?
$2 billion.
But $4 billion altogether, but $2 billion from the U.S.
U.S. and $4 billion overall. Yeah.
Exactly, and that is the tip of the iceberg. We probably have one of the most high per capita exporters of remittances inside the United States and to anywhere in the world going to Kenya.
Yeah.
So the key issue is how do we transform that remittance into savings? And there are problems with it right now. Right now it's still dominated on a cash-to-cash basis.
Yes.
We just launched today with Kenyan Diaspora Alliance with MasterCard a free bank account regardless of immigrant status in the U.S. with connected to remittances, which are going to be the lowest in the market. For what purpose? And with Equity Bank as a partner to create bonds, savings bonds for sustainable development, and which will be announced in COP on Monday. So we'd love to put that on your slide. I think it is a huge, and your role could be really spectacular in that.
Thank you. Good.
Maybe that's the last one. Just introduce yourself briefly.
Thank you. Excellencies, Operar Kosa, I'm Mwangi Derito, and my question goes to technology transfer related to universities and Tibet. What is the American government doing to support the Kenyan education system to get into technology and better value in the Tibet? That is a technical and professional education training system. Thank you.
So we are doing a number of things at the U.S. Embassy, but perhaps most importantly, it's the U.S. tech companies that are doing more even than we are. Whether it's Google, Microsoft, IBM, Oracle, VMware, Hewlett-Packard, they all have outreach and training programs to many of the universities and to the TVETs for training. What is true here, if Silicon Savannah becomes the Silicon Valley of Africa and starts growing at this kind of a rate, you're not going to need 5,000 computer science engineers a year, you're going to need 50,000 or 100,000. And so where is that training going to come from? The only way I know how to do this is work with the universities, these big tech companies, and we can provide some modest assistance, and then it's going to have to be on-the-job training. That's how we did it in Silicon Valley. You basically come with a computer science degree or some kind of an engineering degree or at least a math degree, and then you train on the job. So I do think it's a really important thing. And by the way, I think the diaspora can help there as well. I think we should look at, find some universities in America that we can partner with Kenyan universities. I think like sister relationships. The question I always put to Kenyans is, who is your Stanford University here? Stanford was the anchor of Silicon Valley. It was a combination of a big tech company, Hewlett-Packard, the venture capital community, and Stanford. Those were the three things, and connectivity. So Kenya has good connectivity. I think you'll have better connectivity to all parts of Kenya. You have big tech companies here, M-Pesa, Safaricom, as well as Google and Microsoft. It was funny, when we were at AWS for their opening, the CTO of Safaricom was the chief guest, and he walks through the engineering team and he goes, okay, I knew like 3/4 of your engineering team, meaning AWS had hired a big chunk out of Safaricom, but that's the way it works. I mean, for years, HP gifted, if you will, employees, and then the next generation of internet companies gave employees to the next generation of startups. That's how it works. So I think that's really important. Who is going to be, what's your anchor university going to be? Is it Jomo Kenyatta? Is it University of Nairobi? Is it Strathmore? Who is it that can really be the Stanford, the MIT, the science, technology, engineering, and math hub of the universities here? And so if you have contacts with universities in the United States that you could marry to some schools here, I think that would be great. I think we have one more. Here's a coming your way, and then we'll go.
Thank you. I didn't think you saw me. Quick one. I was hoping that you would talk on impact investing, and especially when it comes to climate change and what it's doing to the lesser. Because my name is Irene, and I work for Total Impact Capital. It's headquartered in DC, and one of our focus areas is impact investing. It would be nice to hear what your view or goals is on that front. Thank you.
So I'm all about impact investing. But my view is, and this may be a little bit controversial, is the returns have to be there first, right? You may sacrifice a bit of returns for the impact that you could have for CSR goals and other things, but ultimately Kenya has to have companies that are globally competitive. And that way, we should end up with lots of impact investing because it's so profitable, you can do both. You can do good while you do well. And when I was just down at Super Return Africa, down in South Africa, just on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of this week. And the other story I think we need to tell here is for the continent of Africa, returns are lower than in other parts of the world. I think they said 4.7% versus upper teens in some of the Western countries. But what they also said is, if you look at it by country, it's not true for every country. And so I think Kenya and others who have higher returns need to make sure that investors are aware of that, so that they explore what's happening here, and then the icing on the cake may be impact. I don't know if that's how you think about it, but I think ultimately it's a competitive world, and people want to do good, but they're also, fund managers are evaluated on how well their portfolios do. So we have to create an environment here where these companies can be really, really profitable. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Excellency has allowed us to take a small group photo just with 4 people, please. And so please, protocol, allow us to leave it at that. I want to have one Kenyan-American couple and one Japanese-American couple and one Kenyan and one Kenyan-Uganda. So Samali, if you can come over, she's been doing a terrific job to get this happen. Samali Karika, give a round of applause when she comes. Okay, the Japanese, no. Give the Kimballs, newly married also, a round of applause. Thank you. The Onyukas just came all the way from New Jersey. A round of applause. Last but not least, Dr. Ezekiel and Professor Roll. Now that we've just signed this agreement, please come over. Mexican. Mexican, Kenyan, American. Please come over. So we'll. Just come if you can help us just remove this down so that there is enough space. Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry, colleagues. I wish we could take a group photo, but leave that for another day. And for the youth, please come over. The young lady. Give her up.
A round of applause again for Her Excellency Met Migran, the Ambassador of US to Kenya. If you could kindly assist me back with the lectern, I'll be happy. So she's spoken quite movingly on a raft of issues, and the color she's painted about this country, she'll also change your perspective, right? Given all those interventions and opportunities that are there that she's enumerated, it was just astounding on what she's mentioned about her country. But one of the highlights that has actually been picked up is the fact that single sourcing is not smart. Single sourcing is not smart, and that is, well, that thing is a bit grating to, yeah? I don't know. Yes, it's not smart, and it's been a pivotal lesson from what is ongoing with the warring factions in the world. And Kenya is a good hub for investment. I told you what we hear from media as well is not a true reflection of how investors, that there's a flight of investors from this country. Stable democracy is here, a gateway to 500 million customers. We have also a good regional logistic hub. We have very good young educated, you know, a working force in this country, export market here, as well as in a raft of issues she's really raised. And I think that also is a good portion of changing our perspective regarding this country. Impact investing, that is another key area that we need to consider. So is it just impact on the projects, but also on the services? How are you impactful on that particular note when it comes to even the green energy? And she's talked about the clean tech energy. And I already also just highlighted to you that according to the Africa Attractiveness Report, clean tech is the go-to place right now. Good. I know, excuse me, because also you understood she said that she was here on time, as in she had actually noted that we were not there on time, and so she had other engagements, but she's squeezing time for her to be here. So we want to just go straight to the next segment, and I think this is very pivotal when it comes to our welfare. They say, take care of your body. It's the only place where you, it's the only place where you live. Take care of your body. It's the only place where you live. And so as much as we'll want to invest as much as we want to latch on these opportunities, if we are of poor health, then we'll not be able also to actually be giving out good output. So investing in the radical reorientation of health system towards primary health care, the best and the only choice to achieve universal health coverage, which the current administration has been also very particularly intent, will be our next topic. And I want just to call upon our panel, if they're here, if we got any representation. I've not been given names, all of them, but any from the Ministry of Health. If there is anyone from the Ministry of Health, we can actually make good use of information from the Ministry of Health. If we have any person there, we're talking about realistic investment opportunities using PHC, a role of traditional medicine in addressing PHC. I think these are some of the issues that they could have actually tackled. But if we don't have any of them, is there anyone from this department that I'm mentioning? Right. So, if they're here, we could actually convert, but we can actually carry on with that particular conversation. But I can see my prof is here. We can try and look at the role of supply chain in a PHC, traditional medicine, for that particular matter. Capacity building to accelerate PHC, I think that will be a pivotal point as well. But you've had the role of supply chain management is very key, especially when it comes to diversifying your portfolio instead of just sourcing your services, sourcing your production or your products from a single source. That can be detrimental for your business and sustainability of your business as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome my Dr. Malak Charles Olo to come on the podium. He will give a bit of a statement here and carry on with this particular conversation, especially on the role of supply management. I think Ambassador set a good stage for you. You can pick up from there and continue. As I've mentioned before, Dr. used to teach me procurement, right? So when I did my procurement many years ago, he was the one who was actually giving me good marks or bad marks, but you gave me good marks, right? I know you've taught so many. Thank you so much. If we could get introductory remarks, well, that would be good. Thank you.
Sorry, MC, the arrangement was a little different. Unfortunately, some of our key speakers, due to time, have gone away, but we have 3 speakers who are going to be here. I'm going to make the first remarks, and that is going to come from a presentation that I'm going to make. Then Dr. Malak is going to make other remarks. Professor Kaseje, who was here, has left his remarks, which is going to be read by Dr. Malak. Arnold, my name is Odongo Dio. I am the convener of health at KDA. I'm a medical doctor. My specialization area is reproductive health, which covers both men and women. And I've also got 25 years of global practice, and especially in the area of public health. So, I think I'll just start. I hope I can see this properly. Can you project it? Okay, now, what we are going to discuss covers everything else that we have been discussing from Wednesday. When we talk of primary health care, and especially the investment part of it, we are talking of all those aspects: poverty eradication, blue health or blue life, green energy. All those are in
what we call primary health care. Just move on. No. Just go back a little bit. I just wanted to put it, let me see the definition of health, because I think that is key for our discussion. And this is how this one comes. I think help me with that mobile. As we know it, health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not just merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So when we are talking of health, we are not just talking of, I've got headache or I've got malaria, but it covers everything about humanity. Primary health care is a whole of societal approach to effective, organize, and strengthen national health system to bring services to health and well-being closer to the communities. And so public health covers everything. When you make a contribution in building roads, you are actually covering public health. When you are organizing a society or a community to get some finances, to be a little wealthy, you are covering primary health. And UHC is a target stating that all people have access to the full range of quality health services they need when and where they need them without financial hardship. I think after having defined those ones, let's move on. Now, this person is somebody you cannot ignore when you are talking of primary health care. That is Dr. Halfdan. He died in 2016, but he was the Director General of WHO between 73 to 88. He is the father of primary health care, and this one we will see about the declarations that were made about the primary health care. Let's move on. Primary health care, let's go back to that. Very, very, very key. It has got three components. The first component is multi-sectoral policy and action. That means that all sectors of a government must get involved in the primary health care. It involves health and well-being. That is now your own health. And then it involves empowered people and communities, because if communities are not empowered, they are not able to seek health, and especially primary health care. Let's move on. I think I want to go straight away to what we call the PHC theory of change. This change covers the PHC approach. This approach involves those three components that I've talked about. But most importantly, during the UNGA in September this year, the heads of states declared that there should be a framework to implement primary health care in all governments. And they came up with certain issues we call levers. And we use these levers to implement healthcare, and then the results will be seen in what we are showing here. Next. Next. These declarations are the important declarations about primary health care. Alma-Ata of 1978, Astana Declaration 2018, and then the political declaration that I've talked about. And if we are to visit the future, then we have to talk of primary health care as a game-changing principle that are going to change the way we handle our health throughout. Next. Those are the resolutions that have been passed about primary health care. Just let's move on. Now, let me just talk about investment value. When we talk of investment in primary health care, it is important to appreciate that as an investment, we need currently between 200 to 328 billion investment per year, that is dollars per year, to scale up PHC approach in low and middle income countries. This means that we have to increase our GDP by at least 3.3%. Then, it is also important to realize that we are able to save 60 million lives if we conform to primary health care, and then increase life expectancy by 3.7 by year 2030. Now, you know, universal coverage is actually a target in the Sustainable Development Goal. It is in goal number 3.8. And the main issue about universal health care is that people should not suffer catastrophes because they are seeking health care. And so something must be done to ensure that this does not happen. And so we have to get to that, because that one covers two areas. One is actually the delivery or service delivery of healthcare. The other one covers the financing of those healthcare, and that is where we have been going wrong. Now, we know that for us to improve the universal coverage, we have to get a population that is able to take their own health care without deleting everything. I think we have seen many times, and especially with the advent of HIV, when HIV arrived, we saw families who sold everything they had, but they still ended up dying. This is the biggest catastrophe that can ever happen to a country. And therefore, the only way to safeguard UHC is primary health care. Next. Now, how does UHC look like as we talk now? The world is off track in achieving universal health care. And they went off track right from the time we introduced Millennium Development Goals, which improved it a little bit up to 2015. And then there was a little improvement between 2015 and 2021. But this was severely disrupted by the COVID-19. And therefore, we are back to where we are. We are talking of the whole world. There are very, very few countries who have been able to meet UHC. Now, this pattern is common throughout the whole world. There is no region in the world that can be said to be off the hook in achieving UHC. Yeah, I think just move on. We have talked about that. Now, I want to discuss this operational framework because our topic is actually investing in radical reorientation of health system towards the PHC. WHO has come up with 14 levers. 3 of them cover 4 strategic levers, 10 covers operational. In this operational, we are going to see them one by one. Just move on. These are the areas that we think we, as a society, as companies, as government, we need to put our investment as diaspora. The core ones are we need political commitment and leadership. We need governance and policy framework. Move on. And we need funding and allocation. In fact, that is why I was really feeling itched to put it to the ambassador. There was no time. But is there a way we can get the help? Maybe.
Brother Daktari, because I know your presentation, you have, because of interest of time, if you maybe, you wrap it up. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we had a lot. Actually, it is very unfair the time we have been given, but we will do with it. Now, this area, this is what KD has come up with. Just move on. And I think this is an area I wanted us to now start engaging in. Just move on. 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 Yeah. No, that one. This is what KDA is actually putting up for all of us, investors who are here, diasporans who are here, governments who are here, that we want, KDA would wish to support government to streamline and develop PHC multi-sectoral committee. Maybe KDA will need some support to do that. KDA would wish to support the government in developing prototype policies and strategic plans to implement PHC. This requires resources. And this will be based on the 4 core levers and the 10 operational levers that are suggested by WHO. Now, why are we coming here with this? Next, Arnold. We want to have a strategic partnership. And we want to mobilize all of you for this cause. We want the investment to include energy. When we invest in clean energy and sustainable supply of clean water and safe environment, air quality, food and agriculture, and sanitation, you are actually implementing PHC. So all those things that we had discussed from yesterday actually are PHC. And we would want to invite you to find a place where you can invest, to make sure that in that ward, in that your county, you are able to support a program for clean water, sanitation, things like that. You would have been doing a lot in supporting the implementation of PHC. Next. I think that is it. Thank you very much. Yeah, okay. No. I wanted to call him. Yeah, sure. Yeah, just. No. Okay, sure. So now, I'm going to call Dr. Malak. I didn't want Dibo to introduce him because he knows him better than me. But I want him to just introduce himself. He's going to take another angle of PHC, the angle of supply chain, and also when it comes to issues of traditional medicine, because we know over 70% of our people get to the traditional drugs before they go to the formal health facilities.
5 minutes. Thank you very much. I'm Charles Olo. I'm coming here because my background is management science, but with the operation research and supply chain management. So, having worked with the organizations like ICIPE and others, I'm really touched because primary health is important for all of us. But how about if we are talking about investment? We want realistic investment you know, this opportunity which has been mentioned here, there are 3 or 4 areas that we have to consider. One, if we are going to do investment, we have to have equity. The accessibility of what we need must be fair. Participation must be correct. And this is what is missing sometimes. We force things on others. But as they are saying now, whoever is going to invest will come and say, let us work together. Number 2, we need technology. Technology will help us to understand the transition and the understanding, the information sharing that has been mentioned. Do we need it? I think we need it. And then it has been mentioned there that we need human capital, the training. This training to understand those who are configuring, those who are working on the policy, they must understand where we are going as a country. But why all this? Because we need a multi-sectoral approach. And that's why when I combine all those areas, for me being an operations management scientist, I talk about simulation and modeling, creating a model that can work for all of us. Being supply chain, I know that speed is important. And why? Because we want to see the performance. What has been invested, you must realize, you must get the returns that will be there. So when we are talking about that, all of us who are here are investors. We are talking about how do we make it cheap for everybody. Go to get some herbs at home. So what is it we are talking about? Let us go medicinal plants. We are talking about herbs. When I was coming, I read something called Makini Herbal Clinic. And I thought, hey, this guy must be doing something here. Because even if we get all the medicine we have, some people still running there. And so, I want to just try that because that's what Dr. Kalseje, who has been in this Tropical Institute of Community Health, was there. I worked with him at CPA Consulting, and we realized it's important for us to start going to the grassroots level. And investment is what we are saying that we need equity. How do we make sure that the community understands, they protect whatever is available, technology translate what we are saying, and also human capital to understand who is qualified to do what. We know that we are in the safe hands of the people who are here. But now on the supply chain side, availability, supply chain, if you read the book by Bugatio, is the deliver between what? The supply and the demand. And what we need here, we need the demand, we need medicine, we need to be fitted. So the only thing we can now make things flow to us is supply chain. Because after all, supply chain is the flow of what's coming in and what's going out. So what are we going to do now? If we're going to go and think about generic medicine, that's right, then we have to say that we have repeated anything else which can go into our system. So what do? We must now identify the medicine plants and the herbs. And so medicine plants that we have to protect. And that's why I'm saying the supply chain management for medicinal plants will help us to bridge the gap. And how? We know we need 4 things again. 1, we need a source where the environment, the habitat that this medicinal plant exists. We know that when you go to counties don't have a replica of medicine of these plants everywhere. Some are specific and some must be protected that way. I realized that when I was at the university that some things are there specific to certain areas. Those who are studying genomics understand this very well, that you have to just make sure that you do it right. The source. The next thing is the supply chain. What is the routes that this system, how we can get this, the pass to the people who need them. The supply system must be understood. This is the bring it together. And also the categorization. We want to know what is where, so that we know. And this supply chain will help us to deal with the value chain analysis and value chain management issues in the medicinal plan so that we can know that we can either extract X to treat Y, and also from there we can see how many of them can treat one common plant to treat other diseases. So when we categorize and all that, I call it the mapping. And why do we have to do this? Because the supply chain quality management concept must be adopted. So my model, which is a bit long, the model I've done here covers all this. Those who are going now to help us to invest and who are going to consider the supply chain system, what is it going to do? We want to make sure that we train people to protect these medicinal plants. Why? Because at the universities like Jomo Kenyatta, we have the people who are studying these areas. They don't know what to do. When they graduate, they don't know where to go. But you can help us to get them to train people down at the village to make sure that these plants are protected, they're grouped well, they're categorized in a certain way, and actually the value chain system can now be understood. Now, we need the collaboration from everybody. We need coordination of the systems, and then we need integration so that we understood well. We don't want a conflict. So I'm proposing that all of us can invest in supply chain, value chain systems for medicinal plants to take care of the gaps that could exist. We don't want to cry, oh, we don't have medicine, we don't know what. And yet, in Kakamega forest, where's the Kakamega people? They are gone. You are there. You see that forest of yours? You know what is there? A lot of Madawa Ikoko. We can group those ones. We come and extract. We set a plant there which can do those medicine. Instead of mitishamba, mitichawi, whatever, we now go the right thing, isn't it? So we want that. We have somewhere in Nyanza. We have somewhere in Kisi. Wherever I go, when I look around, I say, hey, this is the right medicine, but I don't know what to do. So we want you to invest there. May God bless you. Thank you very much.
For the interest of time, I think we'll hold off with the question. Daktari, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's good to see you. Still looking young after many years.
This was my student. I didn't even remember him. I taught him something else. But now he's doing something else. That's a supply chain business.
I'm doing something else. Yeah, you taught me something else. Yes, please. Please, we would love to take some photos. Yeah, just come over here. If with the chair also you can join. Ambassador as well. Well, good. Even as they're taking that photo now, I think it's 6 o'clock, and many of you looking at you also, you look spent. It's been a long day, full of facts and information. So it's also good to sometimes go and reflect on what you've been learning throughout the day. So I want to, again, thank you for always being such a good audience and being amazingly patient, waiting to get this information. But you could see why we are here. It is, first of all, to get information. And there is a lot of information and opportunity. I think it's a good spawning ground as well for networking, and that is very pivotal. So it is not in vain once you're here. Make sure you exchange cards, you do the follow-ups. It's such a heartbreaking news when you hear that there's $16 billion there that is on the table, and we're not only consuming $8 billion out of that 16%. And there are many opportunities that we've had from Peter Ivan, we've had from Reverend Dillon, we've had from also Craig as well, online, many of great initiatives that are being done out there, and they are just there for the taking. So where are the interlinkages so that we can follow up, right? They say you cannot whistle. I've always quoted this since yesterday. You cannot whistle a symphony. It takes the entire orchestra. of course, to play a symphony. Thank you so very much. I really do appreciate it. Right now, just a bit of announcements before I call upon Professor Teji to pray for us. The committee, the KDA committee, kindly be reminded, and also the president of the diasporas, kindly be reminded that your meeting is at the holding room. So after this, kindly convene there. Also, teas are waiting for you. Kindly make sure also you grab a cup as you fellowship thereafter and exchange, of course, pleasantries and cards at the end of the day, or contacts for that matter, and follow up on some of these initiatives that have been put forward. So kindly put your hands together and make me welcome Professor Teji to just close today's convention with a word of prayer. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, for the last time today, everybody on your feet. We're going to shake it out. I'm starting to learn to dance here. It's been a wonderful day, a real wonderful day. I know that you came and got what you were looking for, and I know that there's several other things that we need to take care of tomorrow. So let's go to the Lord in prayer and then close the day. Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for all that you have done for us, and opening up our minds, opening up our eyes, opening up our ears, that we hear, see, and understand your servants from on high who shared their messages with us today. As we depart from this place today, please give us safe traveling mercies back to our homes, to be able to return back tomorrow, and especially in our time of slumber, multiply our rest so we come in fresh and can capture that hand and that finger for housing. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Okay. Sorry? Yeah, tomorrow they're going to pray for us. If we have a Muslim sheikh, or from our situation as well, we appreciate. We'll also have you pray for us tomorrow morning. But for now, you're dismissed. But in the meantime, Kayamba also will be entertaining us. They stand at the ready. Kindly be also out there to take the tea that is being served. I'll bid you goodbye for today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Bwana MC. You can join us as we go to take tea, as we sing one of the oldest patriotic songs in Kenya. Tushangilie Kenya.
And I want to appreciate Ogando Marine as well for the sterling job she's done together with Joyce Kwamboka. Thank you for the sign language.
Thank you. You can join us, ladies and gentlemen.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Kenya yetu tunayoipenda. Twajivunia sana tukijita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Twajivunia sana tukijita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Kenya ngao yetu ni nchi ya usalama, kamwe hatuta